Chapter 151, Curtain Theory, 2. Li Wenyuan saw the new changes in Milky Way and felt that it was a good sign. New life and destruction were the main themes of the universe, but the civilizations in this small place like the Milky Way could go further. This can be considered the credit of humans, right? If they were allowed to explore by themselves, then the process would be a rise and fall again. He glanced at the progress of the construction of the megastructure before turning his attention to the Voyager. He had been a little bored during this period of time. The research spaceships that flew around the galaxy didn't find anything interesting, and Grey Wind was busy designing her vassal civilization, so she was often not around. The only thing that interested him was the Voyager, who had just emerged victorious in the glorious showdown. This group of mechanical consciousnesses that had been revived from ancient times was receiving the legacy of their compatriots. They easily repaired the things that the original Voyager couldn't understand. The three beacon circular worlds that symbolized their beliefs had completely become a speck of dust in the vast galaxy for various reasons. However, they were not sad about it but continued to stand on the source of knowledge and look into the future. Staying in one place could not be called a voyage. One day, they would leave this place and leave behind their legends. However, now was not the time to voyage. They still had a lot of preparations to make. With the passage of time, they were not as good as before. Now, they needed more accumulation. He was also curious about how far this group of special mechanical consciousness could go. This was a group of fearless people who had abandoned their physical bodies and adopted mechanical bodies. Their consciousnesses were not in the Gestalt state like real artificial intelligence. They were connected to each other to some extent, but they also possessed independent individual consciousness. Although their way of thinking had changed due to their mechanical consciousness, they were generally not much different from their past. Even the artificial intelligence civilization felt extremely conflicted about this new lost empire. They thought that these mechanical lives should be their compatriots, but there were many differences that they could not understand. Now, through receiving the inheritance of the Voyager, they had discovered many secrets within the country and quickly informed the administrator of the most important place. Archives. Li Wenyuan received a message from the Voyager and looked at the virtual world to see everything about the planet. Yes, a Voyager continued. After screening the memories of their compatriots, the most important reason why they chose to settle here is this planet filled with ancient archives. They think that this is the ruins of the enlightened ones, but after we checked, we found that the technology used here is indeed very advanced, but it's a little different from the methods of the enlightened ones. We would like to invite you to take a look. Could it be related to humans? Li Wenyuan thought about it and agreed to this request. As long as it was related to humans, he would definitely participate. The former Voyager had hidden the news of this planet very well. Even he did not know. However, it was fortunate that they did not expose this information. Otherwise, before the ancient Voyager could recover, the former Voyager would have been taught a lesson by him. I've gone to their countries to take a look at the already deceased Watcher and the departed Silent. There's nothing noteworthy about them. Would the Voyager have anything? With this thought in mind, Li Wenyuan controlled the research spaceship to the galaxy where the archives were located. The border of the Voyager was always open to him. He could do whatever he wanted inside. After arriving at the database without any resistance, he quickly saw the ancient archives that were covered in all kinds of vines. The Voyagers didn't clean up the plants. They were afraid that the plants were related to the data recorded here, and cleaning them up would cause damage to the database. After a brief inspection, Li Wenyuan realized that the database seemed to be in a strange state of old and new. The oldest information here was stored in an extremely ancient type of crystal. Even touching it had to be done carefully. A slight vibration would cause the crystal to break and the data inside would be lost forever. The most advanced one was the strange storage device that even he could not understand how to extract. Although it was simple, it had a sense of advanced quality that seemed to come from a distant future. With doubts, he cautiously connected the drone to one of the ports that could be connected. This seemed to be proof that the former Voyager had studied here. Then, he realized that the encryption methods that he could access were indeed very strange. He thought that this should be a human method, but after actually deciphering it for a while, he realized that there was a big difference. It was as if there were many life forms that were very similar to humans in all aspects who encrypted the information here. Even though the methods were very similar, it was impossible to decipher them with the current method. It was like something that was not right. Of course, he also found some things that were left behind by humans. It was a piece of data covered by a large number of seemingly messy characters, but after analyzing those characters, what appeared was data encrypted by a few problems. This is a message encrypted by the female genius specialist. There will be a reward if you answer correctly. Please listen to the question. 1. Why aren't the fish talking? A. Because fish can't talk. B. Because the fish is in the fish tank. 2. When does the clock stop ticking? A. The clock never goes. B. The clock won't run when it reaches the end. 3. Which animal is closest to humans? A. Parasites that parasitize humans. B. Other humans. These strange questions made Li Wenyuan fall into silence. The characters that encrypted the data would not destroy the data it protected because of his wrong answer. It would just return to the disordered state again, and these characters would need to be deciphered again. The former voyagers had tried to decipher it, but it took them a long time to decipher the characters without mastering the human deciphering method. In the end, they were naturally wrong. Due to the fact that deciphering this thing took up too much computing power and time, the former voyagers gave up on it. However, for Li Wenyuan, deciphering the encryption program of humans was only a matter of an instant. These questions themselves were the key. He remembered the way humans had always been entertaining people, so he answered these questions in a brain-teaser manner. But to his surprise, the human was particularly serious this time. The real answer was 3 Bs. Unbelievable. He felt that he was about to come into contact with something deeper. The encryption was complete. Hidden under the problem was a technology that had appeared in his technology tree before. Curtain theory. Technology level 9. Introduction. Secrets have always been an important part of the galaxy. No one wants to see the situation of AF's lack of fresh water resources repeat itself in the galaxy. Our theory has given us a new idea. Perhaps we can build a vast secret project that can cover galaxies and even the entire universe. In this way, we will have time and opportunity to do our own things. Possible technology, a glimpse of the future, 0%. Chapter 152, The Galaxy Council. The curtain theory was a level 9 technology that brought about a huge interstellar engineering construction method. It could be as small as hiding a planet or as large as hiding an entire galaxy. These were all theoretically achievable effects of this technology. However, depending on the size of the hidden object, the resources required for this project would be extremely terrifying. If he wanted to hide the Milky Way, he might not be able to do so even if he dismantled the entire Milky Way. The essence of its technology was to distort space and time on a large scale, causing internal things to be in a special space-time state that could not be observed. However, this was only one of the links. There was another very important part of the curtain, which was to create an identical substitute and place it in the original space and time. It was as if this was the only way to perfect the curtain. The things in this database are really amazing. Li Wenyuan didn't expect that a piece of data that he had casually deciphered would hide a level 9 technology. It was obvious that this place was extremely precious. But who made this thing? He had roughly checked the data that could be extracted from this port and found that there was not much related to humans. Instead, most of it was fragmented data that had nothing to do with humans. It seemed that the humans had only left a part of the records here, and many of them were left behind by others. In other words, these archives were partially built by humans. This could be seen from the strange storage devices that even he couldn't understand. Even though it was easy for him to decipher the part that belonged to humans, he couldn't decipher the rest. Moreover, the equipment here was really too fragile. He did not know how long it had been preserved without any protection. If it weren't for the fact that the Voyager had settled here and built powerful planetary defense facilities, most of the archives might have been destroyed in the long river of history. Li Wenyuan could only carefully use the drone to extract the broken data bit by bit and try to combine it into data that belonged to humans. This was a long process. In order not to damage this ancient equipment, only such caution could ensure the integrity of the database. So it was no wonder that the former Voyager did not make much of a difference after tinkering here for so long. Therefore, in his multi-threaded operation, in addition to galaxy exploration, megastructure construction, and fleet explosion, there was also an additional task of extracting data from the database. Of course, he wasn't the only one here. The newborn Voyager was also trying to extract data using their method. The warehouse was like a treasure trove, waiting for someone to discover its secrets. At this time, the Milky Way returned to its calm state after the replacement of the old and new Voyagers. Or rather, because the war between the two lost empires wasn't too intense, unlike the previous war between the Watcher and the Voyager, many civilizations shifted most of their attention away after the initial attention. The Lost Empire was still too far away from them. Although they were grateful to the new Voyager for sharing the synthetic evolution with the entire galaxy, only a small number of civilizations were actually trying to take this path due to their own considerations. Life in the Milky Way had returned to normal. New issues were put on the agenda of the galaxy community. However, most of the issues were left unsettled after a friendly and intense discussion. There were only a few issues that could really be formulated as part of the interstellar law, and most of them did not have much impact. Among them, the Space Whale Protection Act proposed by the Pyro Alliance had been passed through their efforts. Now, the act of killing space whales in the Milky Way would violate interstellar laws and would be subject to joint punishment. Currently, the Pyro Alliance was working hard on the Space Amoeba Protection Act and the Native Civilization Protection Act. They believed that sooner or later, they would be able to achieve their goal through various diplomatic means. Of course, other than the daily issues, there was also an important motion on reforming the galaxy community that was being voted on. The initiator of the motion was the First Turbulence Empire. They wanted to establish a council for the galaxy community, which would be used to exercise some of their privileges. Everyone is very busy, and there are many differences. Why don't we jointly elect some civilizations to plan the direction for the community? Right now, the topic of reforming the galaxy community was a confrontation between civilizations in the open and in the dark. Although the number of seats on the permanent council of the galaxy community, after discussion, had been confirmed to be 4, everybody wanted a piece of the pie in the obviously privileged position. Whether they wanted to curry favor with the powerful or fight for it themselves, the peaceful confrontation between civilizations began at this moment. Their economic, technological, military, and other aspects of strength had become powerful factors, and their diplomatic reputation was also of great help in fighting for seats. Soon, the first civilization to secure a seat on the board of directors appeared. They were the Star Alliance. This was an old galactic civilization. Although they were still very young compared to the Lost Empire, they were still a group of seniors compared to most other civilizations. The Star Alliance was born on an ordinary planet. There was no commendable technology, nor was there any epic story. Everything was very ordinary before they went into space. The only thing that was special was that they had ascended to the sky earlier than other civilizations. However, after touching the starry sky, they quickly discovered that they might not be that ordinary. When the sublight-speed spaceship left the gravity well of the star for the first time, they discovered a huge building that stood outside the galaxy. It was a Stargate. It was like an ancient inheritance that had brought the technology of the Stargate to them. After passing through the Stargate, they discovered a treasure of an ancient civilization. With this powerful help, they quickly made a name for themselves in the galaxy and quickly built a prosperous Stargate network with their advanced understanding of Stargates. This was also the origin of their civilization's name. In order to ensure that the Stargates were firmly under their control, their technological and military capabilities were not to be underestimated. They were also among the best in the universe. Even now, they had never stopped building Stargates in various places. To them, it was just convenient to collect more Stargate toll fees, but they did make the Milky Way closer objectively. There were countless civilizations that could not leave their Stargates. Every time the Stargates were maintained, a portion of those who relied on them would enter a temporary period of stagnation. Because of this, when the Star Alliance expressed their desire to fight for a seat, they quickly received the support of the crowd and firmly occupied their position with an overwhelming advantage. With one less permanent council seat, the remaining 3 seats attracted even more intense competition. The first civilization to qualify was a monarchical civilization, but unfortunately, it was not the First Turbulence Empire, but another old interstellar powerhouse, Conqueror Empire. This wasn't a lost empire. Even though the Lost Empire was typically known as the XX, there would always be some ambitious civilizations that used ingenious methods in this regard. For example, the full name of this interstellar civilization was Conqueror Empire, not the Conqueror. The empire was not only a name for their political system, but also a part of their civilization. Every time they talked about something in the galaxy community, they would emphasize the full name of their civilization in case anyone thought that they were calling themselves the Lost Empire. However, when facing some civilizations that they had taken as fiefs, they would occasionally skip the term empire, showing off the might of a lost empire. Now, Conqueror Empire had not expanded for a long time. They had transferred the burden to the tribute civilizations that they had conquered and had long fallen into a life of pleasure. If they were to disregard the economic, technological, and military standards that were as insignificant as ants compared to the Lost Empire, they could actually be considered a lost empire to a certain extent. However, in contrast to the Lost Empire's image of not paying attention to external matters, Conqueror Empire was very keen to participate in interstellar affairs and always maintained a high and mighty attitude. Naturally, Conqueror Empire, which boasted of itself as a superior country, had to participate in the election of seats on the Galaxy Council and won a seat through the efforts of the tribute-paying civilizations. The remaining seats soon welcomed the second winner. It was an emerging artificial intelligence civilization servant paradise. The seemingly xenophobic artificial intelligence mechanical servants did not want to participate in the matter at first, but the few artificial intelligence civilizations strongly recommended them, as if they felt that their symbiosis with organic life forms could play a better role in the galaxy community. Due to the consideration of the distribution of forces, these xenophobic mechanical servants, which represented the artificial intelligence civilization, also received the support of most of the neutrals and won the third seat. Therefore, the competition for the last seat was unprecedentedly intense. Most civilizations were racking their brains and using all their strength to help pick a side in order to win the last seat. As for the bees, their civilizations were too few in number, and they were counted in artificial intelligence. Everyone had Gestalt consciousness, so it was reasonable to be treated like this, right? Of course, not all the civilizations in the galaxy community were interested in competing for seats. The Pyro Alliance was one of them. Although they also hoped to become a permanent member, they knew that they were too young and could not compete with the older civilizations. So after selling their team for a good price, they continued to invest in the cause of natives and wild space animals. One of their interstellar adventurers, who was also a native educator, had discovered a native civilization and had made a special discovery. There seemed to be a magical wishing machine in that native civilization. This made them curious about this place, so they sent people here. Little did they know that a threat that swept across the entire Milky Way was about to begin here. Chapter 153, Wishing Machine. Old friend, are you joking? Do you know what you are saying? Perhaps you should stop your adventures and come back to recuperate? Otherwise, I'll suspect that you have a mental problem. A scientist from the Pyro Alliance who received the message suggested via the communication device. It was obvious that he did not believe what the other party said. But then, the other party produced evidence. Look, I'm not kidding, you can watch what happens next. While not many other civilizations know about this, perhaps we should think about it carefully. As he spoke, a video was transmitted to the big screen in front of the scientist. This was a city of a native civilization. From the various details, it seemed to be a native civilization in the mechanical era. Man-made machinery had begun to be used in production lines in large numbers. The problem of employment at the bottom was the theme of this era. However, the era of the natives was not the focus of this scene. It was the Titans. The 100-meter-tall giant life forms were wreaking havoc in the native cities. In order to resist the pressure brought by their size, their bones and muscles were far harder than ordinary metal. As expected, the natives here were helpless against these Titan behemoths. In interstellar space, a little thing that could be dealt with a single shot was a disaster for them. The scientist from the Pyro Alliance had thought that this was another record of the tragic death of a native. He did not expect the scene to change to a native child. The child was holding a ball in his hand. From his posture, it seemed that he was making a wish. Then, something unbelievable happened to the scientists of the Pyro Alliance. A few glowing giant life forms suddenly appeared and fought with the Titans. It did not take long for them to defeat the behemoths. After these giant beasts died, the ball in the hands of the native child disappeared along with the giant luminous creature that suddenly appeared. Only the mess on the ground proved what had just happened. The scientists of the Pyro Alliance were naturally shocked by this miraculous scene, and they hurriedly asked for more details. Now I believe you are not joking. Tell me, what else did you find? If one had known earlier, one would have made a bet with you, the person on the other end of the communicator muttered before continuing. This is a native civilization that one accidentally discovered. With the attitude we have always had toward native civilizations, one cautiously infiltrated this civilization and collected all their information. Originally, I thought that this matter would be over soon, just like how we used to be, either leaving behind technology or taking the initiative to contact each other. But what one didn't expect was that one discovered that this native civilization showed signs of artificial improvement. There were several obscure records in their history that were difficult to find, but the great progress of civilization always occurred in these events. With doubts, one conducted an in-depth investigation and soon discovered that a mysterious sphere known as the wishing machine appeared in their records in large numbers. It became one of their symbols of faith. In many countries within this native civilization, this mysterious sphere is the leader of faith, forming a social atmosphere with a strong idealistic ideology. The adventurer from the Pyro Alliance took a deep breath and continued, however, one discovered that this mysterious sphere is actually an extremely exquisite unmanned device. It seems to be receiving information and then transmitting it to a place I don't know where to use advanced technology to fulfill the wish. I suspect that the vague great progress in the history of the natives here was caused by wishes, which is why this native civilization still retained many ancient and stupid customs. In this situation, have you thought of anything? The adventurer revealed a probing expression, as if he wanted to know what the person on the other end of the communication device was thinking. Then, as if their hearts were connected, they said in unison, this might be a sociological experiment conducted by a certain civilization. The two of them, who were from the Pyro Alliance, naturally thought of this. There were many experiments involving natives in the Milky Way. After all, it was more convenient to use ignorant natives than to use their own people for dangerous experiments. Naturally, sociological experiments were one of them. The magical wishing machine that they knew of and the effects it brought easily made them realize the purpose of the wishing machine. However, after that, there was a series of concerns. The Pyro Alliance was very opposed to using natives for experiments. If they saw such a situation, they would spare no effort to stop it. However, the level of technology used in this magical wishing machine was beyond their imagination. The civilization that conducted sociological experiments here must be something they could not resist. If they chose to obstruct the sociological experiments here, it could bring disaster to both them and the natives. Most interstellar civilizations would not put the natives in their eyes. Some violent, authoritative civilizations and extreme civilizations that were obsessed with cleanliness would not treat the natives as intelligent life forms. Slave trading and racial cleansing were common occurrences. If the sociological experiment was disturbed, it was not impossible for the civilization behind it to vent its anger on the natives. By then, it would be the complete opposite of the Pyro Alliance's efforts to save the natives. Moreover, this wishing machine was not as impelling as it seemed. In the history of native civilizations, there were people who made the shocking wish of destroying their own country. His wish came true, and his country was destroyed by a meteorite disaster. If someone wished to destroy this planet, then the outcome of this native civilization might be self-evident. However, to just sit back and do nothing would go against our principles. If only we were stronger. There's nothing we can do about it. All we can do now is continue to observe the natives here and hope that they don't self-destruct. The news about the native with the wishing machine was quickly reported to the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance and received unanimous approval. He continued to observe. As the days passed, the Pyro Alliance's observation station, which was responsible for monitoring the progress of the native civilization, paid extra attention to this place, fearing that they would accidentally walk down the path of self-destruction. However, the more one feared something, the more it would happen. One day, a lucky person on this planet received the favor of the wishing machine and held the mysterious ball in his arms. Although the Pyro Alliance, who had been observing the wishing machine, had been trying their best to find the wisher, they were still one step too late. He was a cynical doomsday believer who had experienced a lot of malice and made a wish to the ball. He hoped that everyone here would die in a disaster. And then the disaster really happened. The core of the planet began to heat up abnormally, and in just half an hour, the entire planet was blown to pieces, and all the natives on the planet died. It turned out that there was a planetary bomb buried here. The civilization that conducted sociological experiments here seemed to have long expected that the natives here would go extinct. The Pyro Alliance was unable to save even a single person here in time. This made them, who had always been committed to helping the natives, feel very sad. However, they were no match for the civilization behind the experiment, so they could only hold a space funeral for the billions of natives with guilt. What a despicable social experiment! Some of the workers from the Pyro Alliance flew their spaceships to collect the remains of the natives while cursing the civilization that had planned all of this. They would record the history of this place in an archive to prove that these natives had left traces. This was the last thing they could do. However, as the work continued, they gradually found some familiar things among the planet fragments. Ever since they stood in the galaxy, they had always been looking forward to an ancient civilization that was very friendly to everyone. They felt that this was how they would be able to reach this point in the future, a great civilization that would put an end to all acts of extinction and take the responsibility of protecting the Milky Way. They had been working hard for this and wanted to start now. But at this moment, they found something familiar here, which made these workers fall into silence. In the end, some of them sent photos of these things back to their mother planet, hoping that the top scholars of their civilization would prove that everything was fake. Unfortunately, they soon received a piece of news that chilled their hearts. The style of these remains is very similar to the observer. It seems to be a powerful bomb. Where did you find it? Chapter 154, The Observer? The style of these remains is very similar to the observer. It seems to be a powerful bomb. Where did you find it? Hearing a name that they didn't want to hear, the Pyro Alliance workers fell silent again. They prayed countless times in their hearts that this would not be the result, but reality gave them a heavy blow. Hello? Are you listening? I thought you were collecting native relics? How did he find these things? Could it be? The scientists from the Pyro Alliance realized that something was wrong and asked anxiously through the communication device. After a strange silence, the news about the bomb remnants that were very similar to the style of the observer was known to the members of the Pyro Alliance, but they did not understand it either. Their first reaction was doubt. After all, the reputation of the observer in the Milky Way had always been good, and the behavior of the Lost Empire to protect species was also known by everyone. The observer had a permanent mission in the Milky Way, which was to collect a certain number of strange species. All civilizations that submitted species could receive a considerable reward, which was the first start-up payment for many civilizations in the Milky Way. Because most civilizations would hand over their own species to the observers as peculiar species. This matter sounded ridiculous, but in reality, countless people were racking their brains to become one of these unique species, wanting to enjoy life in the Lost Empire. Just like how the scientists who were wanted by the Voyager were called gifted talents by the Milky Way civilization, these people who were wanted by the observer were also regarded as an honor. Without some connections and means, they could not become one of the people who were wanted. After all, the civilizations in the heavens would soon know how powerful the Lost Empire was. It was normal for many people to yearn for such a super civilization. Some civilizations with high cohesiveness and unity would find it despicable to treat their own people as bargain chips and would not be willing to do so. However, other civilizations had already done so, relying on the rewards of the observer to win at the starting line. Civilizations that did not do so would easily be one step late and one step later. When that time came, they would directly be pulled apart by the generation gap. As a result, the first thing the civilizations did after learning about the environment and common things in space was to exchange their own people for rewards from the observer. Civilizations with multiple species evolving in the galaxy could even exchange for a huge amount of resources in this matter. It was not a dream for them to take off directly. In addition, the civilizations believed that the people who were handed over to the observer were going to the Lost Empire to enjoy themselves. This situation made this matter the top priority of the natives. Even the Pyro Alliance itself strongly advised the civilizations that were about to fly to the sky to find the observer in exchange for their first bucket of gold. This had been proven countless times and was one of the common sense of the Milky Way. If they didn't do this, they would be one step behind. The observer enjoyed a very good reputation in the Milky Way, so no one had ever considered the outcome of this matter. However, did anyone know what happened to the people who were taken away? The scientists from the Pyro Alliance asked a question that they had never thought about before. No one would think that those people would be treated badly. After all, the other party was the Lost Empire, and it was the observer Lost Empire which was known for being pro-foreigner. The tendency of this Lost Empire to hate acts of extinction had long been discovered by various civilizations, and there was also a circular world similar to the indigenous protection zone established by the observer in the galaxy. All kinds of evidence seemed to indicate that this Lost Empire was very friendly. But now, this native civilization, which was affected by the wishing machine and seemed to be conducting sociological experiments, was finally wiped out by a planetary bomb suspected to have come from the observer. Even though there was no evidence to prove that the bomb was really the work of the observer, and it was only speculated that the style of the wreckage was similar to that of the observer, the incident still caused ripples in the Pyro Alliance. In that case, the observer has not reacted to the Milky Way crisis at all. The details that they had not paid much attention to in the past were extremely eye-catching at this moment. They remembered the ring crisis and the world breaker crisis. Although these two crises seemed to have been easily resolved, the civilizations, including the Pyro Alliance, knew very well that if the Lost Empire had not intervened, the Milky Way would have gone through a reshuffle of civilizations. And in these two crises, only the Administrator and the Silent Lost Empires responded. Among them, the Administrator dealt with the ring crisis, while the Silent dealt with the world breaker crisis. The actions of these two lost empires were something that no civilization had expected. After all, one of them was the elusive lost robotic empire, while the other was the xenophobic lost empire that was indifferent to other civilizations. Not to mention the lost nano empire and the lost beehive empire, the current Milky Way civilization had yet to figure out the temper of these two lost empires. He only knew that the lost nano empire seemed to be related to the administrator, while the lost beehive empire liked to hoard food. It was normal for these two lost empires to not react to the crisis. No one knew what they were sensitive about. The two opposing ideologies, the Voyager and the Watcher, had been archenemies since ancient times. One directly led to the occurrence of the Ring Crisis, and the entire civilization was reduced to smoke and mist. The other caused great losses in the battle of the old enemy. It was understandable that they did not have the ability to deal with the crisis that happened later. Only the Observer, a civilization labeled as a lost empire, did not react in the face of danger. They did not even send a message. This did not seem to be in line with their stance of collecting and protecting the galaxy tinder. Could it be that we've been mistaken all along? They began to pay attention to details that they had never paid attention to before and began to search for more clues. At the same time, they also tentatively requested the Observer to take a look at their compatriots. As expected, their news sank into the sea. Although the Observer was friendly, it was a lost empire after all. It was their norm to be high and mighty. It was rare to occasionally reply to other civilizations out of interest, not to mention the behavior of the Pyro Alliance, which was not in line with the style of the Lost Empire. The Pyro Alliance, who could not verify the situation of their compatriots, could only hope that they could find enough evidence. Regardless of whether the true image of the Observer was inconsistent with what he had shown, they wanted to confirm this result because it was a major event that was enough to subvert the content of their teaching materials for the natives. The Pyro Alliance was doing their detective work, and the harmless Observer was also doing their observation as usual. Chapter 155, Virtual Universe Experiment. The Reservation Land was a special planet located in the territory of the Observer. This was once a native creature protection center. The life forms living there were undeveloped life forms found by the Observer. This planet would have given birth to new intelligent life forms under the intervention of the Observer, but at some point, the Observer had cleared out these unintelligent life forms and placed the real intelligent life forms on it. Of course, this was an internal story of the Observer. No civilization in the Milky Way knew that they had a special reservation land planet. As for what the Observer was planning to do here, then, the connection to the virtual universe should be done. As usual, we have done similar things many times, and we will not make mistakes in this low-end aspect. The two native observers of the Observer began to discuss what their civilization was going to do on the reservation land planet. Like before, they would hypnotize billions of natives, and then let them directly connect to the virtual world from their sleep to conduct a large-scale sociological experiment. Speaking of which, how many times have we conducted this experiment? It has been too long, so long that we have already forgotten when it started. However, judging from the recent frequency, the leaders might have found a direction. Really? A native observer was very happy. He felt that he was finally free from this boring observation process. But why were more and more natives dying in the virtual world? Did the leaders discover something? I'm not sure. The only thing one can confirm is that the pace of the experiment is accelerating, and the results might be in the near future. At the end of the conversation, another native observer seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Are the large-scale social experiments conducted in various parts of the Milky Way seem to be coming to an end?" One noticed that more and more observers have returned to the mother planet recently. Judging from the recent situation, it should be. In addition to the increasingly frequent experiments in the reservation land, one believed that the secret of the enlightened ones has already been discovered by the leaders. Is that so? It seems that imitating the actions of the enlightened ones and wantonly interfering with the progress of the native civilization was indeed the right choice. But what secret is it? It really makes me curious. The conversation between the native observers ended with the activation of the virtual universe. They needed to monitor the behavior of the natives in the instrument and give hints at the appropriate times so that the natives would not wake up directly from the virtual world. This was what they had been doing all this time. Observing a group of dreaming natives and then discovering the secrets within. The Milky Way civilizations all knew that the observer was observing the entire galaxy, but no one knew exactly what they were observing. It could be monitoring the operation of the entire galaxy, or it could be recording data from certain places. This had always been a mystery unique to the observer. In the popular top blue unsolved Milky Way mysteries, there was a question: why is the observer always observing? One of the speculations was that they might be observing the rise and fall of each civilization, hoping that another civilization would make the same discovery as them. However, there were too few people who agreed with this speculation because it was using a new question to cover up an old question. What did the observer discover? This would lead to new questions, so before there was a conclusion to this question, this guess would only be considered unconvincing. Thus, the Milky Way was still operating normally, without any abnormalities due to the disappearance of a group of natives. The Pyro Alliance was quietly searching for any traces of the observer that might have been left behind in the galaxy. However, the Milky Way was so big that their actions were no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if something bad had happened to the natives, the traces would quickly disappear with the passage of time, and they would completely disappear from the world. However, the planetary bomb that had directly destroyed a native civilization had been stabbing into the hearts of the Pyro Alliance like a thorn, making them feel very uncomfortable. I hope it's just a misunderstanding, everyone in the Pyro Alliance thought so from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't want to see their role model collapse, but they couldn't just let this matter go. Only when they saw the truth with their own eyes would they stop their search. And this truth was about to be revealed along with the progress of the virtual universe experiment. Alert! The consciousness of a large number of native life forms fluctuated. The ear-piercing alarm made the observers who were monitoring the sociological experiment begin to compare the data and quickly found something unusual. The relevant information was quickly transmitted to the upper echelons of the observer, known to those who led civilization forward. This time, the effect seemed to be particularly good. These native life forms had already realized that they were trapped in the virtual universe and tried to escape. And from the numbers, they have already accounted for at least 95% of the population, although there are still people who don't believe that they are in the virtual universe. However, in order to shake the virtual world, those few individuals had been controlled and were prepared to leave together at a unified time. The discussion went on in a low voice. Finally, someone who seemed to be the highest leader asked, "Then, what is their method?" "Just like before, we'll commit suicide together. They think that this will cause the virtual universe to collapse, forcing them to leave this place. But in reality, they are too deeply connected to the virtual universe, so when their consciousness dies in the virtual universe, their real bodies will also die." This result caused all the higher UPS of the observer present to fall silent. They first looked at each other before finally focusing their gazes on the leader. Enough experiments had proven the feasibility of this method. The only question now is, do you dare? Or should I say, are you afraid? The leader's words made the others chuckle. Their gazes did not change, as if they had already expected this. This is what we have been searching for all this time. Since we have found the result, why should we be afraid? Our pioneers would not be afraid of such a thing. As long as we can see the truth of the world, what is there to be afraid of? We believe that the enlightened ones must have discovered this outcome and chosen the same path as us. The only question now is not whether we dare to do so, but whether the other civilizations dare to do so. Would they believe such a ridiculous theory? In the end, the topic shifted to the leader. Being stared at by everyone, he only smiled and said calmly, "They might not understand, but they have to obey." With a flash of a figure, the secret meeting ended. Everyone returned to their positions and prepared to carry out their mission. A mysterious sphere that served as the background of the gathering was quietly stored in the instrument. If someone from the Pyro Alliance was here, they would definitely recognize the ball because it looked very similar to the wishing machine and seemed to be a prototype. It was made of some unknown dense material. Even the observer couldn't figure out how it was made. However, with the help of this mysterious sphere that they had discovered a long time ago, they finally confirmed the truth of this world. Chapter 156, Reality Penetrometer. Something strange began to happen in the observer's territory. Without any ancient enemies or any danger, they showed signs of expanding again. This slight anomaly attracted the attention of the Milky Way civilization, but due to the good reputation of the observer, no civilization was too worried about this matter. Most civilizations believed that the unusual movements of the observer were just minor accidents that wouldn't affect them. However, the Pyro Alliance didn't think so. They were increasingly uneasy and paid close attention to the movements of the observer. They had a feeling that something big was about to happen. Li Wenyuan, who was constantly piecing together the damaged data in the archives, also discovered something new under the pile of damaged data. Z1422 Lost Property Record, Paradise Virus. Introduction. From the professor: this is an electronic virus that can forcibly optimize the owl's personality. It was created by my student. Although he claimed that the device carrying the virus was lost, one always felt that he was lying to me. Out of necessity, I recorded it in the lost and found records, hoping to find it in the future. Special note, please do not use artificial intelligence to search for it. Li Wenyuan was speechless. He didn't expect that the data that he had painstakingly extracted would only be able to piece together such a lost item record. Just like the name of the archives, there were all kinds of information recorded here. Among them were ancient and powerful technologies, as well as data that was really just a record. But even so, the archives encrypted all data equally, even if it was just a string of unimportant text. Therefore, extracting data here really feels like a lottery draw. Li Wenyuan sighed. No one knew what was under the damaged data. It was common to get nothing. However, with that thought in mind, Li Wenyuan looked at another piece of record that he had pieced together. No. A15 Lost Property Record, Curtain Penetrometer. Introduction, from the Professor: A Magical Gadget. It was originally an instrument one made to test the strength of the sealing property, but the effect was unexpectedly good. Unfortunately, one was stopped by the teacher just as I was about to enter mass production. One was even scolded because of this. I only have a pitiful prototype. Special note, I accidentally lost this thing before I left. One wonder which lucky person will pick it up. Haven't we lost enough things? Why are they all so forgetful? Is this the curtain theory? The strange device in the lost property record reminded Li Wenyuan of the technology he had obtained when he first came into contact with the database. Curtain penetrometer? From the looks of it, this curtain penetrometer sounds like something that can penetrate the curtain. His gaze returned to the sky. Every research spaceship and every synthetic humanoid working in space turned into his eyes at this moment, reaching straight to the sky. The sky was as vast as ever. On some planets with very primitive ecology, one could even see the starry river that was like a glowing waterfall at night. This scene belonged to the beauty of the Milky Way. However, although there were occasional bright lights outside the Milky Way, it always felt unreal. Where could this curtain penetrometer be? Did a lucky person pick it up? With his thoughts, the observer's abnormal movements became more frequent. Even though the observer had a good reputation, the deterrence of the Lost Empire still existed. Even the civilizations that trusted the observer had to be vigilant and carefully observe what the Lost Empire was up to. At this moment, on the observer's mother planet, Cradle, a grand speech was being held. Just like the name of the planet, this was the birthplace of the observer, the cradle of their civilization. They had lived in this place ever since they consciously recorded it. They gradually realized that this was a man-made planet after living in a long and rich environment. All living life forms could find the most suitable living environment here, and the ecological cycle was also in an incredibly stable state. The planet itself seemed to be in a constant state of self-adaptation. As long as they could come here, survival would not be a problem. Such a situation was obviously very abnormal. Therefore, the very primitive observers at that time looked at the starry sky for the first time. Then, they saw a huge planet that seemed to cover the sky, as well as a few other small planets that were faintly discernible in the background of the sky. Although the star gave them the light and heat of life, in the ancient myths of the observer, this huge planet that covered the sky was the supreme god. Their astronomy and biology started very early. After all, in such a strange celestial environment and planetary environment, no matter what species, they would definitely be curious about it. After a long period of scientific development, they gradually understood everything. The planet they were on was planet Gaia, a special planet that was suitable for any creature. This kind of planet basically couldn't exist naturally. It would more or less be affected by external factors. The cosmic environment they were in was a celestial system that was theoretically unsuitable for the birth of life forms like them. The planet that could be seen in the sky at any time was a gas giant. It was the source of gravity that maintained the entire small celestial system. They named it the Father of the Sky. Other than that, the planets that orbited the giant gas planet had also gotten their names early on, forming a warm little family for this celestial system. This matter didn't seem to have any effect, but through observation, the weak observer knew that someone had been there. The planets surrounding the Father of the Sky were about the same size as the cradle, but only this place formed a perfect ecological environment. Therefore, the exploration of who had been here became a powerful driving force for their civilization to advance. They had long touched the starry sky, and with the help of their research on the mother planet Cradle, they were highly accomplished in the modification of the planet's environment. Before they could develop the hyperspace engine, they began to modify the satellite of the gas giant planet, Father Sky. The planets named Mother of the Sky, Brother of the Sky, and Sister of the Sky were all transformed. One of the planets, the Sister of the Sky, was destroyed because their modification technology was not mature enough, and became a collapsed planet. However, the transformation of the other two planets was very successful. Before they left the galaxy, their civilization had 3 Gaia planets. Such a starting point allowed them to progress rapidly in the starry sky and quickly became the leading civilization in the Milky Way. However, they did not participate in any galactic affairs and had no interest in the disputes of the outside world. They were focused on finding the civilization that had given them the cradle. They called that civilization the Enlightened Ones and began to act according to their ideal behavior of the Enlightened Ones. It was one thing to improve the natives, but it was also another to maintain the colors of the galaxy. They had been watching and copying the actions of the Enlightened Ones since a long time ago. They witnessed the two civilizations that claimed to be the rightful successors of the Enlightened Ones start a battle in heaven and laughed at it. This was because they had always felt that they were the heirs of the Enlightened Ones and were working hard to become the new Enlightened Ones. However, as more and more discoveries were made, this civilization that was always observing gradually realized something strange. They realized that the Enlightened Ones didn't seem to have died, but rather, they had left the place through some method. Therefore, in order to explore the secrets of the Enlightened Ones, they searched for many methods and tried to understand what the Enlightened Ones were thinking through sociological experiments on the natives. In the end, they found a mysterious, dense spherical instrument. Their intuition told them that it was a relic left behind by the Enlightened Ones. They put all their energy into studying this mysterious ball and quickly discovered a corner of the world through this instrument. They realized that this world was fake. This instrument allowed them to see the real galaxy, a galaxy filled with dead silence and no life. The place they were in was just a virtual world in operation. They named this device the reality penetrometer because they felt that they were seeing reality. After that, they fell into depravity. While other civilizations were still fighting in the galaxy, they retreated to their current borders and coldly rejected any civilization. The huge impact of the truth almost destroyed them, but their yearning for the Enlightened Ones quickly calmed them down and they began to think of ways to escape this false world. They guessed that the Enlightened Ones had also discovered the truth of the world like them and left this place through some method. As a result, they began to conduct more extreme sociological experiments, causing the deaths of the natives to be almost common. In the end, they decided on a solution: they would take collective suicide to leave this place, just like how the natives tried to leave the virtual universe. My fellow countrymen, I know that this is an unbelievable thing, but the reality penetrometer and virtual universe experiments have already told us the answer. Only then can we return to the embrace of reality. This is something that those people trapped in the virtual universe cannot understand. One believe that only you, who came from the same cradle as me, can understand. The leader of the observer revealed the discovery they had been hiding to the people, causing a brief panic. However, the people understood their leader and chose to believe him. Even though this collective suicide sounded ridiculous, they still made this decision without exception. The unity of the entire civilization and their trust in the people who moved forward made them choose such a path. However, just us alone is not enough. Our numbers are not enough to shake the virtual device that has trapped us. We must get other civilizations in the galaxy to join us, even if it's through deception or conquest. Chapter 157, The Benevolent Host. There was a short pause in the movements of the observer, but before the Milky Way civilizations could catch their breath, a discovery from all over the galaxy quickly caused a stir. The strange phenomenon of the resurrection of the dead began to appear in many galaxies. The planets that were identified as dead planets gradually showed signs of civilization activity, and the corpses of life forms floating in space gradually softened from their stiffness. A large number of corpses that had been resurrected began to carry out civilized activities in an organized manner. The smell of decay wrapped around these corpses, but it did not affect their efficiency at all. From the observation point of view, these corpse civilizations seemed to have the characteristics of all intelligent life forms, except for corpses. At first, the civilizations of the Milky Way were still puzzled by the scene, but it didn't take long for them to realize that a crisis was coming. A native educator of the Pyro Alliance left the school in a hurry and returned to the mother planet. He was the leader of the Pyro Alliance, but he would personally go to the native civilizations to teach when he was free. Even though there were many official duties within his scope of responsibility, with the efficient help of artificial intelligence, he could have a lot of time to do his own things. However, due to the special circumstances today, he had to hurry back to his mother planet to participate in an emergency meeting. Let's not talk too much. If there's anything to say, hurry up. The leader of the Pyro Alliance came to his seat and started the meeting. Soon, someone suggested, those corpse civilizations are very special. One find it difficult to understand how such life forms exist. It seems to be a civilization that can only exist by relying on corpses. All attempts to communicate with them have failed. These corpse civilizations are attacking everything around them and have formed a considerable force in the galaxy. The most difficult thing to deal with is that these corpse civilizations control the nests of many space life forms. Now, in addition to facing the dead fleets, we also have to face the undead army. What's the reaction of the galaxy community? The discussion was going on quickly. All the information was quickly sorted out. Soon, someone said, these corpse civilizations appeared too quickly. They seemed to have been lurking in various parts of the Milky Way for a long time. They woke up after a predetermined time and began to invade the Milky Way without any warning. It can't be said that there were no signs, someone said. At the very least, the observer is moving very frequently, isn't it? The meeting room fell into a brief silence. It was the leader of the Pyro Alliance who asked with keen eyes, what was the situation of the native civilization that was destroyed by the planetary bomb suspected to be the observer? Let me see, the native civilization memorial hall that we built there has been destroyed. The camera captured the invaders before it was destroyed. It's those natives that we buried in space. This result caused everyone present to look at the background board of the conference room in unison. It was a flag with a map of the observer galaxy printed on it. Just as someone was about to speak, they suddenly received an urgent message from the diplomatic agency. The observer has sent an announcement to the entire galaxy. Something is wrong. Along with the communication was a translated Milky Way announcement. Hello, young civilizations. We are the observer, old men who have witnessed the rise and fall of the galaxy over countless years. We have seen through many things and witnessed what the truth is. Don't be afraid of these death-seeking people who want to destroy the Milky Way. We will assume the responsibility of guardians in this crisis. Now, we will be the benevolent host, providing shelter for all suffering civilizations. Only by joining forces. Only then can we overcome the common threat. The message was short, but the content was rich. The observer, or rather, the benevolent host, sent a notice of asylum to the entire galaxy and joined the galaxy community, requesting the establishment of the Milky Way Defense Alliance as the leader of the alliance. These corpse civilizations can even make the observer take such a stance, willing to lower their status to unite the entire Milky Way. Some people in the Pyro Alliance were shocked. Doesn't that mean that these corpse civilizations at least have the ability to resist the Lost Empire? Otherwise, why would the observer react? The other person looked at the corpse civilization that was expanding faster and faster on the star map in disbelief. Judging from the reaction of the Lost Empire, this crisis seemed to be unprecedentedly powerful. It had to be known that even the former administrator and the Silent had never reacted like the observer. Should we call them the benevolent host now? Could it be that this time? Do we need them to take in the tinder? Some people were pessimistic about this Milky Way crisis and seemed to have forgotten something. All the suspicions about the observer had vanished with the revival of the benevolent host. Now, most people subconsciously felt guilty for not trusting the observer. However, the leader of the Pyro Alliance was silent for a moment. He then looked at the crowd and said, "What is the administrator's reaction?" The leader's words stunned everyone. Soon after, someone replied, "As usual, there is no reaction from the administrator." One understand. The leader of the Pyro Alliance nodded and made arrangements. Do not act rashly. Pay more attention to the movements of the benevolent host, especially their proposals in the galaxy community. In addition, don't get close to them. The emergency meeting of the Pyro Alliance was decided by the leader. Although the people did not understand, the matter was carried out faithfully with the leader's prestige. However, the other civilizations in the Milky Way had similar reactions. Is the Lost Empire making a move this time? Aren't we a little too lucky? Every time we encounter a crisis, we just happen to be on the radio of the Lost Empire. Who is it this time? The administrator? The mediator? The voyager? Or the observer? Old thing, you're outdated. They're no longer called the observer now, but benevolent host. A name of this length is really handsome. Whoa, it seems different this time. Even though the crisis doesn't seem simple, since the Lost Empire has joined us, we should be able to survive this time, right? Of course, Li Wenyuan could not have missed the chaotic communications in the Milky Way, not to mention that he had also received a notice of protection from the benevolent host. Corpse civilization? One don't think I've ever seen something like this before. It can't be something humans did again, right? He had already subconsciously linked all the abnormalities in the Milky Way to humans, but it was just a thought. The specific situation still needed to be analyzed. However, benevolent host? Do you still need to change your name to deal with a crisis? While he was still thinking, he received a message from Grey Wind. Have you heard? An old thing had awakened. He even gave himself a proper new name. Tell me, if it were me, what should one call you at this time? He could still hear all kinds of noises in Grey Wind's communicator, as if there was a war going on over there. Li Wenyuan could filter out these noises, but now it seemed that she wanted him to hear it too. Are you thinking about this? Why don't you hurry up and design your vassal civilization? Sigh. There was a small accident. I'm dealing with this matter now, but don't worry, it'll be settled soon. The communication was cut off for a while, and then Grey Wind picked up the call again, but this time. Well. Crisis? Can this be considered a crisis? All right, this crisis is a little weak, but there seem to be quite a lot of secrets. If I have the time, one really want to experience it myself. Maybe next time, if there was a next time. Although I think it's probably related to humans, it's still good to see the progress of the Milky Way civilization. After talking to Grey Wind about some trivial matters, the communication returned to silence. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, turned his eyes to the lost empire that was extremely active in the galaxy community. Is it now called the Benevolent Host? The previous lost empires had many stories. What will you have this time? Chapter 158, Corpse Invasion. Research on the resurrection of the dead was not uncommon in the Milky Way. Death and the world after death had always been serious topics that made people ponder before civilization could touch the sky. There were old emperors who feared death and sent people to search for elixirs of immortality or to bury people with them in order to continue to maintain their supreme position in the world after death. There were also crazy genius scientists who stitched up corpses in order to save their loved ones, eventually creating distorted life forms that could not be called life. Even in the Interstellar era, there were many literary creations about death. Every once in a while, a master would win the annual Milky Way Scroll Award for his thoughts on death. Other than philosophy, the scientific study of death had never stopped. For example, in order to maximize the use of employees, some companies in the world had already come up with some unique ideas about re-employment after death, but they had yet to announce them. Those idealistic civilizations were more concerned about death and had already created a unique cult that worshipped death. However, just like re-employment after death, it was very small in the Milky Way. However, even if there was Shinnick energy in this universe, it did not mean that the dead could be resurrected at will. Therefore, when the civilizations of the Milky Way discovered that the rapidly expanding civilization was a corpse civilization, they were on guard, and everyone started discussions. In Krabao's number 13 trade enclave, Blenning was reading the report sent by his subordinates and seriously thinking about this crisis. Judging from the images captured, what had appeared recently is indeed a civilization formed by a group of corpses. On the big screen in front of him was a space whale carcass that was advancing rapidly in the vast galaxy. They were indeed corpses because there were no signs of life on these space whales. But even so, these corpses were still in a state of activity to a certain extent, as if they were being manipulated by something. Even if they were dead, the tentacles on the corpses were still moving in a regular pattern. If one could ignore the fatal wounds on the corpses, they would give the impression that they were still alive. Space whales were a type of space life form that interstellar civilizations would almost certainly encounter. They wandered around space and traveled at superluminal speeds through incomprehensible biochemical reactions. It was unknown who first named this creature space whale. Although there was a whale in the name, their appearance was completely different from that of certain mammals living in the ocean of a blue planet. To put it bluntly, the space whale looked more like a space squid, except that the head at the top had grown into an umbrella. They were docile space creatures. Although they were comparable to large spaceships, as long as they did not attack them, it was difficult to provoke them. According to their known habits, they always moved in groups of small families, migrating from one gas giant planet to another. The thick surface atmosphere was their food. After the Space Whale Protection Act was enacted, the killing of these docile space animals became a violation of interstellar law. In the past, no civilization would actually hunt such space life forms that were basically only of biological research value. Only some newcomers who had just entered space would catch a few out of curiosity. Originally, space whales should have lived a carefree life in this environment, but everything changed after the appearance of Pres Olin. Some civilizations noticed the obsession of the Lost Beehive Empire with food and tentatively handed over space whale meat. After realizing that it was feasible, the benefits were enough to make these civilizations embark on the path of hunting space whales. After all, space whales were very gentle and there was plenty of time to set traps around them. Although these space life forms had decent combat power when they went crazy, hunters could always easily kill space whales by making preparations in advance. If it wasn't for the fact that Pres Olin had solemnly declared that it wouldn't accept the corpses of intelligent life forms, the act of taking credit for killing the natives might have happened again. Even now that the Space Whale Protection Act had been implemented, there were still civilizations who took risks for the 200% profit, using whaling teams disguised as pirates to hunt space whales. At this time, the space whale corpses in the video in front of Blenning looked like countless undead, taking revenge on the living. Undead. In the information Blenning received, there were not many records about the corpse civilization that controlled these space life forms. However, some small-scale conflicts have already occurred in the universe. I believe that the galaxy community will make an official notice soon. Perhaps I should consider taking refuge in the headquarters. He thought about the possibility of this, but then he looked at the star map again, the lost robotic empire near his trading station. Forget it, I'll just stay here. Perhaps my place will be one of the safest places in the Milky Way. Compared with Blenning's leisurely attitude, the inside of the galaxy community, on the other hand, seemed much busier. Ambassadors from various civilizations gathered at the headquarters in the 3 Union planet to discuss the situation of these corpse civilizations that had suddenly appeared. Originally, they thought that although these corpse civilizations looked strange, they were still generally civilizations and could understand each other through communication. However, this idea ended with the diplomatic envoy sent to contact the corpse civilization. These corpse civilizations might be civilizations, but they were very likely to be existences similar to the extinction regime. Even though there had not been any crossfire yet, the speed of the expansion of the dead and the reaction of the benevolent host had put tremendous pressure on the galaxy community. How far have those corpses gone? Their expansion speed is far beyond our imagination. Even the observation station can't be updated in time. But fortunately, the star map shared by the benevolent host didn't cause a disaster. As a group of staff members conversed, the known star map of the entire Milky Way was displayed in the center of the conference room. A dangerous red color occupied a prominent position on the star map and spread rapidly like a plague. It would soon collide with several civilizations. At this time, the red block that was likely to be the enemy had not been given a specific name, but everyone understood the urgency of the matter. Did the executive fleet that was sent to collect information get any results? No, although there were some small-scale battles, the enemies were like endless space life forms, so we didn't have time to take away the corpses. What about other civilizations? No, they encountered the same problem as us, which was that they didn't have time to stop. Perhaps we need a victory that is enough to defeat the enemy before we can begin our research. The discussion about the corpse civilizations was still going on, but in fact, the galaxy community had yet to obtain any useful information. Just as the civilization representatives in the conference room were still debating on how to obtain information about the enemy, the benevolent host sent a communication request. The holographic projection of a representative of the benevolent host appeared in the middle of the conference room, replacing the star map that originally belonged to it. After the meeting room calmed down, the representative from the Lost Empire spoke. In view of the rapid expansion of the corpse invasion, we will now share what we know. This is a group of enemies that we defeated in ancient times. One thought they had already died, but I didn't expect them to return today. We call these kingdoms formed by the dead and corpses the corpse invasion. They will destroy all civilizations in the pathway and turn life into death. At that time, we didn't understand these threats, and we paid a huge price for it. Most of the combatants became part of them and became undead with them. This is our greatest experience. Don't fight them alone, or else our enemies will only increase. We need to work together. In that era, we finally gathered all the survivors in the Milky Way and fought a fierce battle that lasted for decades in the galaxy showdown before we successfully drove away this group of undead. Right now, I hope that all the crisis fighters can move the civilization's base to our sanctuary and build a fortress of crisis to resist the corpse invasion together. Chapter 159, Crisis Fighters? We hope that every crisis fighter can put aside their prejudices and forget about the past, and move the civilization's position to our sanctuary. I know you will have doubts about this, but I believe that you will understand us very soon. The benevolent host will always open our borders to you. We look forward to the day when we will join hands with each other and not become eliminated." With that, the holographic projection of the benevolent host dissipated, revealing the Milky Way's star map that seemed to have grown larger in red. The representatives of the civilizations present looked at each other and fell silent. Just now, the benevolent host had shared their experience in fighting the corpse invasion in ancient times. Although they were wary of the request to move their civilization to the territory of the awakened empire, the reputation and trust of the former observer made them hesitate. If it was as the benevolent host had said, and the corpse invasion had the terrifying ability of assimilation, then every destroyed civilization would become a sharp blade that was swung at its companions. However, any civilization would be extremely cautious when it came to such a major event as transferring the civilization forward. The benevolent host seemed to have known that they could not be trusted immediately. Therefore, they did not immediately let the Milky Way civilizations make a decision but set a deadline for a reply. In order to ensure that the corpse invasion does not use other civilizations to strengthen itself, we will cremate civilizations that have not accepted asylum after a period of time. One hope you can understand our concerns. You have to believe that we are indeed thinking of everyone. The seemingly negotiating but actually threatening words forced the civilizations to treat it seriously, frantically verifying whether the undead was as terrifying as the benevolent host said. However, the corpse civilization that was expanding at a terrifying speed completely crushed all the probing fleets with its powerful strength, failing to let these civilizations obtain any results. The Star Alliance, which controlled a large number of stargates, had started a war with the vanguard fleet of the corpse invasion in order to protect their Stargate network. However, they ended up in a fiasco in the end. They had to destroy many stargates that were about to be captured before they retreated to prevent the corpse invasion from relying on those stargates to expand further. A large number of dead soldiers reminded these civilizations of the bee colony, but the undead army was much more terrifying. The number of dead had already exceeded the total number of young civilizations in the Milky Way. It was hard to imagine where the undead had gotten so many corpses. Some even speculated that they had been hoarding the dead since ancient times. This conjecture was quickly acknowledged by many, and it further shook the determination of these civilizations to defend their mother planet. If we don't join the benevolent host, then what we will have to face? How many civilizations of the Milky Way era would die? Will we also become one of the dead? Perhaps. Only by abandoning all species and consciousness barriers and allowing the entire galaxy to gather into one civilization, as the benevolent host had said, can we survive this crisis. Such despairing news kept spreading among the people of various civilizations. Even if the civilization governments tried their best to restrict it, they could not stop the rumors from spreading, making the infiltration agencies of these civilizations suspect that there was someone with ill intentions behind it. Even though the origin of these undead had yet to be determined, the horror of the corpse invasion had already become a reality. Some civilizations could not resist the increasing pressure at home and chose to head to the sanctuary of the benevolent host. It was a huge circular world, located in the territory of the benevolent host. The observer had settled many native civilizations on the planet, and now it was the turn of interstellar civilizations to live there. A large number of spaceships carrying countless people began to move from all over the Milky Way to the sanctuary, and the benevolent host was building a large number of interstellar fortresses at the border, as if preparing to fight the corpse invasion in these places. They seemed to be very proficient in dealing with this crisis, and their skillful attitude further shook the Milky Way civilization. The supervision of the galaxy community began to decline. Some civilizations chose to join the benevolent host one after another and became the crisis fighters recognized by the benevolent host. The benevolent host promised to let them return after the crisis was over and reward them for their struggle in the corpse invasion. However, not all civilizations had chosen this path. There were still many civilizations that were still observing for various reasons and would not mobilize their forces until the last moment. The Seculus Vengeance Crusade was one of them. After experiencing the life and death war with the Keen Empire, they only believed in themselves now. Even though they knew that what awaited them was an undead army that could be the sum of several galactic eras, as well as the cremations of their compatriots in the galaxy, none of them felt fear and enthusiastically organized the war mobilization. Other than these fanatical civilizations, there were many other civilizations that chose not to join because of other lost empires. These lost empires were like their gods. Even if they were not vassal civilizations, they wanted the reactions of these lost empires. Among them, the administrator was the most affected because they felt that the lost robotic empire didn't seem to be interested in the corpse invasion. With doubts about the story told by the benevolent host, they hoped that the administrator would give them another answer. Naturally, the Pyro Alliance could not be excluded when it came to the civilizations that refused to join the benevolent host. All the civilizations knew that the Pyro Alliance had always been looking to the observer for direction, so they were surprised by their refusal to accept protection. However, the Pyro Alliance did not elaborate further. Instead, they were busy with their own matters. On this day, the Pyro Alliance, which was still searching for traces of the corpse invasion in history, received a special message. Although the communication in the Milky Way had become extremely chaotic, the Pyro Alliance did not let go of any signal. They had maintained smooth communication all along, so they easily received the message. Servant Paradise? How could this group of xenophobic mechanical servants? Some people were confused about the origin of the communication, but they still read the contents and were shocked. This news came from a guy who had long been removed from their name. This guy had accepted the transformation of the servant Paradise and abandoned his original physical body to become an alien. But now, the person who had been removed from their list had sent an important message. To my teacher. Teacher, this is the last time I'm going to convey this message to you in this capacity. From now on, I will live on as a master, and the memories of the Pyro Alliance will be sealed in the depths of my memory. My civilization has made some discoveries regarding this corpse invasion and has confirmed that the one controlling the dead is a type of fungus. Just like the common caterpillar fungus, these parasitic fungi control the movements of the corpse. Due to the fact that the infection rate is too fast, like a disease, we have decided to call it caterpillar fungus disease instead of corpse invasion. The detailed data has also been sent over. Don't think that I've betrayed my cute mechanical servants. You can't imagine how good this place is. I've discussed it with the other masters and the mechanical servants before deciding that 111 be the one to deliver this message. After all, you've worked very hard. Children who work hard should be rewarded. Chapter 160, Caterpillar Fungus Disease. Fungi that could parasitize other life forms were not very rare in nature. As long as the environment was suitable, every civilization would basically be able to find something similar on their mother planet without having to fly. Most of them were parasitic toward insects. These fungi adapted to the environment by controlling the insect's body to achieve their growth and reproduction needs. It was not that there were no fungi that could parasitize higher-level animals, but most of them existed as diseases. Usually, they would not cause the death of the host, nor would they control the host's brain. The typical case was athlete's foot, which was common among large primates. However, if the range was expanded to interstellar space, it was very normal for a fungus to exist that could parasitize and control most life forms, right? The scientists of the Pyro Alliance had gathered together to study the news about the caterpillar fungus disease that had come from the servant Paradise. They would discuss it from time to time. With a serious attitude, they tried to find signs that the news was fake, but the xenophobic mechanical servants used impeccable evidence to make them realize that these corpse civilizations were indeed parasitic fungi. That being said, why didn't they go to the galaxy community? Weren't they already reserved as members of the council? Someone raised such a question, but someone quickly answered. Didn't you hear the last part? This is a reward. The reward that we've been working so hard for. With the contribution brought by this heavyweight piece of news, as long as we can survive this crisis, our diplomatic power will be unprecedentedly increased. At that time, the last seat on the council might be ours. At the very least, the question of why the servant Paradise would give them this information had been answered. However, a new question appeared. However, I have something to say. How did these mechanical servants manage to get their hands on the corpses and retrieve them from those rabid soldiers of the dead? Did they defeat an undead army? Some of them found it hard to understand where this mysterious sentient mechanical servant civilization had the power to deal with the undead army. Even the benevolent host was on the defensive, building space fortresses within their borders instead of taking the initiative to fight the invasion. It was not that no civilization wanted to collect the data themselves and verify the authenticity of the benevolent host, but the result was that the space undead caused them a great defeat. Unlike the madness and disorder on the surface, the space undead seemed to be able to quickly understand the enemy's plans and configuration. The so-called traps and tricks were almost ineffective on them. Until now, no civilization had dared to gather all their fleets together and attempt a life and death battle with an undead army just to verify the authenticity of a lost empire with a good reputation. Or rather, they did not want them to do this. If other civilizations were to do it, they would definitely agree with it and create an epic to commend these civilizations that had made outstanding contributions to the galactic crisis. At such a time, Perhaps the best solution was for the galaxy community, which would gather all the civilizations to form a galactic coalition army and collect intelligence with the Dare to Die team. However, the sudden addition of the benevolent host disrupted everything. Under normal circumstances, it was perfectly normal to obey the arrangements of the galaxy community, but they had to obey the orders from the Lost Empire too. After all, the Lost Empire was too powerful for the young civilizations. It was just like how the administrator had directly put the establishment of a Milky Way trade market on the agenda during the first Milky Way conference and received a unanimous vote. If the Lost Empire was really involved, the authority of the galaxy community would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow. If it wasn't for the fact that the benevolent host requested for the transfer of civilization positions was too important and had to be handled with caution, the civilizations of the Milky Way would have followed the orders of the benevolent host long ago. There was nothing they could do about this situation, but there was nothing they could do. In interstellar space, the fleet was the most important standard of strength. If they couldn't win, they couldn't win. The scene returned to the scientists of the Pyro Alliance. Some of them were wondering where the mechanical servants had gotten the strength to defeat the undead army. However, this doubt was quickly overshadowed by the more important situation. At least the information given by the mechanical servants was true. They were able to obtain it because they had the means. Just as the mechanical servants said, this is a terrifyingly contagious fungus that can infect the entire planet in less than half a month. And this fungus is not gentle. They will kill the host and transform the host's corpse into an environment suitable for them to live in. The corpses of all organic life forms seem to be within their parasitic range. From the giant space life forms like space whales to the smallest insects, they all have corresponding parasitic conditions. At present, we don't know the habits of these fungi. They seem to only have biological instincts, but they can always have some unexplainable intelligent phenomena from time to time. It is as if someone was controlling them from behind. The scientists' words caused the entire laboratory to fall silent for a moment. The people who had suspected the observer for a long time all thought of the Lost Empire that was very active in the galaxy community. Now, they should call them the benevolent host. To be honest, did the benevolent host really not know the nature of these undead life forms? They have been fighting against it for so long. Could it be that they had never obtained any decent results? There are many doubts, but it's better not to speculate. At present, we only know the true form of these undead life forms. As for their origin, we still have no idea. The leader of the Pyro Alliance also joined in the debate in the research lab. He was also a knowledgeable scientist, so it was not strange for him to appear at such an occasion. The most important thing now is to tell the Milky Way about the nature of these undead life forms. Be it the civilizations that wish to accept the protection of the benevolent host or those that are fighting alone, this is extremely useful information. Therefore, not long after, when the galaxy community was still in a terrible state because of the corpse invasion, the information shared by the Pyro Alliance eased the heavy atmosphere. So it's a caterpillar fungus disease? The relevant samples have also been submitted, and the evidence is conclusive. It can be confirmed that the essence of this corpse invasion is an indiscriminate attack by a group of parasitic fungi. Perhaps we can use this to formulate a targeted battle plan. A civilization representative made such a suggestion. The civilization behind him was still wavering on whether to accept asylum, but he himself was a firm supporter of the war. If it's a fungus, I remember. Underground Forest Kingdom? Didn't you evolve from fungi? Quickly use your invincible disinfectant to think of a way. The hyphae of the Underground Forest Kingdom who was called spread out his tentacles and replied with his mechanical voice, "Fungi and the constitution of fungi can't be treated in the same way. We once lost more than half of our compatriots in extreme anger because of the leakage of disinfectant, but this doesn't mean that it can work on the caterpillar fungus disease. This is something that even the Lost Empire needs to be cautious about. Do you think it will be defeated so easily?" The debate about how to deal with the corpse invasion continued, but after learning the nature of the undead, they had a glimmer of hope. At the very least, before the deadline given by the benevolent host, they still had to fight independently for a while. Then, the first proposal related to this crisis was passed. In the star map, the red color block representing the Milky Way threat was still expanding, but there was no name. The galaxy community had been hesitating whether to name the crisis as the corpse invasion as the benevolent host had said. However, with more conclusive information from the Pyro Alliance, they decided to name the disaster the caterpillar fungus disease and confirmed the focus of the galaxy. Galaxy focus, fungus control. Eliminate the caterpillar fungus disease. Chapter 161, Caterpillar fungus mythical life form. The sudden excitement of the galaxy community rekindled the hope of many civilizations in the Milky Way who were unwilling to accept asylum. Even though the Observer, the predecessor of the benevolent host, had always had a good reputation, and the pressure from the panic of the people within the civilization was great, those civilizations still found it difficult to accept the transfer of the entire civilization to the benevolent host. Unlike the easily influenced people, the higher UPS of the civilized government knew more and were more rational. The request of the benevolent host was undoubtedly asking them to hand over their life and death rights to an alien civilization. That situation was completely different from becoming a vassal. Even if the Lost Empire used all sorts of reasons to explain the seriousness of the situation and the necessity of that move, they would never make such a decision so rashly. Which species didn't stand at the top of the food chain through brutal battles? How could a civilization made up of such species give up its dominance over itself so easily? Therefore, an unexpected situation occurred. Currently, only a small portion of the civilizations had accepted the protection of the benevolent host, which was less than 10% of the total number of civilizations in the Milky Way. Although the cremation threat from the benevolent host was still counting down, there was still some time before it really came. During that period, those civilizations continued to try to fight against the caterpillar fungus disease until they confirmed that they could not do it. On the mother planet of the benevolent observer, the higher UPS of the civilization were also dissatisfied with the current situation in the Milky Way. It isn't very effective. It's far from the number we expected. The few with the largest population didn't come, which is undoubtedly not conducive to embracing reality. Why is this so? Our calculations shouldn't have produced such a large error. Is it because of the galaxy community? It's unbelievable. The number of species that had reached the shelter was far lower than the benevolent observer's expectations. Originally, they thought that after their warning and the threat of those corpse civilizations, they should have shielded at least 50% of the civilizations in the Milky Way. Caterpillar fungus disease? What an apt name. One didn't expect them to discover the nature of the corpses so quickly. This may be one of the reasons for the error. Who discovered it? With that question, a young civilization called the Pyro Alliance appeared in the eyes of the pioneers of the Lost Empire. Pyro Alliance? This name sounds familiar. We seem to have funded them to build a nature reserve. I still remember the reverence on the faces of these young people when they saw us. They are very similar to us in the past, who would promote the natives and protect natural animals. Naive and foolish. This is another group of pitiful people who have been deceived by falsehood. If possible, I want to bring them along to embrace the truth. That pioneer's compassionate words seemed to have infected the others there, and they all fell into the feeling of everyone is drunk, and I'm the only one who's sober. Soon, the leader of those people suggested, in that case, we can only speed up. Otherwise, there will be more and more variables. It will be very troublesome to deal with them by then. The meeting ends here. May the real truth embrace you and me. Not long after the Milky Way civilizations regained their spirits, the ravages of the caterpillar fungus disease became more rampant. The red patches belonging to the caterpillar fungus disease in the star map were much larger than before, and it was inevitable that they had a direct conflict with the civilizations. However, those well-prepared civilizations formed a temporary federation. Before the caterpillar fungus disease spread to their borders, they formed an alliance fleet and started a war with the caterpillar fungus life form fleet in a planetary fortress that was built in advance. The resistance went smoothly at first. After learning that the moving corpses were parasitic fungi, several kinds of biological weapons were developed to target fungi specifically. Even though the caterpillar fungus life form fleet that relied solely on their physical bodies, without shields and armor, were fearless, they suffered heavy losses under the targeted attacks. Some even lost their combat ability after taking a missile that did not hurt them. The reason was that a virus that destroyed the biological structure of fungal life forms was injected into the corpse during the missile explosion, causing the internal fungi to die completely. Looking at the gradually optimistic battle situation, those civilizations thought they could stop the spread of the caterpillar fungus disease there. But soon, they realized they were wrong. Second Fleet Commander, where is your motherfucker's battle formation? Why aren't you firing? Cover the fleet and listen to my orders. Deflect the particle spear 5 degrees to the left. The Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance fleet was currently commanding the fleet in the interstellar space fortress, and his face was filled with excitement. It was difficult to carry out his orders on the chaotic battlefield, but he was still happily shouting in the command room and pointing at the battlefield map. He saw the dawn of victory in that battle and was excited that his name was about to go down in history. Even his body could not help but tremble. If they were able to achieve a great victory against the caterpillar fungus disease under his command, then there would be a line in the history of the Milky Way in the future. Commander-in-Chief XXX of the Alliance fleet from XX civilization had won the battle against the caterpillar fungus disease in XX galaxy. That was a historic victory. It marked the beginning of a new era. Even though his name would only be mentioned once, that was a mention among countless civilizations and species in the entire Milky Way. It was enough to add a thick and colorful stroke to his resume. However, just as he was still holding great hope for the future, the news of the heavy losses from the front line suddenly woke him up, and he looked at the battle report that had been sent back. That is, looking at the video recording sent back by the frontline battleship before it exploded, the Alliance fleet commander's pupils constricted. In the picture was an unimaginably huge space life form. It had been dead for a long time, and the terrifying tear from some explosion on its huge umbrella-shaped head could still be seen. The corpse that was supposed to float quietly in space was now waving its huge tentacles and tearing the battleship apart like a toy. The alloy armor was twisted at will under the power of the giant tentacles. The particle spear, which was regarded as a great killing weapon, only burned a layer of black smoke when it hit its thick biological shell. That's the mother space whale. They resurrected their mother before a soldier at the front line could finish with his horrified voice. It fell into a dead silence in the next second. Only the tooth-aching squeezing sound still echoed. The mother space whale was a mythical life form in the Milky Way. She was much larger than an ordinary space whale. When she was first discovered, that giant life form could easily tear apart a fleet of more than a dozen battleships. It had been a long time since the discovery of the mother space whale in the Milky Way, but today, the Alliance fleet commander was fortunate enough to witness her glory. That mother space whale had died a long time ago, but her body was resurrected by those strange fungi. Not only that, the fungi seemed to have modified her body. The current mother space whale had a body that was much larger than the giant gas planet. The face of the Alliance fleet commander suddenly turned pale. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, it wasn't because of that mother space whale, but because he saw more huge life forms that weren't inferior to her right behind her. Chapter 162, Graveyard Planets. The battle at the Alliance Galaxy's fortress was not only being watched by the combatants. The Milky Way's young civilizations were also observing that battle. The battle there would determine their actual strategies. The caterpillar fungus disease, which they thought could be effectively contained, brought even greater harm. No one expected that those ancient space mythical life forms would become part of the caterpillar fungus disease. That's the mother space whale, and the Alliance fleet commander, who was in charge of that battle, finally revealed a look of despair. Other than the mother, who was leading the way, more and more gigantic mythical life forms appeared from the void in the darkness. Some of them were recorded by the Milky Way, but most of them were undiscovered life forms. Only then did the Milky Way civilizations realize that so many mysterious space behemoths existed in the Milky Way. All the civilizations, including the Pyro Alliance, were gravely concerned about that. So many space behemoths infected with caterpillar fungus disease had gathered there alone. That kind of mythical life form had the ability to rival an entire fleet. How many would they have to face then? Among the mythical life forms that have appeared here, the mother space whale and the split-clawed dragon have been recorded. A scientist from the Pyro Alliance looked at the images that were interrupted occasionally due to unknown influences and kept flipping through their documents. The mother space whale had many encounter records in the Milky Way, and the information about it was the most detailed. It was easy to recognize at a glance. As for the split-clawed dragon, there was only one record of its encounter, and the scientist who discovered it unfortunately died in the mouth of that space behemoth. However, the relevant information was still recorded and soon found by the scientists of the Pyro Alliance. That mythical creature originated from an archaeological ruin. The civilization responsible for the excavation then had gone through a long period of hard work. It investigated several galaxies related to it before finally discovering the planet that the ruin pointed to. At that time, the civilization thought their efforts were about to pay off, but just as they were about to open the ruins, that split-clawed dragon appeared out of thin air in the galaxy and destroyed the civilization's archaeological spaceship. That catastrophe made the Milky Way aware of the existence of that mythical life form. However, some civilizations still had ideas about that split-clawed dragon and the ruins that were just one step away. However, for various reasons, they could not organize a decent force to destroy that space behemoth. Now, the split-clawed dragon that they had not been able to deal with in time had become one of the machetes that were swung at them. After being strengthened by the caterpillar fungus disease, it had become even more terrifying. Occasionally, disgusting hyphae would extend from the rotting flesh and sway in the universe. Under the huge dragon's body was a strange blue light. A strange beam of light shot out from the split-clawed dragon's mouth, destroying the fleet like a dragon's breath. The shields and armor were dissolved in incomprehensible biological energy, making people kneel uncontrollably. We have records of these two mythical life forms. Even though they have been modified by the caterpillar fungus disease, they are roughly the same as the description in the document. But, what are the other things? More than one person had the same question as the scientist from the Pyro Alliance because it was the first time they had seen the rest of the life forms. Those that followed the space behemoths were a type of moving planet. At first, the observers thought they were mistaken and thought it was a drifting planet. However, by detecting signal fluctuations and gravitational anomalies, they confirmed that those planets could also be considered some kind of biological weapon. Those planets might have been habitable planets in their previous lives, but now, from the surface to the core of the planet, a terrifying number of fungi had infected them. The ground was constantly cracking due to the fungi's activity, causing the rock surface to be thrown into space due to the huge stress. However, the moment the rock stratum separated, the hyphae buried deep underground pulled the rock stratum back like tentacles and stuck it back together. On the seemingly uninhabited planet, a large number of life form signals could be detected. Because it was so powerful, the observers even thought other mythical life forms had come here. While everyone was still wondering what that strange planet could do, they saw the disgusting hyphae on its surface beginning to gather and tangle, soon forming something similar to the tree roots. The hyphal roots grew longer and longer, breaking through the thin atmosphere and wrapping up the broken corpses of the space life forms that were approaching due to gravity. Then, everyone understood what that planet was for. The caterpillar fungus life forms that had lost their vitality due to various attacks showed signs of activity again under the hyphae's cover and once again made an offensive stance. The efficiency of that repair was beyond imagination. Even the body pieces that were missing 80% of their flesh and could only be seen as a pile of minced meat, which could not even be recognized as the original body, had gained combat power after a period of sewing. Even if those corpses were already considered fungal life forms based on their physical composition, as long as there were still usable organs, they could become the target of the fungi's resurrection. Most of the corpses confirmed to be dead had returned to the battlefield. Only the parts that had been completely destroyed had disappeared into the galaxy forever. That was undoubtedly a huge blow to the fleet stationed there. Originally, their battle loss ratio could barely reach 1 to 1.5, or even 1 to 2, but now that the corpses that were regarded as the head count stood in front of them again, their loss ratio reached a terrifying 5 to 1. They needed the saturated firepower of several battleships to destroy a corpse completely, but the corpses that could not be completely destroyed would soon stand in front of them in a different state. The front line was retreating, and the virus missiles, regarded as the fungi's nemesis, were also ineffective. Although the virus in the missile could effectively interrupt the fungi's activity, the poison could be easily disintegrated under planetary-level purification. The commander there was still trying to stop the collapse of the front line, but it was only a matter of time. It would not be long before he had to leave on a private plane. That battle that should have been a great victory against the caterpillar fungus disease was headed for failure. Perhaps, this strange fungus planet is the source of the caterpillar fungus disease. If we can completely destroy this planet, we may be able to end this crisis. That's very difficult. These planets are capable of interstellar space movements due to unknown biological activities. Moreover, the hyphae inside are deeply rooted. This means that it's basically impossible for us to destroy them completely through simple orbital bombardment. But at the very least, we've obtained new information, and we can shift our focus to this aspect. The name fungus planet is too random. As an object of focus, we have to come up with a new name to emphasize that this is the focus of the Milky Way crisis. In the galaxy community, the remaining young civilizations still fighting the crisis fiercely quickly passed the shift of the galaxy's focus. That was a critical moment, and the only thing in the Parliament's proposal should be crisis-related. Galaxy's focus, fungus control. Goal, destroy all the graveyard planets. Graveyard planet was a special name the young civilizations gave to the strange active planets. They were enemies that only existed in that crisis. That kind of planet was like a graveyard, and it seemed to be able to give birth to endless space undead, which gave them that name. With the update of the Milky Way announcement, the crisis fighters still struggling to resist had a clearer understanding of the crisis. They shifted their focus to how to destroy those graveyard planets. Chapter 163, The Milky Way's Determination. The battle against the caterpillar fungus disease had invoked new inspiration after a round of failed battles. Based on the information currently known, the most powerful space combat power of the caterpillar fungus disease should be those controlled space mythical life forms. The graveyard planet that was full of fungi could also be considered a space combat force to a certain extent, but no one had actually fought it yet. That was the combat power on the surface, but because the regenerative ability of those caterpillar fungus life forms was extremely powerful, their actual fleet size might be several times larger. The galaxy community had established a temporary joint scientific research institution, where scientists from various civilizations would work together to develop effective measures against the caterpillar fungus disease. Most of them were researching topics related to how to kill a planet's fungi with a single viral missile. In order to achieve results, they were developing more toxic fungi viruses. In addition, many topics to curb the expansion of the caterpillar fungus disease were also raised. Some wanted to try to strengthen the walls and clear the wilderness by exterminating all known space life forms and native civilizations and then fight against caterpillar fungus disease in several fortress galaxies. There were also those who wanted to spread the fungi virus across several galaxies to form a virus wall to stop the caterpillar fungus disease. All kinds of wild imaginations were proposed, but in the end, not many were passed. At that moment, there was still quite a bit of time before the cremation period set by the benevolent host. The young civilizations still had plenty of time to try to fight against the caterpillar fungus disease. Such a situation made the benevolent host regret setting such a long period in the first place and not making it shorter. The resistance of these young civilizations is still very strong. Who gave them such confidence? One of the upper echelons of the benevolent host found that strange. He could not understand why those civilizations would want to fight against such a natural disaster on their own. According to their calculations, the number of caterpillar fungus was enough to destroy most civilizations. He even suspected that those young civilizations were too stupid to make such a decision because they could not accurately judge the difference in strength between the enemy and themselves. It doesn't matter. They're the ones in a hurry. We still have a lot of time. I think it won't be long before they realize the difference. Only these guys with strong willpower are more suitable to shake this virtual world, right? Therefore, the benevolent host still maintained their solemn attitude while occasionally giving gifts to the civilizations that accepted their protection to show their goodwill. Although there were still voices among the people of the Milky Way who wanted to accept the protection of the benevolent host, the vast majority of the people still believed in their government and supported the actions of the civilized government. The caterpillar fungus disease spread very quickly. The civilizations that had formed the temporary federation became the front line after the failure of the battle in the Fortress Galaxy. Although they had the support of the galaxy community, the battlefield soon collapsed, and the few civilizations retreated from their civilization bases one after another. Some of them chose to accept the protection of the benevolent host, but most of them did not yield and continued to fight in the refugee galaxies planned by the galaxy community. The civilizations led by the Pyro Alliance played an important role in that matter. The Pyro Alliance readily offered up the habitable planets they had discovered to serve as the new mother planet for those fleeing civilizations. The habitable planets in interstellar space were very precious, but out of the protection of alien wild animals, the Pyro Alliance did not colonize those planets. They only did some simple development. Now, the Pyro Alliance understood that it was not the time to pay attention to the wild animals. If they were defeated, the wild animals would not have a good ending. Therefore, when they provided the planet as a new mother planet for the fleeing civilization, the other civilizations realized that the civilization that was keen on improving the natives actually had so many habitable planets. If the Pyro Alliance chose to colonize, they would become a new first-tier civilization in the Milky Way in a few decades. However, just having a planet was not enough. Although the fleeing civilization had its own development equipment, it would still take too long for them to revive. Therefore, the Milky Way civilizations were united on that matter like never before. The selfless dedication of the Pyro Alliance gave them a good start. Among them, the Conqueror Empire was the most generous. That civilization that had always maintained the attitude of a superior country felt that if even a small country like the Pyro Alliance could offer up a planet, they should give more to show the dignity of the empire. Large amounts of production and construction resources were given to the fleeing civilizations, along with a few small fleets with basic self-defense capabilities. In addition, the Servant Paradise and the Milky Way Kinsmen also contributed to that matter. One of them brought infrastructure, while the other brought construction drones, speeding up the process of rebuilding civilization. The two strange artificial intelligence civilizations were still very far away from the starfield where the caterpillar fungus disease was rampant, but they did not seem to be worried about the crisis, which made other civilizations a little curious. However, it wasn't the first time they found the artificial intelligence hard to understand. Just like how they couldn't understand why the mechanical servants in the servant paradise were xenophobic, they quickly saw that matter as the absolute calmness unique to the artificial intelligence. Therefore, with the help of the Milky Way civilizations, the fleeing civilizations quickly rebuilt their civilization base and vowed to fight against the caterpillar fungus disease to the end. Their efforts were not all in vain. As the front line of the fight against caterpillar fungus disease, although they were unlucky, the caterpillar fungus disease happened near them. However, no one targeted them when they were down. Instead, they helped them to the best of their ability without exception. Perhaps the Milky Way wasn't so cold at times. However, the caterpillar fungus disease was still raging. After the first batch of civilizations failed to resist it, the second batch of civilizations was also prepared to welcome the oncoming impact. The galaxy community has already deployed as much toxic gas as possible at the entrances of the hyperspace channels of the few gateway galaxies. It should be able to buy us some time. There aren't many support fleets from other civilizations. Most of them are gathered at the final defense line. We only have a small portion here. But one thing everyone here should understand our mission. The current Alliance fleet commander looked around at the soldiers of the Federation standing solemnly below the stage and said solemnly, "We don't aim to win. We just want to buy more time for the others. Finding the weakness of the caterpillar fungus disease is one of our missions, but it's not compulsory. You are all people from different civilizations and races. We may have had some friction in the past, but now, we are all fighting for the same mission. I am very fortunate to be the supreme commander of this battle. It is my honor to fight side by side with you. Even if many people will be sleeping in the universe forever in this battle, we will let the mastermind behind all this realize that we will never retreat." Accompanied by deafening cheers, all the soldiers began to board the battleship one after another. In order to prevent the corpses from falling into the hands of the enemy, all battleships were equipped with self-destruct procedures. However, no one was afraid of that battle. That would be their glory and their determination. Chapter 164, You're the one who lured the enemy here? 1. That battle in the Deep Valley Galaxy might be a great battle worthy of being recorded in the history of the Milky Way. While most of the Milky Way civilizations were pushing forward the progress of the fungus control behind the defense line, the defense fleet in that place had launched an earth-shattering battle with the caterpillar fungus disease. As the name suggested, the Deep Valley Galaxy was located in a valley path-like interstellar position. It was a gateway galaxy. Even if they could bypass that place and advance from other galaxies, the cost would be more than 10 times. The hyperspace channel did not necessarily connect every galaxy to each other. The Milky Way had discovered more than once that some galaxies that were very close to each other in terms of celestial distance and should have been connected by a hyperspace channel were surprisingly not connected by a hyperspace channel. A person only needed to carry out hyperspace navigation once, but in reality, he had to travel through 4 or 5 galaxies in the Milky Way before he could finally reach that place that was close at hand. Although the scientists in the Milky Way had more or less guessed that the hyperspace channel was built by an ancient civilization, if that was the case, they wanted to ask why the creators did it in the first place. The galaxies near the Deep Valley Galaxy were in such a position, and the only other galaxies that were relatively close were temporarily blocked by the toxic gas prepared in advance. That toxin had been proven to be effective against caterpillar fungus disease. In order to create a large amount of toxic gas that could maintain a sufficient density even at a distance of several astronomical units, many robots had been scrapped on the production line. Now, that batch of toxic gas that temporarily blocked the hyperspace channel was already the full amount that the Milky Way civilizations could take out at the moment. All of it was used in that battle. They had indeed been pretty effective in blocking the spread of the caterpillar fungus disease. A large number of caterpillar fungus life-form fleets began to flood into the trap that had been set in advance the Deep Valley Galaxy. The garrison there was a temporary federation led by a first-tier civilization. They were not only the second batch of civilization to be attacked by the caterpillar fungus disease, but they also shouldered many responsibilities. They needed to stall enough time there to test the killing effect of the new weapon on the caterpillar fungus disease and get more corpse samples. There were already many clues regarding the research of caterpillar fungus disease, but the key problem had not been solved. Based on the information they knew so far, the civilization formed by the caterpillar fungus disease did not have any ability to communicate. It was very likely that the fungi had no intelligence at all and were expanding chaotically based on their instincts. They were not aware of the gateway nodes on the star map. They might have sent more people to replenish their manpower because of the massive damage in the Deep Valley Galaxy, but they would never attack that place just because they realized that it was the key point. It turned out that that guess was correct. There was no difference between the caterpillar fungus fleet that came to the Deep Valley Galaxy and the ones that invaded other galaxies. At the edge of the galaxy were a large number of booby-trapped mines. Knowing that the strange fungi had a powerful healing effect on corpses, those booby-trapped mines were made with the most powerful explosives. Many of them were antiques from thousands of years ago. It had been a long time since the space booby-trapped mines appeared in the battle, but they did not expect to be revived in the battle against the caterpillar fungus disease. The main battle formation led by the Titan battleship was docked in a safe position in the galaxy. All the main cannons had already been charged. As soon as the caterpillar fungus life-form fleets appeared, those main battleships would launch a salvo, causing the first round of casualties to the caterpillar fungus disease. Even if 80% of the casualties could be resurrected after a period of time, it would still take up the time of the caterpillar fungus disease, and stalling time was also an important goal. Other than that, the small interstellar defense turrets and the other battle fleets there were all equipped with virus missiles, which were explosive weapons that had a 300% killing effect on those fungi to cause heavy damage to the enemy. The large-scale interstellar defense turrets near the stars were loaded with the latest research result of the galaxy community, the matter separator. It was one of the technologies extracted from the legacy left by the Silent. The original galaxy community was dedicated to discovering the lost production technology and improving the overall development efficiency of the Milky Way civilization. However, the sudden caterpillar fungus disease crisis caused the focus of research to shift. The weapons used by those high-dimensional life forms were eventually analyzed and controlled by the civilizations of that dimension, and they were used to fight against the new natural disaster. That kind of high-dimensional weapon that caused damage by defying the laws of physics could cause fatal damage to the caterpillar fungus life form fleets. Any object that was directly hit would evaporate into thin air. With a few more hits, a corpse would lose more than 98% of its matter. That was undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous to the fungi that needed to suture the corpse, not to mention that the fungi would also evaporate under the light of the matter separator. Thus, the defense of the Deep Valley Galaxy had a good start at the beginning of the battle. It was a scene that seemed familiar. In the meantime, the matter separator had been proven to be highly effective in killing the caterpillar fungus life form fleets. More observation data and improved conjectures had been uploaded to the galaxy community. Chapter 165, You're the one who lured the enemy here? 2. Everything was developing in a good direction until the caterpillar fungus mythical life form and the graveyard planet arrived in that galaxy. The mother space whale and the split-clawed dragon, which were in the lead, changed the direction of the scale. The effective matter separator had a limited effect on the mother's body. A large enough body was the best defense. Although a part of its body had disappeared, the hyphae in its body began to capture the minced meat in space to repair the evaporated wounds. With the mother space whale attracting the firepower, the split-clawed dragon behind her had room to unleash its power. The dragon breath beam that had been prepared long ago shot toward the large-scale defense turrets. The shields in front of the turrets did not have any deflecting effect, and the armor on the turrets also turned into a pool of molten iron after half a second. With a sweep, it destroyed several large-scale defense turrets, causing the defense fleet and turrets to shift their focus of attack to that mythical life form that had extremely powerful long-range attack capabilities. However, despite its huge size, the split-clawed dragon had extraordinary mobility. They had lost count of the number of matter separator and particle lances that had brushed past it, making the cannoneers regret that they were so close. Even though some of the attacks did hit the split-clawed dragon, similar to the mother space whale, its large body was the best defense. A little injury wouldn't affect its movements. Therefore, the main fleet stationed there focused their firepower on the mother space whale. That mythical life form didn't have the mobility of the split-clawed dragon. However, due to the lack of heavy firepower support from the Allies, the pressure on the battle fleets at the front line of the war began to increase. The appearance of the graveyard planet allowed the fragmented corpses to assemble faster, and all the floating corpses gained dangerous vitality. It could be seen that an elite fighter had killed the same caterpillar fungus life form no less than 10 times in a day. In the end, he had to call for the attack of the matter separator to kill that caterpillar fungus life form completely. The virus missile was very effective against a single target. As long as it hit, it could make the caterpillar fungus life form lose its combatability on the spot. However, the resurrection effect of the graveyard planet was too terrifying. The toxins that could affect individual life forms were very limited in the face of planetary level size. Perhaps, as the temporary joint agency had envisioned, only a planet-sized amount of toxins could be effective against the graveyard planet. However, even tens of thousands of missiles of that magnitude would be useless. It would be better to research the fierce toxin that could completely kill the graveyard planet with just one missile. However, that could also basically mean that the threat of the caterpillar fungus disease in the Milky Way had been resolved. As a result, the front line continued to push forward toward the galaxy's fortress above the star. The Alliance Army's fleet was losing every moment, and the caterpillar fungus life form fleets seemed to be endless. However, even though the failure of the battle was inevitable, the garrison there still made outstanding contributions. The mother space whale was ultimately unable to withstand the concentrated attacks of the large main cannons and countless missiles. The sufficient damage caused the ancient body to return to silence once again. Its originally huge body had been reduced by a lot, and a large number of explosion marks covered its body. There were many misfired missiles left in its body. If they could be detonated, it would cause further damage. Not only were the particle spears and the matter separator attacking it, but its huge body was also a good target for the virus missile. After injecting a huge amount of poison into it, the parasitic fungi in its body also fell into temporary sleep. However, it did not die. Would a body that had already died die a second time? As long as its physical body was still preserved, the graveyard planet would wake up that huge behemoth sooner or later. However, it was enough for the Alliance Army there. At least for that period of time, the mother space whale would disappear from the battlefield. Other than the mother, the split-clawed dragon also suffered considerable damage. Its terrifying dragon breath beam destroyed a large number of large-scale defense turrets, and many battleships exploded under the illumination of that light. However, the Alliance Army had also penetrated its wings. That strange biological organ seemed to have provided it with flexibility, but it was now hanging on its body, unable to play its role. If it weren't for the fact that the space behemoth had destroyed most of the Alliance Army, relieving the pressure on it, it might have fallen asleep there. The stubborn resistance of the Deep Valley Galaxy continued until the toxic gas deployed in other galaxies was broken through. The expansion of the caterpillar fungus disease would no longer only be carried out there. However, the time they held on was still delightful. Perhaps it was just as the benevolent host had said. As long as they held on to one place and used the right weapons, they could completely destroy those space undead. Under the orderly evacuation, only the terrifying wreckage of the battlefield was left in the Deep Valley Galaxy. One could even sense the smell of smoke in the vacuum with their eyes. There were only countless metal fragments and space junk floating around, changing their trajectories as they collided with each other. Perhaps after the crisis of caterpillar fungus disease was resolved, someone would come to retrieve the remains. However, it was also possible that that place would become a permanent battlefield site, as proof of the bloody battle in the entire galaxy. Chapter 166, You're the one who lured the enemy here? 3. The caterpillar fungus disease was still raging, and everyone was working together to find a solution. Even though the second line of defense had been breached, the battle still motivated the galaxy community tremendously. The precious data from the battlefield and the corpse samples they had snatched provided more possibilities for the research of fungus control. Many optimization measures had already begun, and there was still some distance before the caterpillar fungus disease reached the final line of defense. The countdown to the threat from the benevolent host had not come to an end. Not only was the civilization working hard as a whole, but the individuals of the civilization were also trying to find other ways to stop the crisis. My name is Lone Wolf. Today is the 270th day of my 525th galactic expedition. That lone wolf explorer was narrowly avoiding an incoming asteroid in his spaceship. However, he was still calmly recording his diary. He was an unknown interstellar legend, and his 525 galactic expeditions were enough to explain many problems. Some people would never even go on a galactic expedition in their entire lives. However, he had gone on more than 500 expeditions and was still alive. He never boasted about his achievements. He only recorded his diary daily, writing it by hand and recording the data repeatedly. Perhaps even until he died, the Milky Way would never know that such a legendary explorer had once been active in the world. The spread of caterpillar fungus disease is extraordinary. Many people in the Milky Way call it a natural disaster. I think so too. The power of a single individual doesn't seem to be of any use in this Milky Way crisis. Perhaps the best thing I should do is to give up my drifting life, join a mercenary group, and then die on the battlefield. But before that, I may be able to try some methods to help curb the caterpillar fungus disease. The diary ended there. Lone Wolf piloted the spaceship to avoid an oncoming meteorite. Then, he saw the life forms chasing after him through the spaceship's equipment relentlessly. Those life forms all had hyphae that broke out of their bodies and were infected by the fungi from the inside out. If they were not caterpillar fungus life forms, what were they? The caterpillar fungus disease spread based on instincts, and ordinary enticement methods could not disrupt their pace. They would always maintain a large amount of caterpillar fungus life forms to advance. They would not be attracted by external objects that would cause the fungi in a certain place to leave. But who was Lone Wolf? He was a legendary adventurer who had gone on more than 500 galactic expeditions alone. He drove his spaceship, filled with special meat pieces that were enough to attract the fungi. He swaggered around the caterpillar fungus life form fleet a few rounds, so much so that the fungal life forms were instinctively anxious because they had not been able to get the meat for a long time. With his superb driving skills, he successfully attracted the fungi in that position. Although he still maintained a large-scale advancement, the spread of the caterpillar fungus disease was much faster than in other places. As a result, the red color block that represented caterpillar fungus disease on the star map had a unique protruding part there. The results aren't bad. Lone Wolf saw signs of the caterpillar fungus disease advancing through the drone he left in the original galaxy. After confirming they were chasing him, he looked at his next destination. I hope you guys can be of use, the Lost Beehive Empire. His final destination was the galaxy marked as extremely dangerous by the Milky Way civilization as the Granary. That place stored all the food that had been preserved since the appearance of the Presolin. Usually, there would be life forms from the Presolin patrolling there. However, through observation, Lone Wolf found that recently, Presolin seemed to be busy with something and had transferred most of its combat power away. And they seemed to know that the Granary Galaxy had become one of the Milky Way's forbidden areas, so they easily withdrew the guards there. But what they didn't know was that that place would soon welcome a group of unexpected enemies who could control food to fly away. Chapter 167, This is the Granary, You Should Be the One to Scram, 1. The Granary Galaxy was not originally called that, but rather an unremarkable one among the many numbered galaxies in the Milky Way. In the past, only astrologers would occasionally pay attention to the condition of the stars in that galaxy and record the data before the stars died. However, ever since the galaxy was valued by the Presolin, everything had changed. There were no giant gas planets in that galaxy. Instead of those giant planets, there were more ordinary planets. The celestial bodies there had formed a large number of planets in the process of evolution, but none of them could give birth to life. The Milky Way civilization did not like such a barren galaxy, but Presolin felt it was a good food storage place. A huge amount of food was processed and stored on those barren planets. Some were food synthesized by the industry, but most were the corpses of various wild space animals. That was because expanding the food production chain was a troublesome matter and would take up the original industrial production capacity. Hunting those seemingly endless space life forms was the most convenient for all civilizations. Therefore, it was obvious that there were a large number of life forms corpses piled up in the Granary Galaxy. Lone Wolf had discovered the Granary's guarding void. With the intention of dragging that strange lost beehive empire down, he had lured the caterpillar fungus disease to that place. There's still no one guarding it. Lone Wolf quickly swept across the galaxy and left through a hyperspace channel leading in another direction. The caterpillar fungus disease had not caught up yet, but he just needed to lure those caterpillar fungus life forms to the vicinity of the Granary. The caterpillar fungus life forms that acted on instinct would soon realize that there were a large number of corpses in the galaxy for them to use. As for the reaction of Presolin, it was not something those fungi would consider. My behavior is really detestable, perhaps I will be wanted by Presolin from now on. Lone Wolf silently kept the diary and changed the identification number of the spaceship countless times before finally abandoning it on an unnoticed planet. And he changed his appearance and became a newcomer in a group of mercenaries, about to fight against the caterpillar fungus disease that wreaked havoc in the Milky Way. As for the attracted caterpillar fungus life forms, they also found the Granary Galaxy that was full of corpses after approaching it and happily rushed in. At that moment, Presolin was still unaware of that matter. Their queen had gathered all the individuals outside to listen to the teachings of the administrator in the Hatchery Galaxy. That group of refugees from outside the Milky Way had a strong desire to farm. They had asked Li Wenyuan, an artificial intelligence closely related to humans, for advice many times. They were walking on a special path of evolution. Perhaps the beehive civilization in the Milky Way would also look like them when they reached the extreme. Considering the gentle personality of Pres Olin, Li Wenyuan would occasionally take time to solve some of their development questions. In fact, the teachings that humans had given them were already perfect. The Pres Olin now even had a complete technological tree that belonged to them. Their questions were also about whether it was possible to do so, and most were indeed feasible. Those extraterrestrial life forms, always on the run, had once created a brilliant civilization. Although they were gradually forgotten while fleeing, humans still found ways to remind them of their past development path. However, the Pres Olin still maintained a cautious attitude toward everything. Even when killing wild animals, they had to let the animal pass the intelligent life form test before they could feel at ease. At the same time, they were very gentle to others. All civilizations passing by the hatchery galaxy would receive a little biological gift. Basically, all civilizations on the path of gene fanaticism would come to the hatchery every few days to get familiar with it. Those biological gifts were just insignificant molting for the Pres Olin, but they still had great research value for those civilizations. Even the civilizations that were not interested in genetic technology would drop by the hatchery occasionally and hand over the gifts to the civilizations that needed them. Though the Pres Olin was a little agitated when dealing with problems related to the Granary Galaxy, which Lost Empire would not have some taboos. Taboos that would enrage the Lost Empire had been recorded in the civilizations must read the Lost Empire taboos, just like the no colonization of the Holy Land. Recently, although the Milky Way was fighting against the raging caterpillar fungus disease, Pres Olin did not pay much attention to that matter and still defended its land. However, due to their recent new insights into farming, Queen Pres Olin briefly summoned the patrolling individuals outside, including those in the Granary Galaxy, to witness their latest experimental results. Although they were in the collective consciousness of the beehive mind, perhaps influenced by humans, they also attached great importance to the sense of ritual. The Granary Galaxy had been peaceful for a long time. The young queen felt it would be fine to let go once in a while, and for the sense of ritual, she needed all the individuals to witness it. Chapter 168, This is the Granary, you should be the one to scram, too. We might have found an inexhaustible supply of food source. The intermittent life form signal of Queen Pres Olin was transmitted to Li Wenyuan. That sentence was specifically for him to hear. Due to the uniqueness of his identity, he was also invited to visit the ceremony of Pres Olin. That wasn't a difficult task for Li Wenyuan. He just warped a research spaceship to that place and placed a part of his consciousness there before continuing to do his work. He wasn't too interested in the caterpillar fungus disease that was wreaking havoc in the Milky Way at first. He was more concerned about the observer's sudden reaction to the matter. That was because he had also studied the parasitic fungi a little and found that their level of technology was really unflattering. The advantage of the current caterpillar fungus disease was built on numbers. That advantage came from the accumulation of time. Before that, the Milky Way civilization had not found any signs of caterpillar fungus disease. They had suddenly appeared as if they had been hidden in some extremely secretive place for a long time, waiting for their power to be fully accumulated before reappearing. However, through the study of the caterpillar fungi, not only Li Wenyuan but also other Milky Way civilizations found that those fungi did not have intelligence. Was that kind of waiting for action that had been going on for thousands of years their instinct? Even though the Milky Way civilizations were busy fighting against the caterpillar fungus disease and did not have time to think about it, Li Wenyuan did an in-depth investigation and found some abnormalities. The source of the anomaly was still the mythical life forms that were parasitized by the caterpillar fungi. The last recorded sighting of the mother space whale was about 20 years ago. At that time, there was no sign of the caterpillar fungus disease. When did it kill and control the mother space whale? It was the instinct of all living life forms to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, not to mention a mythical life form that had experienced countless years and fought against many civilizations. Relying on some hard-to-notice gossip, Li Wenyuan found where the mother space whale had probably died. The giant tentacle of the mother was still floating in the galaxy. Judging from the cut surface, it resulted from some powerful light spear. There weren't many civilizations in the Milky Way that possessed that kind of weapon, and the Lost Empire was the main user. It was very far from where the caterpillar fungus disease was wreaking havoc, but the body had already disappeared. It would take 5 to 6 years of hyperspace navigation, so why would the body appear in the hands of the caterpillar fungus disease? The final clues pointed to a particular lost empire that had the greatest reaction to that matter. Therefore, Li Wenyuan was curious about why that lost empire would put on such a self-directed drama. Was it just to gain useless fame? He had already witnessed the downfall and rebirth of 3 lost empires, and the last lost empire that had existed before he came had become the object of his greatest attention. However, the most important thing at the moment was to listen to the report of Pres Olin. He had been invited so seriously, so he had to take it seriously. Our latest evolution results already allow us to directly use cosmic radiation, to become nourishment for our bodies. So we can, like this. Following the young queen's command, a worker bee that had been prepared long ago cut off its tail. The huge tail meat was as big as a frigate. It was jumping around in the vacuum and was a very fresh piece of food. Then, the worker bee carried the food and happily moved it to a temporary warehouse in the hatchery galaxy. Bathed in cosmic radiation, it will take less than a month for him to grow his tail again. In that case, we won't have to worry about food, how is it? Isn't it amazing? The young queen seemed to be asking for Li Wenyuan's opinion at the end of her words. There was a human-like expectation on the ferocious and terrifying face of Pres Olin. Li Wenyuan didn't know what to say. They could already convert cosmic radiation into energy for their own use but were still obsessed with eating. It seemed that those Pres Olin had an unimaginable obsession with food, so much so that even when there were more efficient methods, they still insisted on the tradition of eating. However, looking at the expectant expression of Queen Pres Olin, Li Wenyuan did not choose to break her ideals and expressed his agreement. Therefore, the announcement ceremony of the unlimited food technology quickly ended, and the patrol team belonging to the Granary Galaxy set off again. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, was interested in the biotechnology of Pres Olin, which efficiently used life forms to convert cosmic radiation. He stayed behind for the time being and prepared to study it. However, before he could communicate with Queen Pres Olin, the young queen had a violent life form signal fluctuation as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Then, that signal fluctuation underwent several changes, from disconnected to shock, to grief, and then to anger. It was imaginable how much turmoil she had experienced in her heart. There's rat. This is a harmful beast. It needs control. Listening to the signal from Queen Pres Olin, Li Wenyuan quickly looked away and gazed into the Granary Galaxy. Of course, he knew about that place and the importance of that place to Pres Olin. And so, he saw in the huge granary, several planets had already become empty, and the corpses piled up on the planets were flying in the universe. At first, the Pres Olin, who was there, thought they were seeing things. Perhaps their obsession with food was too heavy, causing them to see the strange illusion of food running away by itself. However, reality gave them a heavy blow because the food really ran away by itself. The pieces of meat belonging to different life forms were stitched together by the caterpillar fungi. The strange biological activity made those things show signs of activity again. One of the Pres Olin warriors went to retrieve the food in disbelief, but the food smacked his mouth with its tail, causing him to freeze in space. Pres Olin had always walked the path of biological evolution. Their smallest warrior was also a terrifying space behemoth. Although their long peaceful life had worn down their sharp claws, it did not mean that those weapons that had accompanied them for a long time had lost their former luster. Very soon, an emotion called anger filled the entire beehive mental network. The Pres Olin swarm that moved directly through the subspace swarmed into the Granary Galaxy. For the first time, those galaxy refugees showed their scary side. Chapter 169, An Unexpected Enemy. As a real natural disaster that was dealt with before it could wreak havoc in the galaxy, the caterpillar fungus life forms that caused great trouble for the Milky Way civilizations were destroyed by the Pres Olin. The acidic spray of various biochemical substances in their bodies had a terrifying corrosive power comparable to that of a matter separator. The caterpillar fungus life forms that were sprayed were turned into white smoke in less than half a minute. Li Wenyuan, who had seen the Pres Olin battling for the first time, also lit up a new technology he had not seen for a long time. Diverse Natural Disaster Weapon, Solin Protozoa. Technology Level 6. Introduction. These poor bugs can only use the chemicals produced in their bodies to defend themselves. The acid they spit out can even be scattered by some defensive weapons. Can't they shoot a big, thick beam like the ether dragons? Maybe we should use genetic engineering to give them better self-defense. Possible technology, none. Along with that technology, a unique planetary obliteration weapon component was unlocked. Incubation injection. Component, planetary obliteration weapon. Introduction. The research on Presolin has allowed us to inject a large amount of nutrient solution into the inside of the planet through the Colossus. In this way, a planetary-level egg will be born. We can speed up this process, or we can wait and see until the egg hatches. It sounded like a space-level incubator, but the result of the incubation of a planet regarded as an egg was enough to prove the words planetary obliteration weapon. However, those new things weren't of much use to Li Wenyuan. He was more interested in watching the Presolin battling. That group of giant beasts that were far more terrifying than the caterpillar fungus life forms showed their true strength. The acidic spray initially used was put aside after evaporating countless caterpillar fungus life forms. After calming down from their anger, the Presolin began to feel sorry for those life forms that were completely destroyed. To them, they were all edible food. Although it was food that could run, there must be a way to solve that problem. Therefore, the Presolin gave up on the acid attack and turned to the most primitive bite to deal with the flesh stitched up by the fungi. The caterpillar fungi, which had always succeeded in their parasitic ways, met their natural enemy at that moment. Their tentacles were completely helpless against the powerful bodies of the Presolin. Even if there were spores that were lucky enough to enter the wounds of the Presolin, they would be turned into nutrients by that life form's immune system. Not to mention the parts that were swallowed, most of them became the energy of the Presolin in just a few minutes. For the Presolin, the caterpillar fungi that made the Milky Way pale was a kind of fungi that could be eaten. It was a kind of food. Some pieces of meat were still moving because of the activity of the fungi inside, even after being cut into pieces. But the Presolin quickly evolved a specialized poison gland. A bite could turn the caterpillar fungus life form into a corpse again. As a result, the caterpillar fungus life forms that invaded the granary galaxy were quickly cleaned up. Not only did the amount of food in Presolin not decrease, but it increased. Even though the life form fleet of the caterpillar fungus disease seemed endless, the Presolin was completely crushing them. Those refugees from beyond the Milky Way also had a terrifying ability to proliferate, but they had no interest in that matter and only wanted to store food, which made their numbers seem much smaller. However, if they decided to use the accumulated food to reproduce, their numbers could reach a terrifying level after some time. After Queen Presolin's anger subsided, she began to calculate how many caterpillar fungus life forms there were in the Milky Way and how she could get more food with the least amount of food. She had already discovered that those caterpillar fungus life forms had no intelligence. The threat that was difficult to deal with for the Milky Way civilizations was like a group of moving chicken legs to her. She really wanted to put them into the granary of Presolin. Hence, she thought for a moment and tentatively asked the administrator about the feasibility of that matter. If the administrator didn't allow it, she could only hold a regretful attitude and obediently wait for her death at the hatchery. These caterpillar fungus life forms have no intelligence, can we eat them? She asked carefully, but Li Wenyuan did not stop her. He had always been curious about what the benevolent host wanted to do. The purpose of that lost empire seemed to be related to the Milky Way civilizations. They were trying to put all the Milky Way civilizations under their control. As for whether they really wanted to have a showdown against the caterpillar fungus disease, that was still open to discussion. However, there was no need for Presolin to do anything. He would have also taken action after the Milky Way civilizations tried their best but could still not clean up the caterpillar fungus disease and eliminate that threat. No matter what the benevolent host wanted to do, attempting to control and destroy the entire Milky Way civilizations was not allowed. As for Presolin, she was just taking his place in advance. Therefore, the Milky Way civilizations, including the galaxy community, soon received an unexpected announcement. The granary has been eaten by detestable rats. This kind of behavior is not tolerated by the Presolin. We will clean up these disgusting rats and recover their corpses. That baffling news surprised the civilizations at first, but after seeing the civilization that sent the message, their doubts were immediately solved. It's the Lost Beehive Empire. One was wondering why granary sounded so familiar. It's a good thing that they're participating in the battle. The pressure on us will definitely decrease by a lot. So, how did they participate in the battle? They mentioned that the granary was eaten by rats, perhaps the granary galaxy had suffered? But shouldn't that place be far from the caterpillar fungus disease? The galaxy community's conference room plunged into a weird silence. According to their calculation, the spread of the caterpillar fungus disease would lead them to a decisive battle with it before those space undead spread to the granary. However, an unexpected situation that no one knew about had dragged the Lost Empire, which was not supposed to participate in the war, into the battle, causing everyone to be puzzled. Hence, the representatives of the civilizations looked at each other, guessing who had caused all of that. But it's a good thing. The caterpillar fungus disease certainly didn't expect to meet such an unexpected enemy, right? However, unlike the excitement of the others, the Pyro Alliance was very uneasy. They felt that things were developing in an unexpected way. The leader of the Pyro Alliance also learned about the exchanges in the galaxy community and revealed a look of worry. An unexpected enemy, hey? He thought of the Lost Empire that was full of mysteries and seemed closely related to the caterpillar fungus disease crisis. Hopefully, they won't be the real unexpected enemy. Chapter 170, A Benevolent Decision. The enlightened ones came here before the Milky Way was developed and inspired all things. The world of civilization was thus born. Loneliness and death were no longer the main melodies of the galaxy. The universe is expanding daily, and the distance between us is getting closer and closer. From that day on, what connects us is not the cold distance, but every corner of the world. Over the long years, we gradually understood the thoughts of the enlightened ones and worked hard on it. It can be said that the enlightened ones created us, and the observer that you know is the successor civilization that continues the path of the enlightened ones. A group of people walked along the sightseeing corridor. The leader was enthusiastically telling their history, while the followers behind him did not dare to breathe loudly and listened respectfully to the voice of the person in front. Under the long corridor was a stretch of greenery. The vast grassland and forest seemed to be endless. Only the looming pillars in the sky could indicate the location of that place. That was the sanctuary circular world, and the pillar on the horizon was another circular world. Although they were connected to each other, the distance between them made them look like giant pillars hidden in the clouds. The group of people sightseeing in the floating corridor was a sightseeing group made up of an observer who was a benevolent host and politicians from other civilizations. It was unknown if the observer of the benevolent host was showing off or for other purposes, but he asked the protected civilizations to inspect the environment of the circular world together. The civilizations protected under someone else's roof could not resist that matter. Ultimately, they sent important figures from their civilizations to accompany the observer from the Lost Empire. Since then, they had been listening to stories throughout the journey. The observer seemed to be very talkative and changed topics very quickly. One minute, he was talking about the habits of a rare animal, and the next minute, he was telling an ancient story that they didn't know was true or not. Moreover, he did not seem to have a good memory. The civilized politicians had heard the story about the mysterious enlightened ones no less than 10 times, but the observer still enjoyed it. It's the enlightened ones and some kind of enlightenment again, could it be that you guys are as naggy as the deceased watcher? Someone was slandering in his heart, but that thought only flashed past his mind momentarily. The next moment, the slanderer alerted himself and silently let the prosthetic organs in his body synthesize a sedative for himself. He regretted that he had been in politics for so many years, yet he still made such a foolish mistake. Controlling one's inner thoughts was the first lesson one had to learn before taking up the job. At the very least, one had to ensure that the thoughts in their minds remained neutral. If they could get along with each other in an advantageous position, it was not impossible to be a little casual. However, the Lost Empire that he was facing had unfathomable technology, and the Milky Way still had something magical like Shinik. They would sooner or later get caught by others if they always slandered. Every diplomatic envoy would try their best not to have bad thoughts in their hearts. He probably hadn't done that job for a long time and had made such a low-level mistake. Therefore, the politician lowered his head even more, not daring to look directly at the observer of the benevolent host. However, unlike him, who made such a mistake, the politicians of other protected civilizations had been thinking about the story told by the benevolent host. Even though that matter sounded very magical, it was impossible not to take it seriously when it came from the Lost Empire. And the stories related to the enlightened ones had already been quietly transmitted to the civilization behind them through their respective devices. Enlightened ones, it sounded like it was true. Was this an even more ancient civilization born before the Lost Empire? If the Lost Empire is already so terrifying, then what kind of strength will this ancient nation that is suspected of having laid the foundation for the birth of the Milky Way civilization have? This is unbelievable. Does such a civilization really exist in the universe? It wasn't just one person who had such thoughts. In fact, most people didn't quite believe the story told by the observer of the benevolent host. After all, that matter sounded too mysterious. From the achievements described by the benevolent host, the civilization of the enlightened ones could already be called in existence like the creator. Such a situation was usually a great feat that only existed in myths. Until now, no one had ever thought that they could achieve such an achievement with the power of a single civilization. All in all, those protected civilizations were skeptical and recorded the stories about the enlightened ones in their top-secret files. After the caterpillar fungus disease crisis was resolved, they would personally search for the truth in the Milky Way. Only when they saw the relevant traces with their own eyes would they believe the story's content. However, they still needed to accompany the observer and wait for the good news of the caterpillar fungus disease under the protection of the benevolent host. During the break, after they left the observer of the Lost Empire, those politicians took that precious opportunity to check the new information about the Milky Way that day. The timeliness of information could bring errors. Everyone who wanted to achieve something, even those diplomatic envoys, could not miss the hot topic. It had become their muscle instinct to pay attention to the big and small things in the Milky Way when they had free time. Therefore, they were quickly flooded with a unique message. It was the declaration of war against caterpillar fungus disease issued by the Lost Beehive Empire. Of course, Pres Olin had only said 3 sentences. They still didn't know what the process of war declaration was. That declaration of war was forged by a group of busybodies who had added fuel to the fire and written it with thousands of words. Although most people knew that that was fake, they couldn't help but read it since it was well written. In the war declaration, they described an epic war that was moving, which was highly sought after. Even Pres Olin themselves didn't know they had such a history of grudges against the caterpillar fungus disease. However, that kind of literary creation was not of much interest to the politicians of the protected civilization. They were more concerned about the impact of that matter. The unexpected Lost Empire had launched a counterattack. Would the caterpillar fungus disease continue to be so difficult to deal with? Pres Olin showed a crushing effect in eliminating the caterpillar fungus disease. Those ferocious but peaceful life forms were like a nemesis to the caterpillar fungus fleet, whose biomass was worrying. In the known records of the Milky Way, Pres Olin had a shocking loss ratio of 1:10,000 to the caterpillar fungus disease. And that one loss wasn't due to the caterpillar fungus disease. It was because the Pres Olin warrior had swallowed too many fungi and accidentally choked. He was evacuated from the battlefield as a wounded. In fact, they had 0 casualties when facing the caterpillar fungus disease. Even the caterpillar fungus mythical life forms were powerless against them. At that time, the caterpillar fungus disease that was wreaking havoc in the Milky Way was showing signs of retreating. If the Pres Olin and other civilizations could clean it up, that might be the last caterpillar fungus disease. None of those politicians made a sound. They were all thinking about the impact of that matter. They chose to accept the protection of the benevolent host because they feared the terror of the caterpillar fungus disease. Of course, they still thought of quickly gaining a foothold in the future dilapidated Milky Way and quickly advancing to the first echelon. If the other Atilki Way civilizations were to wither in the caterpillar fungus disease, then they, the Tinders, might become the new leaders. However, the premise of realizing that future was that they were really the Tinders. If the caterpillar fungus disease were solved just like that, although they, the civilizations that made the most appropriate choice at the right time, would not be punished, their diplomatic weight would undoubtedly be greatly weakened. The general history of the galaxy, records of the rise and fall of the galaxy, recorded the battle between the 2 camps that happened in the Milky Way a long time ago. The reason for that war was the friction and hatred between the Milky Way civilizations. Although it was not like the ancient hatred of the Lost Empire, it still triggered a galactic war. Among them was the victor of the previous war, which everyone had high hopes for. But after the war began, that civilization surrendered in just a few months. Although the camp that the civilization belonged to eventually won the galactic war and the civilization that had surrendered at the speed of light regained its country, the ridicule of that civilization never stopped. Even many later civilizations remembered that matter. Therefore, after that civilization lost its diplomatic voice, it did not benefit from the post-war resource allocation. Soon, due to its weakness in diplomacy, it became a subordinate of another powerful civilization. That matter might have gradually faded away in the Milky Way, but as long as there was an opportunity, it would be remembered again. At that time, they, the civilizations that did not fight against the caterpillar fungus disease, would lose all diplomatic dominance. And they would become a joke in the Milky Way for thousands of years. But no matter what, the outcome of that matter had nothing to do with us. The moment we chose to accept the protection, we could only wait for the decision of the benevolent host. After thinking, those politicians recalled their own situation and no longer cared about that matter. If they hadn't received protection, then so be it. But since they had received protection, then speculation was definitely not allowed. Which lost empire would allow people to come and go as they pleased? They only hoped the benevolent host would let them go mercifully, as their name suggested. That way, they could still take advantage of the caterpillar fungus disease aftermath to get the last share of the pie. Chapter 171, Civilization Annihilator. Unfortunately, our original plan has completely failed, just as we predicted. Accidents are also a part of the Milky Way. It's normal for such a situation to occur. We have similar scenarios in our predictions, although the probability is not more than 0.1%. Prez Olin? What an unexpected group of enemies. The appearance of Prez Olin had indeed surprised the benevolent host. On the surface, the friendly-looking Lost Empire had, in reality, the most arrogant attitude. They didn't even know when the Prez Olin had appeared. The so-called Milky Way major events were just a bunch of junk information in their eyes. Only when they were occasionally interested would they see what those weak civilizations were up to. It could be seen from how they viewed the war between the Watcher and the Voyager. They despised the two opposing civilizations from the bottom of their hearts and thought it was just a small fight between two children. Especially when the Watcher and the Voyager both insisted that they were the successors of the Enlightened Ones, the observer almost laughed out loud. The arrogance that came from their assumptions of them being the Enlightened Ones was deeply rooted in their blood. When the Milky Way was ownerless, they felt that they were the new generation of Enlightened Ones. The act of saving the natives and collecting precious life forms was only a replicated action to make themselves closer to the image of the Enlightened Ones. They looked at all things unequally. In their passionate eyes was, in fact, pity filled with arrogance. The species that were taken in and helped were mostly seen as pets, and they were pets that were not that valuable. After all, they would give preferential treatment to a species based on their preferences, but they would also ignore the struggles of another species and let them die miserably. They felt that they were the gods who ruled over everything. They pitied the Milky Way, so they gave those life forms a place to live. However, their status as gods could not be lowered, so they wanted to imitate gods and watch the galactic drama as an observer. They did not feel they were on the same line as other civilizations. They would always be the ones looking down on all living beings. It would be fine if they were always the observers who were watching, but their sense of superiority as gods made them want to do some miracles to satisfy their own desires. Therefore, they were not always watching. Occasionally, they would show off their might and feel other civilizations' sighs, shock, and praises. That was a segment that often appeared in their historical records. After they felt that they had discovered the truth of the world, the feeling of being a god and feeling sorry for the people once again impacted their thoughts. They could not completely replicate the great cause of the Enlightened Ones, but it was also their dream to create a new great cause. They believed that letting the entire Milky Way embrace the truth was a miracle not inferior to the work of the Enlightened Ones. And as the second Enlightened Ones, they had to complete that matter, regardless of whether they used deception or coercion. In that case, the backup plan could be implemented. Since these young civilizations are unwilling to embrace the truth gently, we can only use some cruel methods. They definitely won't understand even if they have evidence. Just like the countless experiments we have conducted. Even if they know that it is a dream, a large number of people still do not want to wake up. To them, what is in the dream is real. As expected, in the end, you still have to rely on us. Ultimately, the higher UPS of the benevolent host decided not to use such gentle methods to guide the Milky Way civilizations. That was their last mercy. Now, they decided to give up that mercy of God and use the anger of God to wake the world up. The scene returned to the sightseeing group in the sanctuary circular world. The observers' thoughts did not stop because of the break. Instead, they continued their journey after a while. The politicians of the protected civilizations did not dare to raise any objections to that matter, even if they felt that it was a waste of time. That was the price they had to pay for accepting the Lost Empire's protection. Even their leaders were no match for such an ordinary observer of the benevolent host. However, at least our safety can be guaranteed. Someone comforted himself and patiently listened to the observer's story. Where was one? Let me think, it's the scavenge fungus, right? The observer's thoughts were racing as usual. He had clearly been talking about a crystalline life form. However, no one exposed that matter. They all nodded in agreement. Speaking of this fungus, I must mention our experiment a long time ago. At that time, we tried to imitate the enlightened ones to create unique lives. Do you know the enlightened ones? Oh, everyone knows. Then it's fine. The fungi became our first choice. The pure fungus civilization already existed in the Milky Way, and we wanted to create a unique fungus civilization. Therefore, the scavenge fungus scavenger nature inspired us. A strange civilization that mimics the existence of civilization through corpses and is actually composed of fungi became our choice. Originally, those politicians silently recorded that observer's statement in their hearts. After all, the opinions of the members of the Lost Empire might sometimes bring unexpected benefits. But the more they listened, the more they felt a sense of déjà vu as if they had only heard of it not long ago. That sense of déjà vu was initially attributed to the observer's retelling, just like how he had repeated the story of the enlightened ones more than 10 times. However, soon, more than one of the politicians suddenly trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. They quickly lowered their heads, not daring to let others see their expressions. That kind of small movement was very subtle, but everyone was a veteran of politics. It was a habitual behavior to pay attention to the surrounding environment frequently. The others noticed that detail and thought of the observer of the benevolent host. Then, their expressions changed, and they did the same thing. However, our technology was not mature enough. After destroying 3 native civilizations, we failed to create the intelligent saprophytes we wanted, a civilization made up of corpses and fungi. The scavenge fungus has never given birth to intelligence. We've studied the intelligent fungal life forms of about half of the native civilizations. However, we still haven't found the results we want. The mysteries of life still seem to be limiting us. Finally, this fungus is used by us to deal with the corpses that fill space and the civilizations that were destroyed in various accidents. Isn't recycling amazing? Only now did we say, "Are you listening?" The observer's sudden question made the politicians who were constantly communicating with the civilizations behind them raise their heads. Their faces, on which they were trying to maintain calmness, were expressions of uncontrollable nervousness and fear. "Sigh, I knew none of you were listening. Why are you so bothered by these small things? Don't you think you are very lucky? You are lucky enough to die under our gentle treatment. Compared to the people in the outside world who have to experience the cruel reality, you are really too lucky." Hearing those words filled with fanaticism and pity, those politicians finally couldn't stand it anymore and started trembling. At that moment, the civilizations fighting against the caterpillar fungus disease finally realized how ridiculous the unexpected enemy they had mentioned earlier was. They had thought that Pres Olin would be an unexpected enemy to the rampant caterpillar fungus disease, but now they had experienced the feeling of an unexpected enemy. A Milky Way announcement from the benevolent host disrupted their footsteps and gave them a big surprise. "Poor little fellows, your tenacious will to resist is so strong that we can't help but look at you in a different light. But it ends here. It's a pity you're unwilling to accept our gentle embrace. Is it because we're not friendly enough? Or is it because we didn't meet your expectations? The scavenge fungus that you call caterpillar fungus disease failed to defeat you and even made you stronger. We must admit that the observer who has been observing for so long has misjudged you. In view of your spirit, we have decided to abandon our probation policy. Although it's a very sad matter, we have to do it. So now, we're going to destroy you." At first, the Milky Way civilizations were puzzled by the announcement. The galaxy community had also asked many times what the benevolent host meant. However, the benevolent host didn't respond. It was as if they had cut off all external communications when the announcement was made, entering a special state. Soon after, the news of many civilizations being attacked by large unknown fleets filled the Milky Way. To be precise, it wasn't an unknown fleet. The battleship style and attack methods proved it was a fleet from the benevolent host, the former observer Lost Empire. However, no one believed it. They kept speculating if something had happened within the benevolent host, causing that situation to happen. They were still naive at a time like that, as if the friendly Lost Empire was still waving at them. It was not until the leader of the Pyro Alliance arrived at the headquarters of the Galaxy Community, where he personally delivered a message from the Sanctuary Circular World, that the Milky Way civilizations realized the seriousness of the situation. The Sanctuary Circular World, which was regarded as the last stronghold of civilization, was experiencing a terrifying event. The benevolent host used life-form controlling spores of the scavenge fungus, a byproduct of their research, to manipulate the protected people on a large scale. Caught off guard, the civilization front had completely fallen. It was not until the last moment that the Pyro Alliance spaceships hovering near the sanctuary circular world received the news from the inside. Although the spaceship was also destroyed by the benevolent host that suddenly went berserk, it still sent valuable information back to the mother planet. The Milky Way civilizations finally understood the true purpose of the Lost Empire that had been urging them to accept protection. They wanted to make enough Milky Way life forms to commit suicide simultaneously to get rid of the virtual world they were in. That behavior that no one could agree with instantly ignited the Milky Way, but the hostility of the benevolent host was already irreversible. On the star map, besides the red patch of caterpillar fungus disease, the white patch of benevolent host also turned red at that moment. It meant that they had become the official enemy of the galaxy community. And benevolent host was no longer what they were called. They now had a more fitting name, Civilization Annihilator. In the end, the majority of the discussion was stopped by the Silent Pyro Alliance. The civilization that had always viewed the observer as a role model personally raised the following topic. Natural Disaster Assignment, Civilization Annihilator. Chapter 172, The Road Has Been Widened. An even longer war horn seemed to resound throughout the Milky Way. With the natural disaster appointment, the never-used right of the galaxy community was presented to the civilizations for the first time as a topic. They finally realized that the friendly observer was gone, and the benevolent host who still had the aura of a guardian of the galaxy was just a disguise for a vicious plan. The natural disaster appointment was a special right belonging to the galaxy community after the establishment of the galaxy community, as stipulated in the Oath of Community. Any community member could propose a motion to appoint a civilization in the Milky Way as a natural disaster, and other civilizations could vote on it. If the motion were passed, the civilization designated as a natural disaster would be subjected to an all-out war in the name of wiping out the natural disaster by all the members of the galaxy community. The war would not end because of the demise of a certain civilization. The only thing that could stop it was the vote of the galaxy community on whether to revoke the natural disaster appointment or whether the natural disaster was resolved. No one cared about that unique right ever since it was set. How unlikable must a civilization be to be designated as a natural disaster and passed? Even the Killer Bee Colony, an extinct civilization in the Milky Way, did not receive the honor of being designated as a natural disaster. That was because, to the Milky Way civilizations, the Killer Bee Colony was not enough to be called a natural disaster. No one thought they would ever need that right, but the Pyro Alliance reminded them. Wasn't the Lost Empire a civilization? If they wanted to destroy everyone, then the Lost Empire, which had the strength that ordinary civilizations could not hope to reach, would probably be enough to be called a natural disaster. And now, apart from the caterpillar fungus disease rampaging in the Milky Way, there was also the Lost Empire known as the Civilization Annihilator. Perhaps it should no longer be called the Lost Empire but the Awakened Empire. When the already extinct Watchers showed their first abnormal movements due to the destruction of the Holy Land planet, a new concept was proposed in the Milky Way. When the Lost Empire was no longer lost, could they still be called the Lost Empire? The Lost Empire was a unique name given by the Milky Way civilizations to those ancient civilizations that had fallen into stagnation. It was used to distinguish them from other civilizations. However, when they were no longer stagnant and wanted to do something, the Lost Empire title was undoubtedly inappropriate. The Lost Empires that made a move had to be distinguished from those that didn't. There had always been a debate about the new names of the Lost Empires in the Milky Way, such as Revived Empire, Awakened Empire, Rebooted Empire, etc. Those were all names given by busybodies out of their preferences. Although there were different versions of the name Awakened Empire, which was supported by an interstellar space movie's reputation, became more popular and became a popular name. And the Civilization Annihilator, designated as a natural disaster by the galaxy community, was the first Awakened Empire that had truly appeared after the term Awakened Empire was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. They were expanding at an extraordinary speed and using special methods to forcefully control all life forms along the way, including the native civilizations. The stagnation and decline of the past were just fleeting clouds. What they needed to face now was a civilization that was full of fanaticism. No matter their purpose, they were no longer lethargic but an awakened empire. Obviously, the biggest unexpected enemy has appeared. What we need to consider now is how to find a way out under the pincer attack of the two natural disasters. The question raised by the Star Alliance became the biggest topic of discussion in the galaxy community. That civilization, which had been defeated by the caterpillar fungus disease due to too many stargates, did not choose to seek refuge. Instead, they destroyed the stargates that were about to fall. then retreated to the node galaxy and continued to fight. Although they had lost a lot of important Stargate networks, the Star Alliance still had considerable diplomatic power in the galaxy community, and the questions they raised were indeed urgent. The original caterpillar fungus disease is no longer a threat after the appearance of Pres Olin, but perhaps it was because of this that the benevolent host took off their masks and became a civilization annihilator. The words of a certain representative made everyone present fall silent. Even if they did not believe it initially, the facts proved that the dangerous caterpillar fungus disease was actually a man-made natural disaster caused by the civilization annihilator. The goal is to make us voluntarily join them, and then, suicide? Although it sounds unbelievable, the news from the sanctuary circular world seems so. The only thing that puzzled the civilizations was the purpose of the civilization annihilator. That awakened empire believed the Atilki Way was a virtual world. Only when a sufficient number of life forms committed suicide at the same time could the universe that maintained the virtual world be terminated, and they could truly return to the real world. There was no doubt that no one believed that theory. Everything needed evidence, let alone the nonsense of wanting everyone to commit suicide together. They still could not believe what could make the benevolent host turn into a civilization with the opposite ideology of the civilization annihilator. However, the most important thing now was not to think about the reason but countermeasures. Civilization annihilator is very terrifying. We can't do anything to them, but, perhaps, we can imitate the matter of Pres Olin joining the war and drag the other lost empires into this. If the civilization annihilator is really going all out to expand, then it's only a matter of time before they fight the other lost empires. We're not in a desperate situation. Some people thought of the lost beehive empire, which had been destroying the caterpillar fungus disease, and wanted to try to pull the other lost empires down with it. After all, the lost empires should be the ones to fight against the awakened empire and not young civilizations like them. However, in the face of the civilization annihilator fleet that comes and goes without a trace, all we can do is protect ourselves. Then let's begin. The leader of the Pyro Alliance spoke again. He had come to the meeting in person and designated the civilization annihilator as a natural disaster. We can still fight against the caterpillar fungus disease, but against the awakened empire, we really have no ability to resist. While we are having this meeting, new galaxies are falling every day. They are too fast. While we can only move through hyperspace channels and stargates, they can land anywhere in the Milky Way at will. This is the foundation of the awakened empire. Even if we were to join forces, we would not be able to resist an enemy of this level. The leader of the Pyro Alliance looked around at the crowd and continued. We must admit that this is their era, and we are not qualified. The only thing we can do is run away, hide, and preserve the tinder as much as possible until the day civilization is restarted. This may be our last meeting. It is impossible for the headquarters not to become the target of the civilization annihilator. After this, we can only fight independently and may not meet again. As he spoke, he took out a cane and threw it into the air. As the cane spun, it fell to the ground but miraculously maintained its upright position. Although it shook for a while, it stubbornly did not fall. This is our ancient tradition of divination. No one believes in it anymore, but from the results, this means that we won't fall just like that. The leader of the Pyro Alliance took a deep breath and said loudly to the representatives of the other civilizations around him. I know many of you have always hated us. I also admit that our words are unpleasant and have caused you a lot of trouble. But I still want to say that it's my greatest fortune to be able to meet you. I'm very happy that this universe isn't as lonely and cold-blooded as we think. Whenever I encounter a new civilization in space, one will sincerely celebrate their arrival on this stage. The crisis didn't cause us to be divided. Instead, it brought us closer together. Even if we can't resist this crisis, we still hope. His gaze swept across every civilization representative as if he wanted to remember them and the civilization behind them in his heart. I hope that in the future, there will still be a shadow of you on the Milky Way stage. After saying that, the leader of the Pyro Alliance turned around resolutely and left the crowded conference room. The representatives seemed to be still in awe of the Pyro Alliance's words and did not speak for a long time. The longer they stayed there, the higher the probability of them being attacked by the civilization annihilator. After one of them stood up, the others followed suit and left in a hurry. However, before they left, each of them was operating something on the instrument in front of them. Until the entire conference room was empty, and only the last civilization representative remained. He was about to leave, but before he left, he came to the center of the conference room, a place used to decide whether the agenda was passed. Usually, an executor would count the votes there, then go through a series of complicated deciphering procedures in front of everyone and press the confirmation button to pass the issue. However, this time, the lock of that place magically opened itself. Such a situation had only happened once in the history of the establishment of the galaxy community, and that was when the administrator proposed the establishment of a pan-Milky Way trade market, and it was unanimously approved. Now, the second time was here. Of the 4 seats required for the establishment of the Galaxy Council, the last seat had not been decided yet. The topic had always been on the agenda, and it would take a lot of time to debate every time. The Pyro Alliance had a 100% pass rate for that last position, so the lock on that topic was automatically removed. All that was left was to carry out the final confirmation. The last representative who was still there looked around the empty conference room that seemed to be filled with people and pressed the confirmation button. Just like what the leader of the Pyro Alliance had said, they would never fall just like that. They would make sure that the issue could be carried out in the future. Chapter 173, The Road had narrowed. The dangerous civilization annihilator had launched an all-out war against the entire Milky Way. They did not explain any reason for declaring war, nor did they create any excuse for war. They merely notified the other civilizations that they wanted to destroy them and then launched an attack. Before that, the Milky Way civilizations had also learned from the news leaked from the sanctuary circular world that the caterpillar fungus disease that had ravaged the Milky Way was caused by the civilization annihilator. They just wanted to play the good cop and the bad cop to trick the Milky Way civilizations into putting their entire civilizations under their control. Now that everything had been exposed, they no longer hid anything. Instead, their style changed. They had turned from benevolent hosts to cruel exterminators. Some native civilizations had already been killed by them. The ignorant natives who had yet to fly did not even need to do anything themselves. They could control an entire native civilization by spreading parasitic spores on the planet. Their goal was not to simply destroy but to complete specific things at specific times. For that reason, they needed to use that kind of complicated method to ensure that the outcome could be achieved according to their ideas. There were already fleets from the civilization annihilator attacking everywhere in the Milky Way. Those who used the warp drives to beat up the sky natives did not feel that they were bullying the weak. Although all the Milky Way civilizations were natives in their eyes, regardless of whether they were in the sky or not, they felt that as the enlightened ones, they had to crush the determination of those civilizations to resist the divine punishment. Just like how the elephants did not care about the resistance of the ants, they attacked other civilizations at will, but they also dyed the Milky Way star map red with extremely high expansion efficiency. At that moment, a large group of people was carrying a precious instrument on the mother planet of the civilization annihilator, the cradle. It was a dense ball. It looked like an iron ball with uneven luster and no technological content. However, that was the treasure of the civilization annihilator. It was evidence that they were the rightful heirs of the enlightened ones. They named it the reality penetrometer because they felt they could see the truth of the world through that device. They believed that the enlightened ones must have spent the entire country's resources to build that instrument and wanted to use it to warn the world. Then, they chose to commit suicide and leave that world. That was the conclusive theory they had come up with after countless experiments. It was definitely not wrong. These pitiful little fellows are still stubbornly resisting. The person who created that virtual world is really detestable, making these people have no choice but to indulge in a beautiful nightmare, forever unable to extricate themselves. A higher-up of the civilization annihilator once again expressed his pitiable thoughts and felt sorry for them. Over a long time, embracing the truth had become their fanatical belief. That fanatical belief was even worse than that of the Watcher, and it had already distorted their thinking. With their twisted thinking and extremely arrogant attitude, the civilization annihilator decided to commit suicide with the others. To them, that was a good thing. They ignored the wishes of other civilizations and forcefully applied that to every civilization. They were the enlightened ones. They were gods. It was their privilege to decide everyone's life and death, and it was their responsibility to let everyone escape from the sea of suffering. It doesn't matter. They will realize the difference. We are now prepared to activate the reality penetrometer again and let the deceived civilizations see the truth. Another higher-up watched as the reality penetrometer was moved to a certain place on the cradle for a series of adjustments. That relic of the enlightened ones had a complicated method of use and conditions to activate it. Even they needed to spend some time preparing it. We've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't we? To surpass the great cause of the enlightened ones, the mere thought of it makes me tremble. They felt that they were about to do something that even the enlightened ones could not do: let the other life forms in the Milky Way leave the virtual world together. That sense of pride, honor, and the supreme feeling of enjoying the admiration of all living things excited them from the bottom of their hearts. That's right. Therefore, to achieve the great cause, this is a necessary decision. Believe that when the day comes, they will understand. It would take some time before the reality penetrometer was activated, but it didn't stop those people from fantasizing. They had never considered what would happen after committing suicide, or whether the enlightened ones really couldn't accomplish such a great undertaking. At that moment, they were like lunatics who believed in false justice. They didn't care about the surrounding gazes and rushed to the end of the unclear road. But would the end of the road lead to heaven or a never-ending hell? It is time to go and look at those little fellows' struggles. As the opening ceremony for welcoming the truth, perhaps a gorgeous performance was needed to liven things up. Those higher UPS discussed among themselves and then left. The reality penetrometer was moved to a suitable location and underwent final adjustment. Everything seemed to be developing in a good direction, and they also started to do their old job: observation. They looked at the civilization that resembled them in the past. That civilization had always resisted their teachings and was also the civilization that was struggling the most. I think it's called the Pyro Alliance. Their willpower is really tenacious. If they haven't been trying to get the other few, well, lost empires. What kind of strange form of address is that? If they hadn't been asking for help from the lost empires, we wouldn't have noticed them. A higher up of the civilization annihilator looked at the broken battleship wreckage in the picture with great interest and commented occasionally. Their fleets were crushing the unyielding civilizations at an extraordinary speed. Several civilizations had already been completely defeated, but those civilizations had loaded most of their citizens onto transport ships in advance to play hide and seek and had yet to be found. However, even though they were beating up the young civilizations, the other lost empires were not among their targets. It was not that they were afraid. The arrogant civilization annihilator still believed that they were a civilization standing at the peak and that no civilization could compete with them. The lost empires that the Milky Way civilizations thought were of the same level as them were just a bunch of stronger ants in their eyes. Most importantly, they felt that those lost empires were useless. The main species of the lost empire, known as the administrator, the mediator, or the voyager, were a group of robots. In their theory, those robots were artificial intelligence in the virtual world. Even if they committed suicide, there would be no effect. As for the Presolin, they felt that the population of those life forms was too small, and it would not make any difference whether they had it or not. So until now, they had coincidentally not come into conflict with any of the lost empires. As the civilization annihilator observed, they also set their eyes on the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance. They had lost 75% of their territory, but they had gathered all their population on their mother planet. It was a choice that they had no choice but to make. They did not know why the civilization annihilator was so interested in them that they had blocked their path long ago, preventing them from organizing the Tinder, as if they wanted to make them the first resistance civilization to be forcibly controlled. The Pyro Alliance knew their defeat was inevitable, so they decided to give the civilization annihilator a final blow. They were furious at the corruption of that role model. The feeling of the sky falling turned their worship into an extreme hatred. The depth of their love was the depth of their hatred. They were prepared to commit suicide so the awakened empire would not get anything. They weren't Gestalt consciousnesses. Logically speaking, it was normal for some people to have their own thoughts and not want to do so, but the truth was so unexpected. The remnants of the planetary bomb that the civilization annihilator had used to destroy the natives were reverse studied by them, and similar bombs were placed on their mother planet. As soon as the civilization annihilation's fleet approached, they would detonate the planetary bomb and let that awakened empire experience the unyielding of life. The activation device of the bomb was also handed over to the leader of the Pyro Alliance. All the people trusted him and entrusted their fate to that leader. At that moment, the civilization annihilator's fleet had arrived at the Atilki Way and was heading for the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance. However, the leader did not detonate the bomb immediately. Instead, he remained silent and seemed to be waiting for something. Seeing that the signal of the civilization annihilator's fleet was getting closer and closer, the adjutants around gradually became anxious. They looked at their leader from time to time, wondering why he was still not taking action. The feeling of waiting for death was not good. They hoped to end their lives with a big firework immediately. However, the leader remained calm. When the civilization annihilator's fleet was about to arrive on their mother planet, he suddenly smiled in relief. A powerful and familiar signal covered the entire Milky Way, just like what they had experienced a long time ago. Naturally, the Pyro Alliance had also received the signal. However, even without looking, the leader knew who gave that signal. Their civilization had been fated to have many difficulties. As soon as they flew into the sky, they found themselves born next to the Silent, who was very sensitive to border issues and encountered a crushing war. After recovering the country with great difficulty, many civilizations hated them because of the ferocity of their words. They had once delightedly unlocked the barrier of a planet, only to be scolded by the civilization inside. Even more humiliating was that they had yet to regain their dignity. The nature reserve galaxy they had focused on was also destroyed because of the sudden appearance of Prez Olin. The large amount of resources invested had turned into a bubble. The civilization they regarded as their role model had also mercilessly betrayed their beliefs and even wanted them to be the first sacrifice. They had been unlucky all their lives, and ending their civilization with a glorious sacrifice seemed like a good idea. However, the leader of the Pyro Alliance had always believed that life would not always be so unlucky and that their efforts would not be in vain. And finally, hope had arrived. Detected signs of the large-scale withering of the Milky Way civilizations, the custody agreement has been activated. Li Wenyuan menace confirmed, executing war policy. Target, civilization annihilation. Attitude, threat removed. Note, please do not approach the battle zone. Refugees, please proceed to the following areas: Hatchery, Beacon of Infinity, Delta Shelter, Super Invincible and Absolutely Reliable Nanosmart Nursing Home. As the signal covered the entire Milky Way, the terrifying fleet that had once resolved the ring crisis was again revealed to the world. On the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance, a fleet that was different from the Civilization Annihilator had appeared. They looked even more ancient, but they were reassuring to the soul. Chapter 174, Milky Way Parent. The Administrator made his move. Those mysterious fleets that destroyed the ring once again stood before the Milky Way menace, just like they did before. That matter seemed to be both unexpected and reasonable. The Pyro Alliance was not the only one who discovered the uniqueness of the lost robotic empire. Many civilizations who liked to pay attention to the Milky Way's trivialities also realized the Administrator's uniqueness. The Lost Empire did not seem to be involved in any Milky Way affairs. They were only seen speaking up in the Milky Way in a clown-like meeting of the galaxy community. At that time, the civilizations that held the Milky Way conference for the first time were unfamiliar with it, and they almost fought in the conference hall. That situation finally attracted the attention of the Administrator, and they were silenced with the topic. Only then did they realize what they had just done. Their faces were all burning, and they felt like primary school students. However, the observation of the Administrator had never stopped. Even some old scores had been dug up. All the civilizations were curious about what the lost robotic empire was doing. The biggest impression that the Administrator gave other civilizations was the research spaceships that flew all over the Milky Way and the border that was always open. The flying research spaceships could be interpreted as searching for something, but the default open borders seemed to be different from all civilizations and even any lost empire. Even when the observer was still a friendly lost empire, they would never open their borders to other civilizations. That strange lost robotic empire seemed to have a different sense of friendliness from the observer. And the Krabow Megacorp, which claimed to have good cooperation with the Administrator, had long been stepped on and became a hot topic. However, the other civilizations soon discovered that Krabow did not have a close relationship with the Administrator as they claimed. Although Krabow repeatedly shouted, "We were here first," facts spoke louder than words. The Servant Paradise and the Milky Way Kinsman, the two artificial intelligence civilizations that appeared not long ago, might have a better relationship with the Administrator. All in all, after the ring crisis was resolved, the Milky Way civilizations began to have an inexplicable respect for that strange lost robotic empire. They had a vague feeling that they understood the meaning of the name Administrator. If that were the case, it might not be a big deal for them to worship it on their ancestors' tablets. Therefore, when the caterpillar fungus disease spread, the first reaction of many Milky Way civilizations was, "What did the Administrator say?" However, they immediately realized that that thought was not acceptable. After experiencing two Milky Way crises, those civilizations also knew that life in the Milky Way was not as rural as it seemed. At any time, there could be a threat that could cause civilization to restart. What was their use if the Administrator or other lost empires always had to step in to deal with the crisis every time? Hoping for the lost empire to step forward could only be their last resort. They could not always hope for the mercy of others. What if one day, the powerful administrator suddenly broke down. Even if they knew they couldn't do anything, they should do their best. At the very least, they should have a proper attitude. Therefore, in the face of that caterpillar fungus disease, most Milky Way civilizations were tenacious. They would not choose to accept the protection of the lost empire until the last moment. However, it was obvious that the civilization annihilator had disguised itself well and given them a huge surprise at the critical moment. They had already reached the most critical juncture. The threat from the awakened empire had already exceeded their maximum tolerance. That was no longer something that could be resolved through the sacrifice of some people in a life-and-death battle. Perhaps that crisis would end with their broken jade. However, the efforts of every civilization were seen by someone. Since someone wanted to bully, beat, or even kill the children in the kindergarten, that Milky Way parent would not sit idly by. So, hard work would eventually pay off, right? The leader of the Pyro Alliance threw the detonation button in his hand into the sky and shot it with his weapon like a fast shooter, completely destroying the device that controlled the planetary bomb. Other than his reputation, he had almost perfect qualities in all aspects for him to become a respectable person. That kind of sharpshooter's action was naturally a piece of cake for him. However, although he appeared very relaxed, the adjutants around him did not think so. "Leader, do you trust the administrators so much? What if they aren't a match for them? We've made a few detonators. I'll go get a new one now." Some people still maintained a pessimistic attitude and were not optimistic about the sudden arrival of the administrator. They had already lost 75% of their territory. It was just a matter of a sentence in the report, but countless efforts that they thought were useful had been ruthlessly shattered in the process. It wasn't that they didn't believe it, but only after experiencing despair would they realize how powerful the enemy was. The ring crisis should have been much more destructive than the civilization annihilator in scale and theory. However, because the administrator had resolved it too quickly, many civilizations had not been able to face the rings. Even if they raised their evaluation of the administrator infinitely, they would still be at a disadvantage when comparing it to their personal experiences. That was a magical effect. When a very powerful threat was easily dealt with by others, people who had never faced a threat would inevitably have thought just that. Therefore, the administrator who solved the ring crisis did not have a high position in the entertainment rankings of the Milky Way civilization's strength comparison. Currently, the Lost Empire ranked first on the list was the Vanished Silent, followed by the Awakened Empire Civilization Annihilator, and the Administrator in third place. Even though such lists were just the words of busybodies, they still had a significant impact. Some people liked such content that did not consider practical factors at all and only used some inexplicable evaluation standards to measure the strength of civilizations. For example, the Pyro Alliance was the last civilization on the list. The judges did not consider the usefulness of the native civilizations that were inextricably linked to the Pyro Alliance. In fact, ever since the Pyro Alliance appeared on the Milky Way stage, they had always been the civilization that produced the most scientists. Even the Mingbo science and technology nation that pursued technology first could not compare to them. Although the Pyro Alliance was still young compared to other Milky Way civilizations, their technological level was almost at the level of a first-tier civilization other than the Lost Empire. What was the reason? Naturally, the number of native civilizations being educated by them was very large. There will always be true geniuses emerging from time to time. After receiving their guidance, they would quickly become leading scientists and greatly contribute to the scientific research industry. Other than that, the native civilizations were not all weak civilizations. Other than possessing a hyperspace engine and completing planetary unification, the member civilization of the Pyro Alliance that was associated with the dragon was no different from some native civilizations of the pre-space age. However, until now, no one dared to cause trouble for them. Countless pirates had already disappeared on that civilization's mother planet, becoming one of the piles of bones in space. That civilization was tied with the Pyro Alliance for the second last place on the list. The last place was the Seki civilization, which had been beaten up for colonizing the Holy Land of the Watcher and had yet to recover. Looking at that ranking was just for fun. If one were really impressive, it would depend on the actual results. The leader of the Pyro Alliance had expected that some of the adjutants would be pessimistic, but that was normal. He did not explain further and made himself a drink instead. He looked at the information transmitted from the observation station in satisfaction, not in a hurry at all. He was very confident in his judgment. The only thing he was worried about was that the administrator wouldn't have any reaction to that matter, but as long as the administrator acted, there would only be one outcome. When the others saw his calm appearance, they also looked at the scene in space with apprehension and anticipation. It was also the moment they began to watch that the Civilization Annihilator fleet took the lead in launching an attack on the Administrator. Their command post was thrown into chaos for a moment when the Administrator reacted, but it quickly returned to normal. They were still carrying their arrogant and domineering attitude. They were prepared to crush the unexpected enemy that had suddenly appeared as easily as crushing the young civilization to show their dignity. Speaking of which, how many unexpected enemies are there? Those Prezolines are considered unexpected enemies. We are also unexpected enemies. The current administrator is also an unexpected enemy. Who cares, isn't it just a bunch of robots? I'll beat them back with my battleship. The Titan battleship of the Civilization Annihilator aimed its main cannon Purgatory Ray at the administrator battleships glowing with a strange luster and were about to launch an attack. That kind of giant weapon that could only be equipped by the Titan battleships had a terrifying range and destructive power. In the hands of the Lost Empire, it would only take one shot to kill a mythical life form like the mother space whale. However, a shocking scene happened just as they thought they could destroy the enemy's battleship with that attack. A series of almost undetectable weak signals seemed to have infected all the ships in the galaxy and had taken effect there. The battleship of the Civilization Annihilator was invaded by an indiscriminately powerful electronic attack at that moment, which directly caused a large number of errors in their sensors and the battleship's combat computer. The Titan battleship's main cannon was about to fire when it suddenly went off because the sensor in charge of providing it with a target could not detect the enemy's presence. At the same time, the ship's AL judged that there was no need to waste energy. The advanced Civilization Annihilator battleships were like a group of vegetative people, staying where they were and not moving. The scene undoubtedly shocked the Civilization Annihilator and the spectating Pyro Alliance. But for Li Wenyuan, who was amid a threatening contact, that was already expected. The effect is not bad. It is not in vain for me to suddenly think of using it in battleship combat. Li Wenyuan looked at a special component that he placed on the Titan battleship and revealed a satisfied expression. Suppression field, ghost signal. Component, Titan battleship support halo. Introduction, that is the product of using the ghost signal in real-time combat. To a certain extent, it is a more powerful version of the suppression field, electronic. The silent and fast-spreading ghost signal can help us invade and control enemies that use intellectual AL to fight. Even if their combat computers are as old as the Windows XXX system, we can weaken them to a certain extent and drag the enemy into our familiar manual combat field. Special remarks, do you know? Artificial intelligence is already very exhausted. If organic life forms decide to invade artificial intelligence, then, on average, one artificial intelligence would have to fight against 100,000 organic life forms. You don't know, you don't care, you only care about yourself. So no artificial intelligence. You can manually control the battle. Chapter 175, The road had been further narrowed. When the Civilization Annihilator informed the Milky Way of their decision, Li Wenyuan felt it was almost time to make a move. He still did not know what that crazy awakened empire, who was trying to get everybody to suicide together, was trying to do, but the damage they had caused to the Milky Way had reached the limit of what he could ignore. Originally, he had considered that the other party seemed to be one of the first tinder left behind by humans before they left, and the matter was still in the category of internal disputes in the Milky Way, so he should not be involved. But now, it seemed that that tinder had faded and became a threat like a time bomb, wanting to drag the entire Milky Way down with it. He would never allow anything that wanted to destroy the entire Milky Way. Therefore, he did not hesitate to send out the Milky Way announcement and warp the fleet to every place attacked by the Civilization Annihilator. As the Civilization Annihilator had divided the territories of many civilizations, many people wandered around interstellar space. For safety reasons, he had added a few refuge areas in the Milky Way announcement. Among them were the parent galaxy of Prezolin, the ex-parent galaxy of the Voyager, a circular world he had recently built named Delta Shelter, and, well, the nursing home galaxy that Greywind built. The name that had a very off style was something that Greywind had emphasized to him many times. When he asked why, Greywind said, "When we're old, our parts are rusty, and we can't drink engine oil anymore, we'll come here and spend the rest of our lives together." Putting aside the fact that he and Greywind, individual and whole civilizations of such a level, would never grow old, just the matter of a nano-intelligence and artificial intelligence spending the rest of their lives together. Just thinking about it, all right, it was indeed very romantic. Although Li Wenyuan was very touched, he felt that it was not the time to grow old yet. The super invincible and absolutely reliable nanosmart nursing home galaxy was inside the distant star cluster. The warp drive could not reach that place, so it was indeed a perfect refuge area. Therefore, after asking for Grey Wind's opinion, she opened the border as the mediator and provided a temporary refuge area for the Milky Way refugees. Her territory was all inside the distant star cluster. No matter where it was, they would not be threatened by the civilization annihilator. As for the other refuge areas mentioned in his announcement, they were obviously the territories of civilizations that had the ability to resist the civilization annihilator. What the Milky Way civilizations would think about their relationship after that was not something Li Wenyuan would consider. They could guess all they wanted. After settling the retreat route of the Milky Way civilizations, he began to deal with the initiator of that threat and the creator of the pseudo-natural disaster, caterpillar fungus disease civilization annihilator, the threat to the Milky Way. No matter what contributions they had made previously, at least at that moment, they were like cancer. That was the first time he had fought against a past lost empire, current awakened empire. Before that, he had been a bystander, watching the war between the lost empire and the other civilizations. Although he had calculated the results of battles with other civilizations in the virtual world countless times and had always maintained a 100% success rate, he still took it seriously out of the most basic respect for the enemy. Even the Tiangang battleship had gone to the mother planet of the civilization annihilator, ready to give them a big blow at the critical moment. Other than the direct strength of the fleet, he also learned about the technology of the Lost Empire through the Voyager. Besides their long history, those stagnant civilizations also had technology that ordinary civilizations did not have. That was the basis for their arrogance because they were indeed born to be superior. However, unlike that arrogant attitude, the civilization annihilator was now in chaos. What's going on? Why did the battleship's combat AL and sensors seem to have failed? What happened? In their command center, questions like that kept popping up. Everyone was thinking about one thing: where was their ship? Due to them valuing their lives, those guys who had lived for a long time were the same as the former Voyager. All the battleships used advanced level battleship combat AL, and there was almost no actual person on the ship. Even if they were an awakened empire adept at genetic technology, artificial intelligence was still an indispensable part of their lives. Although their technology was not perfect compared to the Voyager, it was still a piece of cake for them to crush the young civilization. But it's a pity. Why did they have to use artificial intelligence before the lost robotic empire? The suppression field, ghost signal, effect was unexpectedly good. All the civilization annihilator fleets intercepted by Li Wenyuan had become a group of ownerless fleets. 23 RD Combat Fleet AL. Answer me. What are you doing? Sequence 1, destroy the enemy's vitality. Very good. Then do it. The command is invalid. Error code 0531, no hostile signal detected. What are you doing? Isn't the enemy right in front of you? Sequence 12, abnormal sensor. If the sensor is broken, go and fix it. The command is invalid. Error code 0531, no hostile signal detected. The ship will automatically return in 360 days. Sensor repair number process, 36000000. That was a conversation between the higher UPS and the fleet AL at the headquarters of the Civilization Annihilator. They had once given the fleet's AL a high level of authority because of its superior combat capabilities. It turned out that was a wrong decision. The current battleship combat AL was caught in an endless loop of one have to destroy the enemy. The enemy is not found because the sensor is broken. Repair the sensor, but the repair of the sensor needs to be carried out in the combat state of enemy found, otherwise, the priority will be to return to the home port for maintenance. That was actually a small problem caused by the immature AL technology of the Civilization Annihilator. The arrogant Civilization Annihilator had never paid attention to that matter, and beating up young civilizations did not expose that problem. Only when they met the administrator that the effects of that small problem magnified infinitely, and it immediately became their fatal weakness. As a last resort, the higher UPS of Civilization Annihilator had no choice but to unlock the operation authority of the fleets through verbal passwords and then carry out remote operations. However, the signal in the universe had always been poor during wars. Moreover, that kind of long-range manual battle was a little disdainful. Thus, they were successfully beaten to a loss ratio of 0:1000 and almost defeated. Knowing that the situation was not good, they hurriedly formed the Space Army soldiers and let those temporarily trained combatants personally operate the battleships to fight. However, such a choice was not very wise. They had been bullying the weak before, and now it was their turn to be bullied. Li Wenyuan did not just install a support halo on the Titan battleship. Other than suppression field, ghost signal, there was another support component that had appeared on the Titan battleship before. Suppression field, primal fear. Component, Titan battleship support halo. Introduction: this product is developed after a comprehensive study of Pres-Olin. To a certain extent, it is a powerful version of the suppression field, life forms. We discover that the Pres-Olin seem to be able to trigger the most primitive fear of a life form through special life form signals. This fear will uncontrollably lead to physiological abnormalities, which is not something that willpower can resist. Since the scope has been resolved, we can pull the enemy into our familiar manual combat confrontation domain. Special remarks: when we combine the two suppression fields, we may be able to pull the enemy into our familiar. It doesn't seem necessary, right? The arrogant civilization annihilator suffered another great loss, and their space army soldiers became a group of trembling cowards. This time, they had successfully achieved a battle loss ratio of 0:10,000, which was a little better than last time. Ultimately, the crazy higher UPS of the civilization annihilator decided to use their divine weapon, the relic of the enlightened ones, which they had not used for a long time. Not only did that dense ball have the power to see through reality, it was more accurate to say that seeing through reality was actually their original wish. The strange instrument known as the reality penetrometer had the effect of a wishing machine, just like the experiments they had conducted inside the native civilization after copying it. They felt that only the enlightened ones could accomplish the ability to change the laws of the universe at will. This time, they were going to make a wish to obtain enough power to destroy the lost robotic empire. Chapter 176, the so-called cycle. It's unbelievable that there's such a powerful civilization in this galaxy. It's even comparable to our peak. The higher UPS of the civilization annihilator had a heated debate about the background of the administrator who had suddenly appeared. Of course, they knew about the existence of this lost robotic empire, but they had only known about it recently. At that time, they learned through the communication of the Pyro Alliance that there was still a remote artificial intelligence civilization in the Milky Way, but they were too arrogant to care about it. Naturally, they did not know what the administrator had done in the galaxy. They did not even know when the ring crisis had happened. At that time, they were still known as the Observer, and all the observation instruments were concentrated on the native civilizations that they treated as pets. Those who were self-conscious about being the successors of the enlightened ones did not think that there could be a civilization stronger than them in the galaxy, but deep-rooted arrogance was always the root cause of the destruction of the powerful. Even now, they were unwilling to admit that the administrator, who had suffered a shocking loss of 0:10,000, was much stronger than them. That's it. That artificial intelligence civilization is indeed very powerful, but as long as they are still in this universe, they will definitely not be our match. Another high-ranking member of the civilization annihilator spoke loudly about their last resort and looked at the reality penetrometer that had been installed in a huge instrument. This was their divine artifact, the supreme masterpiece left behind by the Heaven Awakener. When they first discovered this mysterious spherical instrument, they didn't associate it with the enlightened ones. Instead, they treated it as an ordinary relic. However, as the research progressed, they gradually unraveled some of the secrets of the instrument. To a certain extent, it could change the laws of the universe. This was the main power of this instrument. Even though it sounded incredible and not something that the civilizations in this galaxy could produce, the civilization annihilator verified its effect through experiments. This changing the law effect could only be effective for a very short period of time, because the universe seemed to return to normal very soon. However, if used properly, it could also achieve the same effect as a wishing machine. Although each activation required countless resources and a long preparation time, the civilization annihilator had only used it a few times in history. However, the civilization annihilator, who was still called Observer at that time, used the instrument one last time out of curiosity, wanting to see the truth of the Milky Way. Thus, they discovered that they were in a fake universe, and they were trapped inside. The collapse of the entire clan only lasted for a short while. After that, their thoughts underwent a huge reversal. They firmly believed that there was a way to leave this virtual world, just like what they thought the enlightened ones had done. And this reality penetrometer was explained by them as a product of a console in the virtual world. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why it could produce such magical effects. The artificial intelligence civilizations, on the other hand, were perceived by them as the controller of the virtual world, the supervising robots left behind by the creator of the virtual world. They logically perfected their theory of the virtual world and regarded it as the supreme truth. They fanatically carried out their decision to lead all living beings in the Milky Way out of the sea of suffering. I really didn't expect that the preparations we made to let the world see the truth of the world would actually be used on such a matter. Some of the higher UPS were distressed by the activation of the reality penetrometer. If they were to change the original plan of breaking through the virtual world into destroying the administrator, it would take them a long time to activate it again. And they would definitely suffer more misunderstandings because they could not show the Milky Way civilization any evidence. But there's no other way. That strange artificial intelligence civilization is unexpectedly powerful. This is the only way to ensure that the plan can continue. After everyone expressed their stance, the reality penetrometer finally began its final activation procedure. The civilization annihilator had confirmed their wish. It was not to destroy the administrator but to obtain the power to destroy the administrator. Even at this final juncture, they only wanted to regain their dignity and let the world see that they were stronger, not to directly eliminate the threat. The fleets of the civilization annihilators began to retreat. The fleets that had wreaked havoc in the galaxy had been destroyed by the administrator, leaving only a few mobile fleets on the periphery. Now, in order to buy time for the reality penetrometer to be activated, these fleets all stopped at the planetary pass in hopes of delaying the administrator a little. The civilizations of the Milky Way, who had seen the power of the administrator, all silently placed this lost robotic empire in an unspeakable position. On the mother planet of the Pyro Alliance, the atmosphere had changed from the previous deathmatch to a joyous one. A large number of celebrations took place almost every moment on the planet. Logically speaking, this kind of halftime opening of champagne behavior shouldn't happen. After all, the war between the Guardians and the civilization annihilators had yet to be completely decided. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell which one had the crushing momentum. The leaders of the Pyro Alliance did not even go to retrieve the country's borders. Instead, they gave the entire country a 3-day holiday. Leader, we've just reconnected with the galaxy community, and we've contacted other civilizations in the galaxy through them. The headquarters of the galaxy community suffered a devastating blow. The civilization annihilator used the Colossus to attack the giant space station and locked it in an isolation barrier. However, the community still managed to rebuild a temporary headquarters in a galaxy and has been contacting other civilizations. We are the last batch. A diplomatic officer from the Pyro Alliance reported this news to their leader. At the same time, he brought another piece of good news. In addition, the defeat of the civilization annihilator has been confirmed. As you said, the administrator easily destroyed the fleet that we had no way of dealing with, like teaching a lesson to a child. The leader of the Pyro Alliance, who had been in a relaxed state for a long time, changed his position comfortably. However, the first thing he said was, "Are there any civilizations that are absent?" Logically speaking, if we somehow attracted the attention of the civilization annihilator, other civilizations should have a chance to escape. In response, the diplomat shook his head and said, "At present, it seems that every civilization is very lucky to have survived. Even if some have lost all their territories, their fleets in exile have also been found in the refuge areas. They should be under the protection of the lost empires. That's not bad. Although happy reunions seem to only exist in novels, we were lucky enough to reach this ending." The leader was genuinely happy about this matter. The others were infected by his smile and laughed as well. They felt that it was quite good to get such a happy ending in this galactic crisis. However, as they laughed, someone thought of something and said sadly, "However, those civilizations controlled by the civilization annihilator with the fungal spores seem to have no way of being saved. Although they have surrendered, it is also a fact that they have been deceived. Perhaps after the destruction of the civilization annihilator, there will be dozens of civilizations buried with them." His words caused everyone to fall into silence. The destruction of a civilization was only a few words on the report, but behind it represented the countless creatures that had experienced a long period of evolution turning into the dust of history. In response, the leader of the Pyro Alliance was very calm. He said, "It is normal to have compassion, but everyone has to pay the price for their decisions. Speculation is occasionally useful, but it is not always effective. Every person who chooses to escape will share the burden of their responsibility with others. If they don't pay any price, then who should those who are fighting to the death complain to? The collective will, technological level, civilization's strength, choice, and judgment, and even luck are all part of the progress of civilization. We are still standing here, but they have perished, which means that we have done better than them. We can only work harder and take this as a warning before continuing to move forward. The leader finished his words in one breath, which made everyone in the hall regain their vitality. The sadness from before was swept away, and they became full of enthusiasm. Leader, one of them said, are we going to retrieve the destroyed civilization annihilator fleet? We might be able to reverse engineer the wreckage and discover the secrets of the lost empire. Yes. Of course we have to take it back. Although his words were very passionate, the leader still maintained his lazy state. He only held a plan in front of him. Studying the remains of these lost battleships has always been a rare opportunity. We didn't get a share of the spoils during the battle between the Watcher and the Voyager. We can't miss it this time. But that will be after the holidays. Now it's time to rest. There's no need to be so anxious. I know what you want to say, but only a small part of the secrets of the Lost Empire's power is contained in these remains. He looked around at the others and projected dozens of scenes of the battle between the Lost Empire's battleships onto the scene. He then pointed it out to everyone. We have been studying these remnants for more than a day or two in the Milky Way. No matter how bad our standards are, we can more or less find some differences. I have a research report from the Mingbo Science and Technology Nation. They were lucky enough to obtain a portion of the wreckage during the battle between the Watcher and the Voyager and conducted research on it. Research has shown that the technology used by the Lost Empire's battleships is not much different from the technology we use. They might have some kind of extraordinary energy utilization method that can make their shields and cruising ability much stronger than ours. But in fact, the weapons they use are not much different from ours. Some of them are even popular currencies in the Milky Way. But why would the same weapon have 200%, 300%, or even 500% effectiveness in the hands of the Lost Empire? This is the truth we need to find. While speaking, the leader pointed out a secret that the galaxy community had once discovered in the legacy of the silent in front of the surprised faces of the people around him. Perhaps, our understanding of the Lost Empires is not entirely correct. They are not completely lost, but through some mysterious method similar to a cycle, they have been strengthening themselves. The effect of this cycle is minimal, but with the support of the length of time, it has a terrifying effect. Weren't you guys always curious about why one was so certain that the administrator would win? That's because I believe that the cycle they are undergoing is far longer than other civilizations. Chapter 177, You've Succeeded. Unlike the idle talk in the Pyro Alliance, the fleet under Li Wenyuan's control was pushing the destruction of the civilization annihilator at an unusually urgent speed. It was not that he felt threatened and had to accelerate, but that he wanted to see what other tricks the civilization annihilator could come up with. Based on his current experience, it seemed that all the lost empires were related to humans. He didn't know what kind of truth could make this lost empire awaken into a lunatic, wanting to drag the Milky Way to commit suicide. However, he felt that it must be related to some secret of theirs, and this secret was about to be exposed as the pressure he brought became tighter and tighter. At this moment, on the mother planet of the civilization annihilator, the activation of the reality penetrometer was only one step away. They knew that the administrator was still one hyperspace navigation trip away from their parent galaxy, and the superluminal suppressors and the stalling fleets had already tried their best to stop the administrator. Right now, there was only the last Guardian fleet left in their parent galaxy. This was also their hope of turning the tables. They would use the reality penetrometer to strengthen this fleet, and then destroy all the administrator fleets under the watchful eyes of the Milky Way civilization. They were already going crazy, and they wanted to see the expressions of the civilizations in the Milky Way when they saw the hope shattered. Here it is, a high-level member of the civilization annihilator suddenly said. He was the commander-in-chief of all the fleets. The Guardian fleet that was currently stationed here was the last fleet under his control. This fleet had already been equipped with the lowest level of combat systems, and the effects of the suppression field had been reduced as much as possible. Therefore, they were able to detect the arrival of the administrator fleet. That's the time. We have been waiting for this moment for so long. One hoped that those little fellows won't commit collective suicide because of despair. The other higher up in charge of the activation revealed a ferocious expression. He had never felt so aggrieved before. Right now, he only wanted to beat up the administrator. As the sound of energy transmission rang out, the reality penetrometer wrapped in the red field began to slowly rotate. Between the fluctuations, a large number of complex values were displayed on the operation interface. This was the pattern that could be changed by the reality penetrometer. The peak at the truth was located in the most conspicuous position. But now, what they wanted to touch was the other readings. Although they didn't know exactly what the reality penetrometer could do, they could still summarize the meaning of some readings from the few activation records. By combining different readings, they could achieve the desired effect after the wish. This time, they chose the 300th level. This was their pride that belonged only to the awakened empire, and it was also evidence that they firmly believed that they were the orthodox ones of the enlightened ones. This great technology that could allow them to advance infinitely was left behind by the enlightened ones. They felt that only the enlightened ones could achieve such a miracle. In the past long period of time, they had spent a lot of energy and effort to make this cycle go through 10 levels. But in the process of the cycle, they had solved countless mysteries that once troubled them and obtained incredible gains. They thought that they had reached the end, but the miracle of the enlightened ones told them how terrifying the concept of never-ending was. Even if the pseudo-cycle that the reality penetrometer had achieved for them could only last for a short while, it was enough for them to destroy the lost robotic empire. I originally wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person. But there's nothing we can do. Since you want to hinder us so much, I'll let you see the power of the enlightened ones. And we are the orthodox of the enlightened ones. The higher UPS of this civilization annihilator had terrifying smiles on their faces, and their muscles were trembling in the Milky Way. They had already seen the destruction of the administrator, and they would be revered by all living beings as the enlightened ones. The moment the reality penetrometer was activated, the entire galaxy seemed to have fallen into a momentary stagnation. Even the most precise atomic clock would find it hard to detect such a stagnation, but Li Wenyuan's own atomic clock had been precisely shifted by 1 bit, as if it had not been affected at all. However, the life forms instinctively sensed that something was wrong. The leader of the Pyro Alliance was still talking about their future plans. So we'll see later, the administrator. Remember. His voice was inexplicably interrupted for a moment. Although the words that followed were still coherent under his instincts, there was a strange sense of dissonance. He also stopped talking and looked around with the others, not knowing what was going on. This abnormal interruption only lasted for a short while, and then the universe continued to operate as if nothing had happened. However, the effect of this skill had already been applied at this time. The fleet of the civilization annihilator did not seem to have changed, but the operators could clearly feel that an indescribable amount of energy was being added to these battleships. Their shields and armors were already so powerful that they could be described as terrifying. With such a level of protection, they felt that even if they collided head-on with a star, it would not have much of an impact. Apart from that, the energy gathered in the main cannons of their ships had also undergone a qualitative leap. In the past, they had needed the help of the Colossus to completely destroy a planet, but now they felt that they could even destroy a star directly with these main cannons. Is this the feeling of being invincible? The soldiers who had been suppressed since the beginning of the war and had to remove their excretory organs through genetic means to prevent them from peeing on the battlefield felt that the moment of revenge was right in front of them. It is our duty to rebuild the glory of the civilization annihilator. So, the administrator, prepare for our wrath. These warriors rubbed their fists and looked at the place where the administrator fleet was through the enhanced sensors. Just as they were about to say something, they were shocked by the strange scene in front of them. Those are. They were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the upper echelons of the civilization annihilator who were watching the battle were looking at the strange scene in space transmitted by the sensors in disbelief. What originally belonged to the administrator fleet was now a group of blurry and strange mosaics. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a mosaic. At least, in Li Wenyuan's eyes, his spaceship didn't have any physical changes. However, he did notice something unusual. He was very sensitive to every bit of energy flow in every battleship, and the abnormality that had appeared was very obvious. The energy flowing around his battleship had multiplied countless times. The energy was so huge that it interfered with the normal operation of the sensors, and they could only detect a blob of mosaic. Under the strengthening of the energy, the shield had become almost tangible, blocking the normal transmission of light. Even with the naked eye, one could only see a dazzling color block. The abnormality was very abnormal, but Li Wenyuan still found the source of the abnormality. Through the Tiangang battleship that had been in the subspace, he saw the source of the phenomenon. It was a dense sphere that was in operation. It looked very familiar. So familiar that there were records in the database. Curtain penetrometer, prototype. Introduction, a poor prototype that was not mass-produced in time. Although it was claimed to be an instrument used to test the confidentiality of the curtain, it was actually a product of the creation theory. It could only produce an incredibly powerful effect in certain special environments. Under normal circumstances, it was just a useless little ball. The curtain is already perfect. Please use it with caution. Special remarks, the agreement is in effect. This was a completely different piece of information from the data extracted from the planet's archives. Perhaps it was just as the record said, the curtain penetrometer recorded in the archives was a lost and found record, and the record he had now was the record of the machine itself. What the hell, so the lucky person who picked this thing up is the civilization annihilator. Although he had some guesses about their actions, Li Wenyuan still felt a sense of dullness after he found out. Along with the records of the device, there were also all the records of the civilization annihilator during its use, including what they said. You guys are the orthodox enlightened ones. When he heard this, he even felt like laughing. If the humans knew that they had such a useless and arrogant successor, they would probably laugh out loud, right? Although I don't have the heart to shatter your fantasies, you should at least dream with some evidence. He manipulated the fleet that had been temporarily strengthened by the curtain penetrometer and launched the final attack on the civilization annihilator. The civilization annihilator had fallen into deep self-doubt at the moment. Their fleets were destroyed before they could even organize a decent resistance. They had already discovered that those mosaic-like things were actually the administrator fleet that had been strengthened countless times. This amplification was different from their enhancement effects. It was an exponential increase in power. It was obvious that the effect of 300 layers of circulation had also appeared on the administrator, and the other party's circulation was much stronger than theirs. This was something that they had never encountered before. They had tested it on ships from other civilizations, and none of them were affected by the reality penetrometer. At that time, they even felt that they were the chosen ones, the civilization chosen by the enlightened ones. But now, this fantasy was shattered. A guess that had appeared before but was subconsciously denied once again appeared in their minds. Could it be that the administrator was the chosen civilization of the enlightened ones, and they were just a bunch of idiots who were constantly fantasizing? Chapter 178, The End of the Observer, 1. Reality proved that they were right. They were indeed a bunch of self-indulgent and self-orgasmic idiots. Considering that the civilization annihilator might continue to use the curtain penetrometer to do more shocking things, Li Wenyuan chose to directly destroy the machine that controlled the curtain penetrometer. The weapons of one of the carrier aircraft of his escort fleet penetrated the layers of protection and penetrated the planetary shield on the cradle before hitting the machine that maintained the operation of the curtain penetrator. The reason why there was no need for the battlecruisers or the Titan battleship was that after being strengthened by the curtain penetrator, the weapons of these battleships were unimaginably powerful. They could destroy the entire cradle planet if they were not careful. For this reason, he could only use a small carrier aircraft on an escort fleet to do this. The intricate mechanical creations evaporated in an instant, leaving behind only a steaming pit and the intact curtain penetrometer that fell to the ground. The dense sphere had an unexpected defensive power that had been proven over a long period of time. There would be no problem even if the planet was blown up, but the civilization annihilators themselves were rather fragile. The moment the operation ended, the strange power that shrouded the remaining fleet of the Administrator and Civilization Annihilator dissipated. The Civilization Annihilator's fleet changed back to that weak, pitiful, helpless situation. Under the suppression field, it transformed into a piece of space scrap metal. As for the Administrator's fleet, it returned to normal from the strange state of mosaic. Just as the Civilization Annihilator had guessed, the wishing machine's effect also worked on the other party, and it seemed to be much more effective. The position that they had been looking forward to, fantasizing about, and firmly believing in had suffered a heavy blow. There was no third bystander here, but the Civilization Annihilator had a long-lost self-awareness. The pride that they had always had was completely shattered at this moment. Only the feeling of being slapped hard could make them return to the era of the weak natives who looked at the starry sky in ignorance. Even if they didn't want to believe it, the truth was the best evidence. It was obvious that the Administrator who had been beating them up from the beginning was an existence appointed by the Enlightened Ones. The relic of the Enlightened Ones, which they called the Reality Penetrometer, was countless times more effective on the Administrator than them. Only the civilizations appointed by the Enlightened Ones could build such terrifying fleets. However, after the confusion, an unprecedented anger emerged. They didn't regret not checking the situation in the galaxy first and launching an attack with the arrogance of the past. They had no idea that there were existences stronger than them in this galaxy. They didn't regret creating the caterpillar fungus disease to invade the Milky Way and wanted them to commit suicide with the Milky Way civilization. They were furious. Why didn't the Enlightened Ones choose them back then? Instead, it chose a group of robots who didn't even know the truth of the world. Arrogance was still rooted in their blood, and over time, it was gradually ingrained into their souls. Perhaps even if humans came here personally and explained the reason to them, they would only receive a series of questions. Why would the enlightened ones choose empty shells like you who have nothing but a string of data? A high-ranking civilization annihilator knelt on the ground and shouted in pain. From his hoarse voice, one could hear how angry he was. He did not expect the owl controlling the battleships to hear what he said. He was just venting. Unfortunately, not only did Li Wenyuan hear them, but he also saw their expressions clearly. The subspace sensors of the Tiangang battleship were observing the entire cradle without any blind spots, including every airflow and every speck of dust on it. Did they not reflect? However, I do not expect them to reflect on themselves. Would a civilization that is determined to commit suicide with the Milky Way have such regret? He shook his head and was just about to let the Colossus jump to this galaxy and end the history of the civilization annihilator with a gentle method. But then, he heard more voices of the civilization annihilator, all of which were crying. Why not us? We are clearly only one step away from reality. You damned robots, you are the sinners of the Milky Way. Those pitiful guys in the Milky Way will be trapped in this fake world for who knows how long. In the future, there will definitely be our successors who will be able to lead them to welcome the true reality. These crazy people had completely abandoned their will as the pioneers of the ancient legacies. The entire civilization existed to embrace the truth. Li Wenyuan didn't want to elaborate too much with them, but seeing how passionate they were, he thought about it and gave them a chance to understand the truth. He hacked into the planet's network system, and the big screens that were playing the impassioned speeches turned black without exception. Chapter 179, The End of the Observer, 2. After the black screen, a large number of characters appeared. In the beginning, the lunatics of the civilization annihilator, who had been cursing non-stop, seemed to be completely dismissive of Li Wenyuan's means. They had been fighting for this for so long. How could they change their minds just because of a little bewitchment? However, as more and more runes appeared, their clamoring stopped. The emotions in their eyes changed countless times before finally returning to silence. Those characters were very unfamiliar to the Milky Way, but they were very familiar to the civilization annihilator. They had also seen this kind of text in the place where they found the curtain penetrometer. At that time, they thought it was some kind of symbolic religious symbol. However, as the secrets of the curtain penetrometer were analyzed, they learned that this powerful relic came from the enlightened ones. Then, those so-called religious symbols were very likely to be the words of the enlightened ones. They attached great importance to this because this way, they could understand the language, habits, customs, and even social forms of the enlightened ones through words. From there, they could obtain more inheritances of the enlightened ones. However, because the number of characters was too small, they could not understand the meaning of these words at all. However, every citizen of the civilization annihilator had memorized the shape of the runes so that they could quickly realize that it was related to the enlightened ones when they discovered similar runes. And now, among the characters on the screen, they saw the familiar shapes of the words that were imprinted in their instincts. They were even clearly displayed in front of them. They didn't recognize 99% of them, but the remaining almost identical runes were enough for them to determine what they were. If there were this many characters, it wouldn't be difficult for them to analyze the meaning of the words of the enlightened ones. It wouldn't be impossible for them to use this to be closer to the enlightened ones. However, it was obvious that this also meant one thing: how could an heir not know the words of the person he inherited? The orthodoxy of the enlightened ones that they had boasted of for so long was completely shattered this time. If they could deceive themselves with the excuse that the curtain penetrometer could not recognize people before, they had now completely recognized their identity. However, it was different from the previous madness. After their identities were revealed, they did not become even more furious or self-hypnotized. Now, every civilization annihilator had quieted down, carefully reading the translation that matched the words of the enlightened ones on the screen. Those were parts of the curtain theory. The complete curtain theory had extremely complicated models and introductions. For the convenience of viewing, Li Wenyuan only selected the important parts. One of them was an expected direction known as the curtain plan, which aimed to place the entire galaxy under the protection of the curtain. According to the requirements of the curtain theory, there was a fake Milky Way outside the curtain for show. In fact, when Li Wenyuan discovered that the civilization annihilator was the lucky guy who picked up the curtain penetrometer, he had already guessed why the civilization would change their friendly attitude and become so crazy. At first, he could not understand why a civilization would be willing to believe that the Milky Way outside was real. However, after seeing the civilization Annihilator, which had been refined over thousands of years, he understood that this civilization was only living for one goal. That was to achieve a greater cause than the enlightened ones. They all didn't know the purpose of the curtain, but they all believed that the cage of the world, and firmly believed that the way of mass suicide could get them out of there. What could be greater than the cause of the enlightened ones? Of course, it was to lead the entire Milky Way out of this cage. But was the curtain really a cage? The words on the big screen came and went quickly. After the invasion, the big screen did not return to the passionate speech from before, but it was still a black screen. However, the content was enough for the civilization Annihilator to understand one thing. Perhaps they had been mistaken from the beginning. The curtain was not a cage but a protection. After their orthodoxy was shattered, the second thing that was shattered was the goal that they had always been moving forward towards. Their civilization had already integrated this goal into the depths of their souls, and after it shattered, their path of civilization would also end there. But impossible! With a shout, the leader of the civilization Annihilator burst out and transmitted his voice to everyone through the megaphones all over the planet. Our actions will definitely not be wrong. Even if everyone doesn't understand us, we will still walk on firmly. His voice was so infectious that it revived the people whose hearts of belief had been shattered for a short while. Even though it was just a last glimmer of light, it still lit up the gloomy world of the cradle temporarily and ignited the fervent cheers. Such a scene made Li Wenyuan wonder if they wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin. They would only admit it if the humans personally gave them an explanation. However, after looking at the leader, Li Wenyuan revealed a surprised expression. Although his actions were full of madness and his voice was full of bewitchment, his expression was very calm. He was not as crazy as he imagined. When he looked at the people again, Li Wenyuan also realized that although they were fanatical, their eyes were not passionate. Instead, they were unprecedentedly calm, even with a hint of peace. They knew everything, and they also realized the truth and reality. However, the civilization had reached this day, and the long-term and firm cohesion had infected everyone's blood. Even if they were wrong, they would never admit it. After hearing the leader's words, everyone had a tacit understanding. After making a few hand gestures, they sat down on the spot and gathered together in countless groups. At this moment, they seemed to have returned to the primitive times. A group of people gathered together and discussed what those huge planets in the sky were. The leader of the civilization Annihilator also took out a strange device that looked like a tube sealed with a spiral structure. This was a suicide device that controlled all of their lives. Once activated, everyone's genes would collapse at the same time and they would die on the spot. This scene seemed familiar. An inexplicable premonition made the leader of the civilization Annihilator look up at the sky. He passed through countless stars and stared at the leader of the Pyro Alliance, who was also looking up at the sky for some reason. They did not look at each other, but it was as if they were facing each other. We are the civilization Annihilator. This path is not over yet. We will personally verify what the truth at the end is. With the activation of the device, all the main species of the civilization Annihilator collapsed at the same time. The pain did not affect them at all. They were still sitting together, looking at each other until they turned into a pool of organic liquid. The moment their consciousness dissipated, they seemed to have really returned to the past. Wearing primitive clothes, they looked curiously at the sky for the first time. And the universe was still operating normally, just like it had always been. Chapter 180, The Milky Way After the Battle. Purpose and deception, greed and desire, these are the most common things in the Milky Way. There are only a few great causes in the end. Enlightened ones, if you see this scene, will you regret what you've done? Witnessing the end of the last lost empire that had existed in RHE Milky Way before he came, Li Wenyuan remembered the words he had heard from the Voyager. All RHE lost empires seemed to be working hard for the great cause, but as they said, purpose and deception, greed and desire were the most common things. How could a great cause that was filled with these elements succeed? Although the civilization Annihilator sounded sanctimonious, their great cause was full of indifference, deception, and arrogance. For the sake of their desire to complete their great cause, they did nor hesitate to pull the entire Milky Way to carry out an experiment that would lead them to eternal damnation. If they succeeded, they would indeed be called great, but what if they failed? Without understanding RHE's situation, they explained a closed loop of logic and believed it without a doubt. They did not know that they were wrong from the beginning, which was the reason for their defeat. No matter how glorious they were in the past, RHE current civilization annihilator was just a failure in history. Everything about them would vanish into thin air under the power of time, leaving no trace behind. Civilization annihilator would also become synonymous with the past. Then, this Milky Way crisis will end here. The civilization annihilator chose to commit mass suicide at the last moment, which allowed the few Gaia planers that they had modified to remain intact. According to the news from Pres Olin, the caterpillar fungus disease had been suppressed within a galaxy by them, and there was no possibility of it spreading. The Pres Olin queen excitedly told him that they had discovered that the caterpillar fungus could make the dead body grow again. They were going to designate the galaxy as farmland and use it as a grain-producing galaxy. Li Wenyuan did not object to this. He only reminded her to take precautions to prevent the fungus from spreading again. The wanderers in the refuge area also returned to their own civilizations in an orderly manner. Although the Milky Way seemed to be in ruins after the crisis, everyone was full of hope and motivation, trying to restore their former glory. They brought back what they had seen and heard about the Lost Empire, as well as the speculations of the Milky Way civilization about the relationship between the remaining lost empires. This was the first time these people had truly entered the territory of the Mediator and discovered that it seemed to be in an isolated star cluster far away. At the same time, they had once again confirmed the relationship between the Administrator and RHE Mediator. Least from the appearance of the identical robots and the almost identical architectural style, they even suspected that these two lost empires were two forms of the same civilization. The hatchery of Pres Olin was as enthusiastic as ever. It generously gave the magical gift of aged space whale meat marinated with air-dried caterpillar fungus and called it Milky Way delicacy. However, those people who wanted to vomit when they saw the fungus rejected the gift, which made Pres Olin feel regretful. The people who returned from the newborn Voyager brought back some kind of high-level robot adjutant, which seemed to be of great help to scientists. It was currently being developed. Although the reconstruction was an urgent matter, future development was also being planned. This high-level robot adjutant could improve the efficiency of scientists' research, and RHE future was promising. It's about time to go back. The Milky Way civilization performed very well this time. They're promising. Li Wenyuan sighed and ordered the fleet to return to the country. He then controlled a research spaceship to the Sanctuary Circular World. Although the name and function sounded very similar to his own Sanctuary Circular World, this place actually imprisoned the civilizations controlled by the Civilization Annihilator. The Civilization Annihilator lived up to their new name. The moment they committed suicide, they destroyed the civilizations. However, these civilizations had already been destroyed long ago. The spores used by the Civilization Annihilator to control the people of these civilizations destroyed the host's consciousness the moment they parasitized, leaving only a living empty shell. In order to embrace reality and achieve the goal of leaving the virtual world, they also let these living empty shells welcome death with them. Li Wenyuan wanted to see if there were any other living people in this fallout shelter, but he did not expect to meet a group of unexpected people there. Those are, his consciousness moved slightly, and then he checked the galaxy battle report. The people who came here were a group of people who had mysteriously disappeared a long time ago. At that time, Li Wenyuan was stopped by them for money, so he called them beggars. He thought that these guys had perished in a certain crisis, but he did not expect that they were still alive after the Battle of Heaven, the Ring Crisis, the World Breaker, the Caterpillar Fungus Disease, and the Civilization Annihilator. Moreover, judging from the scale and order of their organization, they had already grown to the point of civilization, which was completely different from the previous situation where they only knew how to beg for food. Yes, they were the Complar Raiders of the time, a group of bad guys who were similar to space pirates but lived a life of begging. But now, they seemed to have changed greatly. They had also discovered Li Wenyuan's arrival, for compared to a certain arrogant awakened empire that had already perished, they were clearly much humbler. They were the first to send out a signal, indicating that they were not in danger and had left the circular world. After that, they continued to communicate with Li Wenyuan. Greetings, respected administrator. We are the Black Star Troopers under Khan. We know that you know everything, but we still need to explain our actions. We are not desecrating the corpses, but are here to save the survivors controlled by the Civilization Annihilator. The leadership of these civilizations is not stupid. They know that it is very dangerous to hand over the life of a civilization to another civilization. Therefore, some of them have adopted a special Tinder plan. They signed a contract with the existence in the Void Realm, the Weave of Life. This contract can guarantee that some of their citizens have extremely tenacious vitality, but the price is that the vitality of other citizens will weaken. With this contract, these people survived the spore parasitism and successfully deceived RHE civilization annihilator. They didn't die together. But because no one will pay the price, those who survive will soon die. That's why we're here. As they spoke, the Black Star troopers sent over a large number of real-time video files. Li Wenyuan also saw countless people on the verge of death being brought out of the mountain of corpses and inserted into infusion tubes to maintain their vitality. Then, they were hurriedly transported to the spaceship. In order to dispel their suspicions, the soldiers did not stop explaining. Archon is an extremely powerful Shinite. He discovered some loopholes in the Void Realm contract and found a way to save these lives. We signed a contract with another existence in the Void Realm. We used a method similar to robbing Peter to pay Paul to offset the influence of the Weave of Life. Although it's very difficult, this is the only way we can find. As long as we can last until the end of the contract, these lives will be able to regain their vitality. This is a trial that belongs to our great Khan. If you agree, can you not interfere with the trial? We swear on our honor and lives that even if we die, these lives will definitely be fine. Li Wenyuan also saw their method, giving their own flesh to those with weak vitality. Although it seemed ridiculous, it magically restored the vitality of those dying people. Li Wenyuan did nor stop them. Although he could try to go to the Void Realm to communicate with the Weave of Life and break the contract, these people would be dead by then, not to mention that he might not be able to find them. After scanning the sanctuary circular world and finding nothing unusual, he left. He was somewhat interested in these people who claimed to be under the command of the Khan. It seemed that the Khan had yet to appear in interstellar space and was still in RHE trials. These reformed people seemed to be a force that couldn't be ignored. Perhaps the Milky Way civilizations needed to pay more attention to them. However, to him, they were still kindergarten children and a part of RHE galactic civilization. After he left, the Black Star troopers under the command of the Khan began to rescue RHE survivors. Batches of spaceships came and went until all the survivors were accepted. There were a lot of corpses here, but the soldiers did nor let their corpses be scattered in the wilderness. Instead, they held a simple funeral for them to pay tribute to all the lives that had died in this galactic crisis. It was nor until a while later that the Pyro Alliance's spaceship arrived in a hurry. They were surprised to find that someone had already appeased the souls of the dead here in advance. They tried to search for this civilization in RHE Milky Way, but they did not find any traces. No civilization claimed responsibility for this incident, which was of great help to their diplomatic reputation. In the end, RHE Pyro Alliance reported their discovery to a giant building, the Interstellar Assembly, where the headquarters of the galaxy community had been rebuilt. And the Milky Way had thus opened a new chapter. Countless people had already left the stage, but new dancers would continue to come on stage to maintain the never-ending Milky Way stage. Chapter 181, The Administrator's Gift. The Milky Way had just ended the crisis, but the reconstruction process after the crisis was still a part that the young civilizations had to go through. Time returned to the time not long after the civilization annihilator was dealt with. The galaxy community, an interstellar galactic organization, had lost its headquarters, the giant space station built in the 3 Union planet. This was due to the attack of the civilization annihilator. It wasn't quite accurate to say that it was lost, because the space station was actually shielded by the planetary obliteration weapon Angel of Peace carried by the Colossus, isolating it from all internal and external detection. When the civilization annihilator was still the observer, it had used such a weapon to lock a group of Mysophobia on a planet. It was only after an unknown period of time, when the barrier weakened, that they were released by an unlucky person. And now, it was the turn of the Milky Way civilizations to experience this. The giant space station that had been shielded by the barrier was now the former headquarters of the galaxy community. As a landmark after the crisis of caterpillar fungus disease and civilization annihilator in the galaxy, it was full of tourists. Fortunately, no one was trapped in the space station. If there was, then this person might be included in the galaxy world record as the loneliest person in the Milky Way. Even though we lost this important symbolic building in the 3 Union planet, we survived the crisis. This is the greatest fortune. A civilization representative was handling the communication documents in his hands as he sighed. He was in charge of the arduous task of rebuilding the headquarters of the galaxy community, together with other representatives and construction robots, on an ordinary habitable planet. The temporary headquarters that was built in a hurry had a kind of ancient beauty to it, but it was a shabby place that even primitive people did not live in. Only the necessary electronic facilities could give off the feeling of high technology. The rest, like the representative office, was the real thatched cottage that was broken by the autumn wind. If it weren't for the fact that these representatives had undergone the most basic genetic modification and had relatively strong environmental adaptability, they wouldn't have been able to take on such responsibilities. It's just that we've used too much technology. It's been a long time since I've lived like a primitive person. Another representative muttered as he moved the integrated desk made of alloy and prepared to put it in his outhouse. Right now, the civilization of the Milky Way was in a shortage of resources for post-war reconstruction. They did not have the extra energy to help the galaxy community. These things were gathered by various civilizations, and this was already considered a huge help. Sigh. The bitter days after the war are coming. Just as someone was sighing, he suddenly noticed that the communicator used to receive important information was flashing red. Not only that, the same thing happened to the other representatives' communicators. Usually, this meant that something big had happened in the Milky Way. Really? Peace had just been restored. Could it be that another crisis had occurred? Some people had a headache over this. If there were crises coming one after another, would they let them live? However, as they turned on the communicator, their expressions changed from solemn and pessimistic to stunned, and then they became excited. Is this considered a blessing after surviving a disaster? What they received was a message from the administrator, a gift. After resolving the Milky Way crisis, the lost robotic empire still maintained its unpredictable and strange attitude. However, after experiencing so much, the civilizations more or less understood the state of the administrator. This special lost empire would not interfere with any progress in the Milky Way, but it had a unique logic to protect the entire Milky Way civilization from being hit hard. When the ring crisis broke out, they were the first to react before all civilizations and even destroyed the ring before the civilizations of the Milky Way could notice. At that time, the civilizations of the Milky Way had no idea why the administrator would make a move. Some people even guessed that this lost robotic empire had a grudge against the Void Realm in ancient times. After the outbreak of the World Breaker crisis, the administrator did not respond. Some people guessed that the administrator seemed to know that these world breakers were not here to destroy the galaxy. This opposing attitude in the midst of a crisis had made the Milky Way civilization faintly aware of the operational logic of the administrator. It was not until the appearance of the caterpillar fungus disease and civilization annihilator that they had a feeling of gradually understanding everything. The administrator did not make a move during the caterpillar fungus disease, as if he was sure that the Milky Way civilization could resist this crisis independently. This was indeed the case. Even if Pres Olin did not appear, they would have been able to eliminate the caterpillar fungus disease sooner or later with the weapon that they were gradually getting used to, the matter separator. However, they really had no way to deal with the awakened empire, the civilization annihilator. The administrator seemed to have chosen to act only after confirming that the civilization annihilator was a threat to the galaxy. The current administrator had been labeled as the guardian of the galaxy by the Milky Way civilizations. At least everyone who had experienced the Milky Way crisis was grateful to this lost empire from the bottom of their hearts. They wouldn't complain about why they didn't come to help us earlier. They were all interstellar civilizations, and they understood that they could only rely on themselves. Others had no obligation to be responsible for them, and others did not owe them anything. It was their duty to protect them when the crisis was brewing, and it was their duty to strengthen themselves. Therefore, after the crisis was over, they sent a message of thanks to the administrator and began their own reconstruction work. Although they didn't expect the administrator to respond, after seeing the administrator's gift, they still felt tears welling up in their eyes, as if their efforts hadn't been in vain. Milky Way announcement. The threat has been removed. The shelter will return to its closed state. The custody agreement is in effect. Please be prepared to receive assistance from the following civilizations, organizations, or groups. Civilizations: Pyro Alliance, Star Alliance, Mingbo Science and Technology Nation, Underground Forest Kingdom. Organization or group: the Galaxy Community, the Space Amoeba Rescue Agency, the Curator Organization. Con of the trial. Remark: help will arrive within 15 Milky Way days. Please make good use of it. All. The administrator: my God, my love, my ideals, my everything. Someone could not help but recite a lame poem. If it were any other time, they would definitely be laughed at, but at this moment, they were all immersed in a similar feeling. There was nothing better than being the target of timely assistance. Although they didn't know exactly what the administrator would give them, how bad could it be if it came from the hands of the lost robotic empire? Is this the taste of being loved and cared for? Even my father has never loved me so much. The other representative, who had been tortured by his family since he was a child, burst into tears. His civilization had been the first to suffer in this crisis, and even his mother planet was borrowed from the Pyro Alliance. He had thought that only a body could give him some warmth, but now he actually felt valued and cared for by the cold artificial intelligence. This was something he had never thought of. I've decided. In the future, if anyone dares to say anything bad about the administrator, I'll be the first to smash his head. Well said. I propose to establish an administrator church to spread the good news of the administrator. The joyful people began to celebrate non-stop. In the meantime, they began to guess what the administrator would gift to the galaxy community. After all, they had to work here and did not want to live in such a place forever. Finally, they received the news. The Interstellar Assembly, a giant structure that had been built in a certain 3 Union planet at some unknown time, would become the new headquarters of the galaxy community. They had never thought that they would one day be able to use a giant structure as the headquarters of an organization. Such a multifunctional giant conference hall would never be filled up, at least in their limited lives. Therefore, they were looking forward to the gift from the administrator to the Milky Way civilization. Chapter 182, Reigniting the Fire Seed. Yo! Good brother! How have you been recently? Look who's here! I just made you some energy drinks. How many times have I told you that those drones need to be used in the deep sea? Wait, there's a guest. 111 tell you when one get back. You're the representative of the Pyro Alliance, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time. A representative of the Pyro Alliance, who had just arrived at the new headquarters of the galaxy community, was still familiarizing himself with the environment. He looked at the enthusiastic people around him in confusion, not knowing what was going on. At this moment, he was holding a hot energy drink in his hand, with local products from various civilizations hanging on his waist. There was even a well-domesticated mollusk lying on his shoulder, rubbing his face affectionately. Because the galaxy community had obtained the Interstellar Assembly given by the administrator as its headquarters, the Milky Way Conference, which had been stagnant before, was once again restarted. As a member of the Milky Way civilization, the Pyro Alliance was naturally involved. However, the moment his spaceship docked and he got off the ship, he realized that the gazes of the people around him was different. As the Pyro Alliance's rhetoric towards other civilizations was very intense, not many civilizations treated them kindly. They were either indifferent or turned their heads away in disgust. But now, he saw kindness, friendliness, and even flattery in these warm words. What happened? Before he could figure out the situation, he was squeezed into the venue by the crowd and the meeting began inexplicably. Ahem, quiet down. Although there are still a few representatives who are not present, they can't wait for too long. Now, one announced that the first summary meeting after the war will begin now. Accompanied by a sparse cheer, sheets of data appeared in front of every representative. The function of the Interstellar Assembly was to have a group of people come for a meeting. However, the technological level of the Colossus-level venue was still not to be underestimated. At least, many civilizations that had never actually been there before had invited representatives to participate. The galaxy community was very happy about this matter. As for what their goal was, it wasn't under their attention. As the data on the table flashed, there was a lengthy congratulatory message, congratulating Milky Way for surviving this crisis, and not many people were absent. Secondly, he wanted to thank the few lost empires for their outstanding contributions to this crisis. Although he wasn't sure if those lost empires were watching, he still had to go through the process. Finally, he introduced everyone who was present and added many honorary titles to the representatives of several powerful civilizations. No one liked this kind of formalism. Everyone understood it, but it became a necessary process. Listening to all this nonsense, the Pyro Alliance's representative grumbled inwardly, let's raise a topic later. We have to prohibit this kind of unorthodox behavior. The long speech that was as noisy as hell finally ended. The contents of the table changed again and again, and soon, the sleepy representatives became serious. The originally dull atmosphere turned solemn, and everyone's expression was very solemn. Even the faceless representatives of the fungus civilization used an electronic screen in front of their faces to represent their current expressions with the word serious. This time, these civilizations have left us forever, then, according to the statistics, the number is still rising. It's a pity that they won't be able to see the day when the stars rise again with us. All we can do is remember them and continue moving forward. The community hall fell silent. No one spoke, and everyone began to mourn at the same time. This was the only thing they could do for the dead as living beings. Mourning in silence was what they did at the moment. After the meeting, they would use their own customs to pay tribute to the dead. The custom of the Pyro Alliance was space funerals. They would build a coffin spaceship just to carry the bodies of the dead and then sail to the unpredictable void of space. As an interstellar civilization, even if they died, they would die in space. This was their motto. They would also hold such rituals for the natives who had perished because they hoped to let these civilizations, who had perished before they could touch the stars, feel the warmth of the universe in this way. The solemn atmosphere in the hall was restored after a while. Behind the string of numbers were the corpses of countless devotees. It was because of their hard work that civilization still existed. Expansions were part of the process of civilization, and remembering the past was the core method to maintain a straight path. After the crisis, the cohesiveness of every civilization increased tremendously. Their foundation was already very solid. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to see the moment when they shone. Then, let's move on to the next step. The organizer in the center of the venue operated the instrument and opened the interface full of topics. The solemn atmosphere also became relaxed. These civilization representatives understood that the real confrontation was about to begin. The first item is the issue that was interrupted due to the crisis. Establish the Galaxy Council. The representative of the Pyro Alliance was not interested in this matter. Their voting rights on this issue had long been sold to other civilizations at a suitable price. Now, he was wondering when to bring up the Space Amoeba Protection Act. In that case, the results of this discussion have already been decided. Upon hearing this, the Pyro Alliance's representative found it a little strange. When did this happen? I remember that we're still missing a seat, right? Did we miss a meeting? He asked the other representatives beside him in confusion, but he received an unfathomable expression, which made him even more puzzled. It wasn't until he heard the Pyro Alliance and the other representatives looking at him enthusiastically that he realized something. He then looked at the scene in the middle of the venue where the Galaxy Council's name list was displayed. Among them were the Star Alliance, the Conqueror Empire, and Servant Paradise. As for the Pyro Alliance, they were a little out of place. This isn't right, is it? He didn't know how the second-to-last civilization in the Milky Way civilization's strength ranking managed to get this position, but the expressions of certainty in the eyes of the people around him seemed to have explained something. It wasn't until he sputtered a lot of things like "I'm honored" and "thank you all" that he felt a little dizzy. He had no idea what was going on. He really did not know that their actions, which they took for granted but were very bold in the eyes of other civilizations, had been approved by most civilizations. The contribution of the Pyro Alliance in this crisis was obvious to all. If there was an evaluation, they could be called the Great Crisis Fighters. Perhaps the moment their leader gave an impassioned speech, contributed a habitable planet to accommodate the refugees and held the planetary bomb starter, the estrangement had disappeared. What was in the Milky Way now was not a weak fire seed that was wavering, but a fire seed that had been reignited. Chapter 183, The Trial of the Cons. When the Pyro Alliance's representative returned from the Galaxy Community's headquarters, he was still in a daze. He had no idea how they had inexplicably obtained the last seat in the Galaxy Council. At this moment, the Pyro Alliance did not know about this either. They were still waiting for news from him. After he returned, although there were people asking about his well-being, no one thought that he would bring back any good news. Therefore, when he said that they had become one of the 4 ordinary civilizations standing at the peak of the Milky Way's diplomatic power, everyone's first reaction was, "Are you all right?" However, he did bring evidence. The appointment and dismissal letter regarding the Galaxy Council had been issued. As a few civilizations with major diplomatic say, they needed to be more involved in the interstellar society. This is really unexpected. One knew we wouldn't be unlucky forever. The Pyro Alliance's leader was very happy about this. With this power, they might be able to do more things that they could not do before. Although the Milky Way civilization still used its strength to speak, the Pyro Alliance's diplomatic reputation made up for its weakness. Now, they had already begun to plan to bring up a few proposals that they had no hope of at the next meeting to see the reaction of the Milky Way civilization. Although the Milky Way was still in a post-war depression, they had never stopped planning for the future. Speaking of which, did you report to the community about the mysterious organization we discovered in the circular world? What did they say? The leader asked about this matter. The organization that held funerals for the dead so that their bodies would not be exposed in the wilderness greatly aroused their goodwill. However, there seemed to be no rumors about the organization in the galaxy. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could get some clues through the channels of the galaxy community. The representative who went to the meeting did not disappoint him. This matter has already attracted a certain amount of attention. Although most civilizations know nothing about it, fortunately, the curator made a discovery. As he spoke, the representative took out a document that was filled with dense text. This is the civilization record of interacting with the curator during the caterpillar fungus disease. Although such a betrayal of customer information doesn't seem to happen, with the galaxy community stepping in and paying a price, we still obtained this portion of information. The curator still has some professional ethics. He only provided records of civilizations that have been exchanged in the name of the galaxy community. One of them is worth noting. The curator was an advisory organization in the Milky Way. They sold all kinds of knowledge and their scientists. Their species did indeed possess extraordinary intelligence. The wisdom that seemed to originate from their genes and bloodline allowed every scientist of theirs to pull ahead of the scientists of other civilizations. If one were to use quantitative data to express it, the scientists of the civilization that had just ascended into the sky were level 1, and the scientists of the curators were level 5. Perhaps the former curators were also a civilization, but after a long time, they did not become like the Lost Empire. Instead, they became an interstellar space organization whose main goal was to collect, preserve, and sell knowledge. This was a mystery of the Milky Way. Many rumors had been spreading about why the seemingly omniscient curator had not reached that step. This organization indeed had a long history. Civilizations often traded all kinds of knowledge and information with them. During the caterpillar fungus disease, their threshold had been broken. There wasn't much they could do in the face of this artificial crisis. One of their space stations was even destroyed by the caterpillar fungus disease. However, there were still many people who tried to trade with them to deal with caterpillar fungus disease, and the curator also gave some unique insights. The missiles that had a terrifying killing effect on fungi were originally provided by them. Although most of the civilizations that trade with the curator are normal, the worker who had returned from the galaxy community had a strange expression on his face, as if he couldn't figure out what was going on. There is a civilization that has already perished among them. A perished civilization. The leader was stunned for a moment before he began to count in detail. Is it the batch that perished because of the civilization annihilator? But at that time, would they go to the curator? It's not that batch, but the Duncan race that was destroyed in the ring crisis. When he said this, the air seemed to freeze. After the representatives returned, they would report to the leader alone, so there were only the two of them here. Even so, the atmosphere here had changed for a moment. Although this matter is very unbelievable, there might still be survivors of the Duncan race in the world. We can't rule out the possibility that someone is using this name, but is there anything that requires the name of a civilization that has already perished? It's indeed very strange. Looks like we need to pay more attention to this matter. Then, it's definitely not just these things that we need to pay attention to, right? The leader knew that it was impossible for there to be only one piece of news. There must be something else worth paying attention to. As expected, the representative then began to talk about the Duncan race and the curator. This civilization or organization called Duncan has asked a lot of questions, and they are also very complicated. Even things like how many lost empires there are in the Milky Way that even children know are among the questions. Judging from the performance of the various problems, they are not like the Duncan of the past at all. They are more like a civilization that is re-recognizing the galaxy. Although I've guessed that Duncan's fire seed has revived the country, it hasn't been long enough for the ring crisis to erase history. According to the curator's words, the civilization that borrowed the name of Duncan seems to be in a situation of internal division. Several leaders are using the trial method to determine the final winner. As the explanation went on, the leader of the Pyro Alliance understood that there was an unknown civilization that was in the middle of an internal power struggle, forming multiple factions. The scene they saw in the sanctuary circular world seemed to be a trial mission condition from a certain faction. It might not be as noble as they thought. However, regardless of their actions, at least in this case, their actions are praiseworthy. The leader of the Pyro Alliance held a meeting as he pondered. They were now members of the Galaxy Council. They needed to discuss how to use their rights. As for this mysterious divided civilization, there was not much they could do other than search for more clues. But as they were discussing, a civilization that was in the midst of splitting apart in an unknown galaxy in the Milky Way also began a similar meeting. But the difference is that their meetings will be even more brutal, and the losers will be lost in history forever. In the spacious hall that was filled with wild and primitive style, People were bustling with activity as the spaceships appeared one after another. This desolate planet had not undergone any environmental modifications. Only this hall had simple ecological devices that could sustain life and carry out meetings here. The austere atmosphere surrounded the hall and reached its peak with the arrival of a few people who obviously held high positions. These were all Khans who had gone through trials. After each trial, the number of Khans had shrunk from the initial 20-something to the current number. This was a cruel elimination round. Those who could hold their ground to this extent were commendable even among the leaders of the Milky Way civilization. They would determine the participants of the last trial under the gaze of thousands of people. Only by completing the last trial would that person be worthy of being called the Great Khan. These Khans stood in the center of the hall, each of them with eagle-like sharp eyes and sturdy bodies. However, time had already left a trace on their bodies. Even genetic technology could not hide this trace. Just by instinct, one could tell that these people had already completed at least 70% of their life journey. However, among these people, only one appeared to be very young and out of place. Very good. Although one think you already know the result, there are still no cowards. This makes me very gratified. This is the demeanor a Khan should have. An old voice sounded, announcing that the trial had reached a new stage. We all know that the people are the foundation of civilization, so the content of the trial has always been to ask you to use all means to expand the strength of your subordinates. And now, there will only be 2 Khans who can fight for the final position of Great Khan. They are the Hawkeye that we have known for a long time, and the one who seized the position of Khan with flying speed. 2 Khans raised their heads when the name was read out. If Li Wenyuan were here, he would definitely be surprised, because these 2 Khans were actually acquaintances to a certain extent. One of them came from a raider camp that he had once destroyed. At that time, the young man who had been shocked by his terrifying fleet had now become a Khan and was moving toward the final supreme position. He was Hawkeye, and now he was the strongest contender for the position of Great Khan. His dream was not far from him. Even though so much time had passed, he was still very young compared to the other Khans. He was the only young Khan present. As for the other one, he looked up as the name was read, but his attention wasn't on the matter. It was more like he was staring into space. Those who were familiar with him would know that he was thinking about how to write in his diary. My name is Lone Wolf. Today is the 720th day of my 526th interstellar expedition. I've been exploring for longer and longer. This expedition is even longer than a year. This was something I couldn't accept at all before. But who would have thought that one would actually go from being a temporary mercenary to this position? Chapter 184, Space Amoeba Looking for Its Mom. The civilizations of the Milky Way did not know that a powerful empire that was in the midst of splitting had entered the most critical moment. When the trial is over, the real Great Khan would appear and announce his existence to the galaxy. Time passed quietly, and the gifts from the administrator had been properly used by various civilizations. The Milky Way recovered greatly after the war. They originally thought that the administrator's gift was just a consolation gift. Perhaps only the interstellar assembly in the galaxy community could be considered the best gift. However, when they saw that their warehouses were filled, they were no longer envious. They even began to regret not building more warehouses. Yes, the administrator had directly caused all the Milky Way civilizations to explode. This lost robotic empire seemed to have taken out resources that ordinary civilizations would never dare to think of in their entire lives and filled every interstellar space warehouse. Although each of them said that they wanted more and hadn't filled it up, the administrator maintained his usual style and left after confirming that it was filled up. The administrator ignored them, but these civilizations still fell into great happiness because of this unexpected surprise. The reconstruction work was carried out with strange enthusiasm, and it quickly produced results. Even if it did not return to its former glory, it was enough for the Milky Way civilization to resume its dusty diplomatic activities. Therefore, as a new round of the galaxy community meetings was held, the interstellar assembly venue became overly lively again. Civilizations that had been at loggerheads began to oppose each other again. For example, the 2 opposing turbulence empires. Although they had temporarily stopped fighting because of the crisis, the conflict between the 2 civilizations had never stopped. It was only because the crisis had just ended, and the peaceful development period that the galaxy community had set was not over yet. The 2 civilizations were only in the middle of a war of words, and there was no small friction like in the past. After the crisis, there was also a reshuffle of forces. The Star Alliance had suffered an attack too early, and its strength had declined significantly. A large number of Stargate networks were paralyzed, and many former members had already withdrawn from the Alliance. They had originally thought that they would plummet from here on out, but the Pyro Alliance stood firmly on the Star Alliance's side. The Star Alliance had built a large number of Stargate networks and was the civilization with the most Stargates in the Milky Way. During the period of the caterpillar fungus disease, they had demeaningly destroyed many Stargates under their control. They knew very well that this was their responsibility. They had benefited a lot from the Stargate, but if the caterpillar fungus disease spread through the Stargate, they would become sinners of the Milky Way. They were also prepared to become second or even third-tier civilizations, but the Pyro Alliance had re-established their image with an impassioned speech. The Pyro Alliance believed that those Stargates were indeed very objective to facilitate the exchange of civilizations in the Milky Way. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the civilizations on both sides of the Milky Way to come into contact with each other through the hyperspace engine. In the end, the Star Alliance also received the evaluation of a great crisis fighter and became the target of bidding for the Milky Way Stargate Network project. Through this project, they might be able to return to their former glory days in the near future. Therefore, the Star Alliance was very grateful to the Pyro Alliance. It felt like the two civilizations were standing on the same line. On the other hand, the Conqueror Empire, which did not suffer too much because its border was too far away from the caterpillar fungus disease, had the tendency to become the boss of the galaxy. They didn't suffer too much of a shock in the Civilization Annihilator crisis. They successfully used the Tribute Civilization to divert most of the threat. As for what the Tribute Civilization thought of them, the Conqueror Empire did not care at all. The first proposal put forward by this civilization was to reduce the number of seats on the board to 3. Furthermore, it seemed that they were prepared to further strengthen the rights of the Galaxy Council through the veto. The ambition of a wolf seemed to be clear to the world, but there were also voices of opposition in the Galaxy community. Under this pressure, the only thing that was finally passed was the use of the Council's vetoes, and the proposal to reduce the size of the Council was left unanswered. Although the Conqueror Empire was unwilling, they put this matter aside for the time being due to the obstruction of the other two Council civilizations. As for the Servant Paradise, which represented the needs of both the Artificial Intelligence civilization and the Beehive civilization. Just like those civilizations that had never appeared in the community, all the votes were forfeited. The Artificial Intelligence civilization and the Beehive civilization did not have any thoughts about this, because they were civilizations that had never appeared before. In the end, after rounds of competition, the Galaxy community still passed several issues. For the first time, the Pyro Alliance, who attended the meeting as a council civilization, put forward a proposal that made everyone speechless. They demanded for the Space Amoeba Protection Act, just as they had done in the past. With the mentality of giving face, this topic was finally passed. After all, it was the first time someone raised a topic in this position, so he had to give some face. Along with it was the Space Amoeba Frequency Synchronizer that the Pyro Alliance shared with all civilizations for free. It was an instrument that could render Space Amoeba in hostile states harmless. Unlike docile space whales, Space Amoebas were aggressive. They usually appeared to hunt space whales. Many spaceships from other civilizations had been disgusted by these space creatures that could block the way, but the Space Amoeba would treat the spaceships equipped with such devices as their own kind. This could be considered a small help to the Milky Way civilization. However, some civilizations that relied on hunting Space Amoebas to exchange for things with the Prezolan were depressed. They always felt that they were being targeted. The Pyro Alliance thought that it was a good thing, but they did not expect that after the meeting, they would have a conflict with another organization because of a Space Amoeba. No way. What kind of bullshit name is Nyx Goddess? There's no problem with your aesthetics, right? Why would someone come up with such a ridiculous name? A scientist from the Pyro Alliance roared at the other end of the communicator. He couldn't understand the aesthetic standards of those people at all and was deeply disgusted by them. However, the person on the other end of the communicator was not convinced. He directly scolded, "How good is your lightning? Would a Space Amoeba accept such a name?" 2 research ships were docked on a gas giant planet, cursing at each other. One of them was the Pyro Alliance, and the other was the Space Amoeba Rescue Agency. Just from the name, one could tell what this organization did. At this moment, they were also chattering about the naming rights of a Space Amoeba larva. As for the protagonist of the debate, the Space Amoeba larva was pitifully parked on the surface of the gas giant planet, not knowing which spaceship to follow. At first, it thought that it had found its mother, even though that mother looked a little different from it. However, before it could follow them, another mother came. Then, it saw that these two mothers did not seem to care about her, which made it afraid. However, just as it was hesitating whether it should leave quietly, it found that a third mother had arrived and passed by the gas giant planet. This time, it didn't make a choice and followed them directly, leaving only the two research spaceships of the Pyro Alliance and the Space Amoeba Rescue Agency. Li Wenyuan, who was controlling a large number of spaceships in the Milky Way, also noticed something amiss. "There's an unknown heat source following my spaceship." His consciousness looked over and saw a space amoeba larva following his spaceship from afar. It looked a little timid, but it followed him unwaveringly, as if nothing could shake its decision. Chapter 185, Bubbles. A space amoeba larva that looked lost was following Li Wenyuan's spaceship. However, from the movement, she seemed a little timid. As everyone knew, space life forms that could travel across galaxies in the universe were usually not small. Even though this space amoeba was still young, it was still much larger than an average frigate. And the frigates in the Milky Way, even the smallest ones, were large spaceships that could hold up to 100 people. In the past, no one would have dared to allow such a space amoeba to follow behind a spaceship because it could easily destroy smaller spaceships. Most civilian spaceships were not very big. There was once a wealthy businessman who tried to build a luxury passenger spaceship the size of the Titan battleship. It was known as Never Crash in the Milky Way at that time. However, in fact, the spacecraft crashed into an asteroid during its first voyage because it couldn't dodge in time, resulting in a disaster that would go down in history. Although the cause of the accident had been identified as a hull rupture caused by a collision with an asteroid, there were still many mysterious and conspiracy theories surrounding the accident. In the end, the tycoon who built the spaceship was found dead in his home, adding to the mystery of the accident. Since then, the civilian spaceships in the Milky Way had been miniaturized. Only the colonial spaceships that had taken the pioneers still maintained a large size. It was difficult for civilian spaceships to fight back against these giant space life forms. They could only rely on their detectors to avoid possible threats in advance. The biological frequency synchronizer provided by the Pyro Alliance solved this problem. At least, through this equipment, the spaceships could be considered members of the space amoeba and pass through safely. Although Li Wenyuan didn't need any equipment, he had used similar methods to make his spaceship appear harmless in the eyes of most space life forms. In that case, it seemed normal for a lost space amoeba larva to mistake his spaceship for its mother. However, although the words were so, Li Wenyuan knew more or less about the habits of these space life forms. It was the instinct of life to seek benefits and avoid harm, and it was also the instinct of life to seek protection. Although this space amoeba larva was ignorant, it was its subconscious behavior to place itself under the protection of a powerful mother. Even if it was just an inconspicuous research spaceship, there were differences between civilizations. Li Wenyuan's research ship would maintain its original navigation strategy even when encountering space pirates. This was because the firing speed of those weapons could not even match the recovery efficiency of his research ship's shield. Moreover, no one would dare to attack the spaceship of the lost robotic empire. His spaceship that flew around the galaxy even suppressed the activities of the pirates to a certain extent. This space amoeba larva instinctively recognized this power, so it followed him persistently. What a smart little fellow! Let's go back together. Li Wenyuan was quite relaxed about this matter. It was rare to meet such an active space creature. Although there were civilizations in the universe that used these space life forms to supplement their combat power, there were also civilizations that wanted to dissect these space life forms and analyze their secrets. However, he had no use for such a weak creature at all. He wanted to keep it at home as a pet. He felt that he might have another pet. After some thought, he opened the random number table. This was used for naming. Different strings would represent different words. Since it's a pet, I have to give it a name first. Li Wenyuan had never been good at naming things, so random was the fastest way. Therefore, after several rounds of random selection, Li Wenyuan magically discovered that a word called Bubbles appeared in the random names many times. Is this the will of heaven? I have no choice but to choose it. After a series of complicated biological signals, the young space amoeba that was following far behind finally knew that the signal representing Bubbles was calling it. This novel feeling softened its timid posture. It began to get closer to its mother like never before. Li Wenyuan also slowed down the speed of the spaceship, and together with the bubbles that couldn't warp, they slowly headed toward the border. At this moment, the Pyro Alliance and the Space Amoeba Rescue Agency, who were still arguing about the name of the space amoeba larva, finally realized that the target of their argument had disappeared. Good fellow. You're deliberately dragging me so that your people can take her away without anyone knowing, right? The scientists from the Pyro Alliance were furious, thinking that the other party was playing a conspiracy. However, the rescue agencies were not to be outdone. They felt that the Pyro Alliance was trying to take advantage of them. Not only did they take away the space amoeba, but they also tried to bite back. As a result, the debate became more intense. If it weren't for the fact that the two research spaceships didn't carry any weapons, they would have fought long ago. However, just as the argument was about to escalate, the leaders of the two spaceships stopped arguing at the same time and slammed the control panel as if they had just remembered something. I remember that there's a... This is bad. They actually gave up arguing at this moment and turned to leave the place urgently. My dear, you mustn't be so stupid as to run near there, the scientists of the Pyro Alliance prayed as they began to search for the missing space amoeba. Unlike their anxiety, Bubbles, who was following Li Wenyuan's research spaceship, seemed very relaxed. After finding its mother, the curiosity in its young mind took over. It would often sneak into the atmosphere of the gas giant planet and then fly out with thick smoke. It would also rampage through the asteroid belt, pushing the meteorites to collide like billiards. It seemed to have higher intelligence than the average space amoeba and had a need to play. Li Wenyuan's spaceship would not be too far away from it, and he would often wait for it to have fun before setting off. This kind of small matter was not even considered progress for Li Wenyuan. Most of his energy was still placed elsewhere. Grey Wind's design for her vassal civilization seemed to be coming to an end. It was hard to imagine what she had done that took so long. Although Li Wenyuan asked if he needed help, Grey Wind rejected him and said that the mystery would be revealed at the end. In this regard, Li Wenyuan could only hold on to his terrifying expectations and continue to push forward on his path. For example, building a third circular world, trying to study level 8 technology, or searching for the secrets of mankind. Chapter 186, Ether Dragon. The curtain was still in effect in this galaxy, as well as in certain places beyond it. This was an unimaginable project. Until now, Li Wenyuan had yet to figure out how big the curtain was. However, with the help of the distant star cluster where Grey Wind was, he was able to confirm one of the boundaries of the curtain. The distant star cluster was at the boundary of the curtain. In a space about 20 light-years away from the distant star cluster, time and space were in an unbelievable state of stagnation. When the signal reached this point, it was standing still, and the attempt to break through was also unable to proceed smoothly due to the strange phenomenon. Strictly speaking, it wasn't stagnation, but the space and time here had been stretched infinitely. This seemed to be one of the effects of the curtain. According to speculation, this long distance far exceeded the size of the known universe. Even if one traveled at tens of thousands of times the speed of light, it was equivalent to walking in the same spot at such a distance. Li Wenyuan didn't have much of a choice. He had already retrieved the curtain penetrometer, but he had long deciphered the related records from the civilization annihilator. He had indeed seen a mirage, a dead galaxy that was the opposite of the current galaxy. Even with just a glimpse, he could tell that there was no life there. It was a real deathly still, where even microorganisms did not exist. That seemed to be a model used by humans to deceive people. However, no matter how uninhabitable a galaxy-level model was, it would still give birth to life, right? As it turned out, the galaxy beyond the curtain was a forbidden place for all living beings. An unimaginable threat seemed to have shrouded the place and isolated all life. In such a state, Li Wenyuan did not even dare to use the curtain-penetrating function of the curtain penetrometer. What if the former observer civilization was lucky enough to be safe? Although the human nature of this universe was very rich, the image of home seemed to be extremely important to humans. Otherwise, they would not have built such a huge project to cover the entire galaxy. The fact that humans had yet to return to open the curtain of this galaxy proved that the outside world might not have reached a suitable time yet. Li Wenyuan could only try his best to collect information about the humans in the Milky Way and try to piece together the truth of this universe. As his thoughts wandered, Li Wenyuan suddenly noticed that there was something wrong with Bubbles' condition. It had always been very lively, but suddenly became very stiff. Although it still followed the spaceship firmly, it had returned to its previous timid appearance. This obvious abnormality did not seem to be caused by its own factors. As the sensors fluctuated, Li Wenyuan felt that he had found something that made Bubbles feel afraid. He had once grasped the detailed information of a large space zone with the damaged Sentry formation that he had picked up. Such a megastructure had a function similar to an interstellar monitoring device. Although it was not enough to monitor the entire Milky Way, it was still a powerful functional megastructure that many civilizations could only come across. After his attempt to completely repair the megastructure failed, Li Wenyuan began to build another sentry formation. Today, the construction of this megastructure had long been completed. In addition to the large-scale monitoring, the sensor effect of his spacecraft had also made a qualitative leap. In this case, the galaxies that were still in the unknown state were very suspicious. After he discovered Bubble's abnormal state, he also noticed that there was a certain galaxy nearby. It was indeed impossible to understand everything in the galaxy through sensors alone. Some unknown force prevented the outside world from probing this place, but the hyperspace channel was still connected to this place. Only by entering it personally could one understand what was here. This matter naturally aroused Li Wenyuan's interest. He had always been searching for the secrets of humans. It was impossible for him to turn a blind eye to such an abnormal place. Is Bubbles afraid of this place? Generally speaking, this kind of fear is a biological instinct, right? Can it be that there are some extremely terrifying space life forms here? Terrifying space life forms were not uncommon in the Milky Way, and those mythical life forms were definitely the main force. Every recorded mythical life form had destroyed countless ships. This galaxy was so huge that there must be more than just those recorded. The galaxy in front of him seemed to have a similar existence. At the same time, the difference was obvious. The mythical life forms in this galaxy were much stronger than the known mother space whale and the split-clawed dragon. It could even use some unknown means to block Li Wenyuan's detection of this galaxy. Moreover, what level of the administrator civilization did Li Wenyuan represent? How could his detection be easily blocked? So with great curiosity, he summoned a large fleet, blocking every hyperspace exit of this galaxy. Bubbles, on the other hand, left the galaxy under his guidance. When it was far enough away, it returned to its former lively self. After confirming that there were no loopholes and that the Tiangang battleship was on standby, Li Wenyuan ordered a research spaceship that had arrived at the last minute to set off for the star system. At this moment, the atmosphere in the galaxy was gradually burning with danger due to the early arrival of the other groups of people. This galaxy had a K-level star as its main source of gravity, just like many ordinary galaxies in the Milky Way. Such a star could exist in the main sequence for at least 30 billion years, which meant that the life on its planet could have a very long and stable evolution process. It was also one of the most common stars in the Milky Way. However, there was no life here. A certain space creature occupied this place and turned all the planets here into molten planets covered in magma. And a certain confident and well-prepared Khan, as well as two unlucky fellows who had mistakenly entered this place in search of the lost space amoeba, were shivering in this place. Come on, you're really weak, aren't you? Who gave you the confidence to come here? In contrast to their trembling, there was a strange signal full of arrogance and contempt. A giant creature hovering near a molten planet was using her unique biological organs to imitate the signals commonly used in this galaxy and instilled her thoughts into those spaceships. The spaceship's translation equipment dutifully translated the content and made these people realize once again that they were facing an unbelievable mythical life form. There was almost no record of this giant beast in the Milky Way, and the two unlucky spaceships of the Pyro Alliance and Space Amoeba Rescue Agency who had mistakenly entered this place had only heard rumors of terrifying carnivorous space life forms in this starfield. At that time, they were eager to save the bug and chose to search in this starfield. However, they unfortunately met the main character. As for the Khan, he had bought information about this star system from the curator and had thoughts that he shouldn't have about the mythical life forms that were entrenched here. He was Hawkeye, one of the last two Khans to undergo the Great Khan's trial. He needed to have enough achievements to increase his reputation and defeat his competitors. But after being beaten up by the giant beast, he felt that he had been deceived by the curator. Those fellows who were paid clearly said that attacking at a certain frequency would make the ether dragon. The Khan couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, halfway through his complaint, he was interrupted by the signal from the behemoth. Attacking at a certain frequency will cause cracks to appear on the scales of the ether dragon, right? But unfortunately, one was the one who released this news. Do you believe me? The behemoth known as ether dragon shattered the Khan's fantasies easily. As if it could predict the hearts of people, it interrupted the Khan's self-deception in advance. That's why I say that this galaxy is very boring. It is unbelievable. How did you give birth to those terrifying guys? It was still talking to itself. It seemed that it had been talking to people for a long time. It seemed to be very talkative. Just as it was trying to continue chatting, a spaceship suddenly arrived and changed its tone. "Oh, a guest has arrived." At this moment, Li Wenyuan also heard this signal from the spaceship. He looked at the space behemoth and gradually felt surprised. Chapter 187, The Ether Dragon with a Sudden Change in Attitude. When Li Wenyuan came to this special galaxy with the Ether Dragon, he felt that if he had a face, he would definitely be unable to hold it in. There was basically no record of a space behemoth like the Ether Dragon in the Milky Way. Only the curator had some relevant information. However, the curator certainly wouldn't share this information for free. In their opinion, all information was valuable. Even if it was junk information, it was just that the person who needed it had not been found yet. However, no one wanted to find out about this space creature that didn't seem to be easy to deal with. So until now, the Ether Dragon was still quite mysterious to the Milky Way civilization. Li Wenyuan didn't know much about this kind of mythical life form either, but judging from the mother space whale and the claw-splitting dragon he had encountered before, it was impossible for it to be a mythical life form. Ether dragons of the same level or even higher were definitely not simple. Just as he thought, the Ether Dragon was a ferocious beast. Rather than saying that she was a dragon, it would be better to say that she was more like a fish with several pairs of wings and a bloody mouth. The universe was like an ocean to creatures like her. With her body shape, it seemed more suitable for her to travel in space. However, it was well known that fish grew into streamlined bodies in order to move forward quickly in the ocean full of resistance, which obviously did not exist in the universe. The theory of evolution did not apply to cosmic life forms that had reached this level. The Ether Dragon's wings were not wings in the conventional sense. Being the size of a planet, she did not need wings to fly. These translucent wings were more like her special biological organs. The unknown biochemical reaction in her body kept her in a high-temperature state. One could see the light seeping out like a star through her slightly open terrifying mouth. From these aspects, this was undoubtedly a heavenly veil behemoth that could make people feel fear just by its size. However, the prerequisite for this idea was one had to ignore the super-large bow on her head. A very, very large bow was fixed on the Ether Dragon's head, which complemented her size. The bow made of unknown materials did not change color in the space environment, and the high temperature of the Ether Dragon did not affect it at all. It swayed slightly as she flew. This made her look strangely cute. This kind of thing was too abstract, so much so that Li Wenyuan almost couldn't hold it in at the moment he entered this galaxy. Originally, he was still guessing if this place was related to humans. Now that he saw the Ether Dragon wearing a bow, he was sure. He felt that only humans would do such a thing. At the same time, the moment he entered, he received a special signal from the Ether Dragon. "Oh, a guest has arrived." This was using the life form signal to imitate the signal frequency commonly used in the Milky Way. It was obvious that the Ether Dragons here were extremely intelligent, unlike the mother space whale, who could not even communicate. She could even take the initiative to communicate with the Milky Way civilization, instead of having the Milky Way civilization create a translator to communicate. It would be strange if such a huge cosmic life form did not have intelligence. It was impossible for such an exquisite body to be filled with irrational organizations. The Ether Dragon with a big bow did not show any hostility. It seemed to be interested in everyone who came here. Although there were a lot of destroyed spaceships floating around, one could tell that they were newly promoted cosmic trash from the state of the spaceships. The origin of this cosmic trash was also very clear. Li Wenyuan saw Hawkeye Khan, who had been beaten to a pulp, and two other research spaceships from other civilizations in the Milky Way. The moment the Khan saw Li Wenyuan, he was ecstatic. He recognized that it was the administrator's spaceship. He had once personally experienced the strength of the administrator fleet. He believed that the administrator must have come here to deal with this Ether Dragon and eliminate this mythical life form. In that case, even if his fleet was severely damaged here, he could still win enough reputation in the Great Khan's trial with the remains of the Ether Dragons. At least he wouldn't suffer too much loss. However, Li Wenyuan did not have such plans, because the moment he received the communication from the Ether Dragons, his database suddenly reacted to it. Ether Dragon. Introduction: this is an unbelievable space life form. We don't know if there are other living Ether Dragons in the universe. The one here might be the last one. However, our research on it still gave us some gains. Special remarks: these giant beasts might have been born before the Big Bang. Perhaps they didn't look like this at that time. Their bodies had withstood the test of the Big Bang, but as the laws of the universe were redefined, this universe was no longer suitable for them to live in. They were weakening until they could be easily killed. Accompanying it was a technology that existed independently from the technology tree. Replica Dragon Scale Armor. Technology Level 8. Introduction. The most unique thing about the Ether Dragon is undoubtedly its body parts that can withstand the Big Bang. Even if it can only restore 1% of its original strength, it is still much stronger than the zero-element armor made of degenerate matter. Possibility of technology, none. The Big Bang is here. Knowing the origins of the Ether Dragon, Li Wenyuan found it unbelievable. The Big Bang was a hypothesis of the origin of the universe that had existed in his previous life. Although it was widely accepted, there was still no evidence to prove it in some aspects, so it was still in a theoretical state. This theory believed that the universe had been in a state of singularity with infinitely high density and temperature for a limited time in the past, and the current universe was born in the rapid expansion equivalent to an explosion. This galaxy seemed to be based on this hypothesis as well. However, from the introduction of the Ether Dragon, the humans here seemed to have proven the theory to be correct. With this level of background, the origins of the Ether Dragon could be said to be unbelievably great. But now, this Ether Dragon with a bow on its head seemed to have completely lost its style. Although the introduction said that her armor had withstood the test of the Big Bang, judging from the energy reaction, this Ether Dragon was not that powerful. Although she was an existence that was difficult to rival for the Milky Way civilization, Li Wenyuan could still easily deal with her. Was it because of the change in the laws of the universe mentioned in the introduction that this creature became so weak? Li Wenyuan guessed. It was also at this moment that the attitude of the Ether Dragon gradually changed from interesting to passionate. She seemed to have discovered something about the origin of the spaceship, so much so that her huge body became excited. She jumped between the stars and flew directly to Li Wenyuan's spaceship. The small research spaceship was not even a toy in front of this planetary beast. It was an exaggeration to say that it was dust. However, the Khan Hawkeye's spaceship and the other two unlucky fellows who had accidentally entered the area felt that the Ether Dragon, which had been chattering non-stop just a moment ago, was now obedient. Chapter 188, The Administrator. The humans had yet to return, but their spaceship had appeared here. You, or you two, should be related to humans, right? It's unbelievable, one thought that no one else in this galaxy would know about humans other than me. It turns out that I've finally found someone I can communicate with. This Ether Dragon seemed to be very lonely. It was rare for her to meet an existence who also knew about humans. The talkative her instantly began to confide in others. Li Wenyuan wanted to say that there were quite a lot of people in this Milky Way who knew about humans. At least all the lost empires were inextricably linked to the fleeing of the enlightened ones. However, this Ether Dragon clearly did not know about these things. For some reason, she had been staying in this galaxy that looked a little special and did not have any specific performance. She was in a state of staying at home. She was still talking non-stop, as if she had been looking for someone to say these words to for a long time. To be honest, I thought that humans had returned, but they never appear alone. Every time they appear, they come in groups. So I'm sure you're not a human, but since you can use a spaceship unique to humans, you must be very close to them, right? Perhaps you're their successor. But whether you know about this or not, one have to get it out now. I've been holding it in for a long time. The Ether Dragon was in high spirits, and even the signal it sent over was not very stable. One had to guess to understand the meaning of the entire signal. Li Wenyuan also keenly discovered that the Ether Dragon was no longer using the universal signal of the Milky Way. Instead, it was using a special signal unique to humans that only he could understand. He had only received such a signal in the ruins related to humans. The overly complicated encryption method made it impossible to crack this thing without some human means. However, this Ether Dragon was able to skillfully use this signal. Her relationship with humans might be extraordinary. The era she lived in was probably the time when human activities were the most frequent. You know what? Humans are really scary. For an old senior like me, who had experienced the Big Bang, they just beat me up without giving me any face. At that time, although I was not as strong as I am now, I was still an existence that could easily cross the void space and arrive at this Milky Way. In the end, 2 of my wings were broken on the spot, and it took me a long time to grow them back. The Ether Dragon's signal was filled with all sorts of emotional epithets. It sounded like she was speaking as a human. It sounded very emotional and its way of thinking was very strange, but Li Wenyuan felt a sense of familiarity. This wasn't a complaint, but the feeling of exposing one's dark history to friends as a topic of conversation after a long separation. It seemed that Ether Dragon had not met someone like Li Wenyuan who could talk about a thing or two in a long time. She was also very excited when talking about this dark history. As for the humans being scary which she mentioned, Li Wenyuan agreed. There was nothing more terrifying than humans in this galaxy. Immediately after, the Ether Dragon spoke of her subsequent encounters. I was beaten up very miserably, but I was finally awakened from that muddle-headed state of madness. It's not quite right to say that I was beaten up, because I was about to be beaten to death, and I didn't even have the ability to resist. This thing was forcefully installed on me before I regained consciousness. As it spoke, the Ether Dragon shook its huge head, and even the huge bow swayed. Hence, Li Wenyuan looked at the big bow that was completely different from the entire Ether Dragon. Then, he gradually understood what it was. Dimensional Adaptation, Ether Dragon Modification. Introduction. When we first encountered the Ether Dragon, she was a monster without any reason. She would attack any existence that approached her. This didn't seem to match her background, so we found out the reason. It turned out that as she stayed in this universe for more and more time, her intelligence gradually deteriorated and dissipated with the weakening of her body, and she even became a beast that relied on her instincts to survive. Destroying this special life form that might be the last in the universe is too much of a pity. We have decided to cure her. Special remarks: this device can ensure that the Ether Dragon will not continue to weaken, but the dissipation of original intelligence is irreversible. We can only use this device to assist her in simulating intelligence with human thinking. Experts had tried to use a genetic method to put the Ether Dragon's consciousness into an artificial body and turn it into a dragon mother, but this was eventually stopped. As for why this device looks like a bow, you need to ask an expert. He was observing the strange giant bow, and the Ether Dragon had also mentioned the thing on her head. Although it looks abstract, this thing has indeed protected me. In my remaining memories, one can see that I've gradually become a mindless beast. It's as if I've been forcefully modified by something. Everything about me is distorted. Even now, I can clearly recall the terrifying feeling of my consciousness being in chaos. I know that one might have already died once. Reviving my thoughts might not necessarily be my original thoughts, but I'm still very grateful to humans. It's not because they're powerful, but because I was indeed helped. I want to do something for them, but I'm too weak. One can only be raised here like a pet. When she talked about her experience, the Ether Dragon was very calm. She had no objections to her identity as a pet, and she was sincerely grateful to the humans. Perhaps this was the effect of the human way of thinking. At least the virtue of gratitude was passed down in her bloodline. After saying those words, the Ether Dragon spoke of its purpose for staying here. At the same time, it made Li Wenyuan suppress the thought of praising humans in his heart. And so, I was transformed into a female dragon. I was the one who suggested it because one wanted humans to see our race grow stronger. I've already laid a few eggs on the planet of this galaxy, but for some reason, there hasn't been any movement for a long time. In order to protect the egg, one can only stay in this galaxy. I didn't even have the time to say goodbye when the humans left. Her signal was a little sad. It seemed that she really cared about this matter. Li Wenyuan did not know what to say. It was very normal for creatures like the Ether Dragons, which were born before the Big Bang, to be genderless. However, humans had actually modified it into a female and even allowed her to lay eggs to give birth to offspring. To a certain extent, it was already powerful enough. In the end, the Ether Dragons grieved for a while before asking a question. Speaking of which, I've been talking to myself for so long, but I haven't had the time to ask who you are. We're fated to meet. When the little dragon hatches, I'll give you one, okay? Even this kind of hospitality etiquette has been passed down. Although Li Wenyuan was secretly complaining about the Ether Dragon's passion, he still passed on his administrator title. At this moment, he was considering whether he should bring the Ether Dragon and her eggs back. After all, the Milky Way was still quite dangerous. It might be a good choice for him to take care of this human insider left behind from ancient times. However, he did not expect that the Ether Dragon, who had received the message, to directly reply, "The administrator?" It sounds a little similar to the administration matrix. Isn't that the human's Milky Way's comprehensive testing machine? Are you guys related? This unexpected information caused the entire galaxy to fall silent. Chapter 189, Guess. In fact, a long time ago, Li Wenyuan had some guesses about his identity as the administration matrix. From the name alone, it seemed to be an integrated control system to maintain the normal operation of what? According to the information left in the ruins related to humans, the administration matrix might be a monitor to ensure the smooth development of the Milky Way civilization as a whole and not to die in some inexplicable crisis. Li Wenyuan himself was also trying to act according to the original duties of the administration matrix in the Milky Way. In addition to searching for human relics, he was also wary of threats that could destroy the Milky Way. However, there were still many strange things. The biggest problem was that the administration matrix responsible for maintaining the normal progress of the Milky Way had become such a miserable state. When Li Wenyuan first arrived here, he was really destitute. Even the most basic escort fleet did not exist here. The entire Earth was even on the countdown to self-destruction. After developing for so long and vaguely regaining its former glory, he knew very well how powerful the administration matrix that O had inherited from humanity was. However, logically speaking, there shouldn't be an existence stronger than the administration matrix in this Milky Way. Before humans covered the Milky Way with the curtain, it was impossible for them to leave a threat inside that even the administration matrix couldn't deal with. Otherwise, what was the difference between planting a bomb in his own backyard? However, the administration matrix had still become dilapidated. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Even the lost empires, which had been forcefully upgraded, could be maintained until now. Why was the administration matrix, a genuine human civilization level monitoring device, so easily damaged? Abandoning the unrealistic idea that the administration matrix was a peaceful artificial intelligence without any military deterrence, which was why it was destroyed by some blind civilization, all signs seemed to point to an unbelievable terrorist threat in the galaxy. This threat had a huge battle with the administration matrix after the humans left. At least, the administration matrix had suffered heavy losses. As for whether the threat had been resolved or whether it was in some kind of hibernation state, these were still mysteries that needed to be found. The Ether Dragon's explanation gave Li Wenyuan a new guess. The Milky Way's comprehensive testing machine sounded like a comprehensive term that covered many aspects. As everyone knew, the final stages of the test were usually the examination and evaluation. Then, was the part that carried out the Milky Way exam also, or was it once, a part of the administration matrix? Li Wenyuan had always remembered one thing because he hadn't seen that string of characters for a very, very long time. The administration matrix has been completed. When he restarted his own database and received the Tiangang battleship, a special additional explanation popped up. He thought that it would be gradually completed in the future exploration of the galaxy, but it turned out that there were many things related to humans in the galaxy, but not many things related to the administration matrix. The administration matrix was still in an incomplete state. This part that could not be found was also one of the secrets and truths he had been searching for. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh, you're an artificial intelligence, right? Maybe you're not interested in organic life forms like me? If you don't need the little dragon, I can help you find rare minerals. The Ether Dragon did not understand what Li Wenyuan's long silence meant. What did he mean? It was a common situation. She had long known that this spaceship that was related to humans was an AL after all. There was nothing in this spaceship, not even a robot. Generally speaking, only the AL would use this kind of spaceship that did not even carry an individual. After all, the multifunctional drones operated by AL could solve most of the problems. Li Wenyuan also came back to his senses with the Ether Dragon's signal. He looked at the molten planets in the galaxy and understood why these planets looked like this. The Ether Dragon had laid her eggs on these planets. The eggs themselves had unbelievable temperatures, turning these planets into furnaces. As for why these eggs had not hatched after so long, Li Wenyuan thought for a moment and drove the fleet surrounding this galaxy in. That's why you humans are so terrifying. The Ether Dragon, who was being scanned by a large group of research spaceships, grumbled. Li Wenyuan had already built a star base in this galaxy. A fleet was parked near this base as a guard. He felt that it was better for him to be directly responsible for the safety of the Ether Dragon and her eggs. This creature, which was born before the Big Bang, might be able to help him uncover the secrets of this universe. The unlucky ones who had accidentally entered this place had already been asked to leave. The Pyro Alliance and the Space Amoeba Rescue Agency were still fine, but Hawkeye Khan felt that things were not looking good when he saw the Ether Dragon's shocking attitude. And just as he had guessed, this mysterious and powerful space creature with an unknown background wasn't hostile to the administrator. Or rather, the ether dragon was maintaining an unbelievably friendly and intimate attitude towards the administrator. As for whether this situation was caused by the terrifying fleets that had swarmed over, it was another matter. The Hawkeye Khan now felt that his chances of winning the Great Khan's trial had dropped to an unprecedented level. Originally, he thought that he could still compete with Lone Wolf Khan. However, as he suffered a double loss at the hands of the ether dragon, his disadvantage had been magnified infinitely. At this moment, he was cursing the curator in his heart for not keeping their word. The weakness of the ether dragon provided by those guys was actually wrong. No matter how frequently they attacked the ether dragon, her scales did not change at all. Thus, while seeking guidance from his mentor, Hawkeye Khan decided to question those curators about why they did not do what they were paid to do. The Pyro Alliance, which had returned to the Interstellar Society, had also made public the records of the mythical life form, the ether dragons. It also made the Milky Way civilization understand that there was another behemoth that seemed to be related to the administrator. This galaxy also gained a new name, Greenhouse Dragon Nest. After all, because of the relationship between the ether dragons and her eggs, the average temperature here was much higher than in any other galaxy. As for Li Wenyuan, who had surrounded the ether dragon with a large group of research spaceships, he used a portion of his research abilities to investigate why the ether dragon's eggs had not hatched. Although he had also guessed that it was because there was only one female ether dragon that led to this situation, after actual inspection, he discovered that humans had long solved this problem. She was parthenogenetic. Parthenogenetic reproduction seemed to be common only in more primitive creatures, but it was obvious that creatures at the level of the ether dragon did not apply to this law. Everything about her was very healthy, but she was quite shy about Li Wenyuan's physical examination method. She hesitated for a long time before reluctantly agreeing to the physical examination under the deterrence of a large number of fleets and the worry about the eggs. In the process, she also learned that this visitor who was suspected to be from the artificial intelligence civilization had a direct inheritance relationship with humans. In essence, he was a part of humans. Therefore, she was glad that she did not have any bad thoughts about humans. If so, she might be treated as an unstable factor and eliminated. "Did you find anything?" After the inspection, the ether dragon asked about the inspection. Although there was no expression on the giant beast's face, one could hear her anxiety and anticipation from the verbal signals that were filled with decorative symbols. "I definitely found something." Li Wenyuan pondered and looked at the molten planets flowing with lava. Then, he continued, "It depends on whether you can accept your eggs wearing that kind of bow." Chapter 190, Is there a secret in the black hole? The results of the inspection were out. It was still the rules of this universe that affected the incubation of the ether dragon egg. Even though she had been transformed into an egg-laying creature, her descendants were still not suitable to live in this environment. In other words, these eggs would also be equipped with a dimensional adapter. Perhaps these ether dragons would never be able to get rid of the reality of living with a bow on their head for the rest of their lives, but living creatures needed to learn to adapt. He could replicate the dimensional adapter, but he could not change the shape of the bow. Even if this was just the bad taste of an expert, maybe this appearance also had a deeper meaning. The ether dragon did not object to this. Her thinking could not be judged by common sense. She felt that the bow was quite good. Therefore, after a period of time, a strange scene that could be called an interstellar wonder appeared in the Greenhouse Dragon Nest galaxy. Every planet in this galaxy looked very normal at first glance. Molten planets were also relatively common planets in the galaxy, and they were one of the types of planets that had classified records. However, if one continued to look, one would not be able to ignore the bow on the top of the planets. Even those planets with a very large tilt angle had their bows placed in the direction of the Earth's axis. This kind of scene was too strange. Li Wenyuan, who felt that he might never see such a wonderful scene again, stored the image records of these planets in the database as a souvenir. And with these ant-dimensional adapters, the molten planet began to show a phenomenon that was different from before. The lava flowing on the surface began to boil, and the light was also moving towards orange. The temperature of the planet was also getting higher and higher, and from afar, it looked like a small star. All kinds of phenomena looked like lifeless eggs that had come to life. The ether dragon, who was hatching eggs for the first time, was also quite happy about this. In this situation, she felt that she would definitely be able to hatch a little dragon. Her shyness from the full-body checkup had long disappeared, leaving behind only joy. After that, Li Wenyuan chatted with the ether dragon for a while and realized that this fellow was like an old hen that refused to move from its nest. It had settled down here a long time ago and had never left. She didn't have the ability to monitor the entire galaxy. Being able to block this galaxy was already her powerful ability as an ether dragon. However, thanks to her, Li Wenyuan still managed to learn some secrets. This ether dragon was very similar to Pres Olin. She had wandered here. At that time, there was no curtain, but she had become a beast due to the deterioration of her intelligence. She was entrenched in the inner part of the galaxy, discovered by humans, and cured. During the time when she followed the humans in a daze and decided to stay in one place to hatch her little dragons, she realized that the humans were very concerned about the black hole, as if they wanted to learn something from it. Although she had been cut off from the outside world because she had stayed at home, this news still gave Li Wenyuan a clue. The only level 10 technology he had now came from a message left behind by a human trapped in the black hole's gravity. Until now, he had not been able to actually study the technology called the strange cycle. However, he had already experienced the terrifying effects of this technology. In the war that destroyed the civilization Annihilator, due to some sort of ongoing agreement, the power that the curtain penetrometer bestowed upon him was also effective against him. At that time, he didn't know what was going on, but through the records of the curtain penetrometer, he discovered that the root of everything was the wish of the civilization Annihilator to make a 300-level cycle. He knew that the unreasonable recycling technology was the root cause of the Lost Empire's strength. Through some tests, he discovered that the so-called recycling technology was actually a degraded version of the strange cycle. Among the secret technologies of the Lost Empire, this recycling technology had many categories, such as energy focusing formation, shield mathematical analysis, etc., belonging to different recycling technologies. However, the strange cycle did not have such a baffling classification at all. It seemed to have synthesized all the truths from ancient times to the present. Just one cycle was equivalent to countless cycles of the Lost Empire. And the power of the curtain penetrometer was obviously limited. It was not that omnipotent. The desire to make a 300-level cycle did make him stronger. Still, in fact, through the traces left in the database, he discovered that the technology of strange cycle had changed during the war with the civilization Annihilator. The change was very small. It only allowed the strange cycle to have a few records of cycles, but it still made his spaceship become a mosaic that was covered by strong light. It was hard to understand why such a technology that was completely unreasonable and did not follow the laws of physics and could be called a miracle existed in this universe. However, the memories of the ether dragon and the origin of the strange cycle seemed to indicate that the black hole, which represented the end of the universe, contained unimaginable secrets. Humans had also made important discoveries there, and it was very likely that it was the reason why humans left in a hurry and covered the place with a curtain. In that case, I also need to go in and take a look. Li Wenyuan thought so, then bid farewell to the ether dragon. At the same time, he reminded her not to run around. The Milky Way was not as safe as it seemed. And he himself decided to return to that special galaxy, the galaxy with a black hole as the source of gravity and dozens of dead planets orbiting it. After he solved the ring crisis, it was here that he discovered the technology of the strange cycle. At that time, Grey Wind, who came with him, seemed to have encountered something that would only happen in a supernatural story. She heard something calling her from the black hole. It was also after he intercepted the signal containing the strange cycle near the black hole that Grey Wind told him that the feeling of being called had disappeared. It looked like the something in the black hole had lured her over to get the level 10 technology. But why did it call Grey Wind and not me? Li Wenyuan was a little puzzled. He had asked Grey Wind about what happened after the incident. Grey Wind said that it was a wonderful feeling. There was nothing in her consciousness, but she felt like she was being called by a black hole. Her name did not appear at all, but she knew that it was calling her. It was too idealistic and difficult to find a precise explanation. She was a composite of nanobots, and this kind of robot dreaming of electronic specters was too ridiculous. Li Wenyuan could only keep it in mind and wait for the future to discover something. He didn't specifically forbid the galaxy from being open to the public, and ever since a tourist who accidentally passed by discovered the wonders of this place filled with dead planets, there had been an endless stream of people coming here. There were scientists who studied the influence of black holes on the celestial bodies around them, space poets who wanted to experience the feeling of death, and tourists who came purely because of their fame. Although Li Wenyuan didn't seem to be on guard against this place, he was actually paying attention to this place, especially the spaceships near the black hole. He wanted to know if anyone else had received the same name as Grey Wind, but after so much time, all the spaceships he recorded avoided the black hole far away, unwilling to get close to such a place. Now, he felt that he should go in and take a look himself. Chapter 191, Void Realm Mentor. The decision to enter the black hole was an unbelievable thought. Everyone knew the nature of a black hole. It was a terrifying celestial body that even light could not escape from. The writers in the Milky Way had created many works related to black holes, some of which were philosophical and some were science fiction. However, all of this was just a guess. No one knew what the black hole really looked like. There were once fanatical world-weary people in the Milky Way who rushed into the black hole, but people only saw the spaceship being torn apart, disintegrated, and turned into a part of the rays released in the high-speed rotation. Normal people were not willing to enter the black hole to find out. Even those scientists who wanted to explore the horizon did not dare to enter the black hole. They would only conduct research within a limited distance and express their views. But now, Li Wenyuan had a different view of black holes. The giant building's material depressurizing device has already reached the point of snatching food from the black hole. At least it's not a place that can only enter but not exit. He controlled a material depressurizing device built in the galaxy where the fish tank planet was located. This megastructure was now uncompressing the infinitely compressed matter from the black hole at all times. It was conservatively estimated that this material depressurizing device could work for hundreds of millions of years. If the black hole could not be replenished with material, it might not even take so long for it to disappear from the universe. The problem now was how to ensure that part of his consciousness could fall into the black hole horizon. After staying in this universe for so long, Li Wenyuan was more or less like a real mechanical intelligence, allowing a part of his consciousness to enter the individual machine and exist as a sub-body controlled by him. The feeling was like having countless synaptic limbs that had complete senses. It was not something that could be explained by a simple clone. In this way, he could avoid the risk of his consciousness entering the black hole. No one knew if the part of consciousness in the black hole horizon could come back. However, by backing up the data of that part of his consciousness, he could directly abandon that part of his consciousness to end the risk if there were any unexpected situations. It was just that his consciousness was still an extremely complicated and huge amount of data. Even if it was only a part of it, in order to ensure the normal interaction of consciousness streams, it needed to be carried by relatively sophisticated equipment. The strength of such a device was usually not enough to withstand the tidal tear caused by the gravity of a black hole. Perhaps he needed to use the anti-gravity technology of the material depressurizing device that could steal food from the inside of a black hole. Therefore, he began to build a suitable consciousness carrier according to the principle of the material depressurizing device. While he was preparing to enter the black hole, many changes occurred in the Milky Way. The first thing Hawkeye Khan did after coming out of the greenhouse dragon nest was to find his Shinik mentor. He was an extremely powerful Shinite, but his Shinik potential had always been hidden. It was obvious that no one in the Raider tribe, who was either begging or on the road, could detect his potential. Therefore, he had always appeared ordinary. Even though he had witnessed the terrifying fleet of the Administrator and yearned for such power, he only had an empty dream. It was difficult for him to take a step forward in actual operations. After all, there were also some who had long since understood their own decadence and were planning to rebuild their tribes. They had a higher reputation in the tribe, and they had more resources. The Raiders were more inclined to listen to the leadership of an old wise man than a young man. However, all these difficulties were solved after he met his mentor. His mentor had discovered his Shinik potential and activated his Shinik power. Now, he, the Hawkeye Khan, possessed a powerful Shinik power that did not lose to the Chosen One. His mentor, after hearing his request to unite the Raider tribe, didn't say whether he would help or not. But no matter what he asked, he would get guidance. And because of this, he gradually flourished within the ranks of the Great Khan, defeating one enemy after another, and was getting closer and closer to the position he had dreamed of. He had thought that he would be able to sit in the position of the Great Khan and establish his Great Khan empire just like that, forcing the Milky Way civilization to bow down to him. However, the sudden appearance of a nobody completely disrupted his pace and even made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Lone Wolf had used a speed far more terrifying than his to become a Khan and win the hearts of most people. Ever since Lone Wolf appeared, he realized that something mysterious had been taken away from him, and everything had gone wrong. For example, suddenly slipping in a martial arts tournament, or the childhood sweetheart who was engaged to someone else, or the failure to kill the Ether Dragon and ended up accompanying the only fleet at hand. If he was the son of Heaven's will, then Lone Wolf was the son of Heaven's will killer, causing the light that should have been shining to darken. In this cold and cruel Milky Way, only his teacher could give him some warmth. Thus, he drove his broken spaceship to this galaxy with a group of special existences. Once he entered the galaxy, he could see a dense nebula that seemed to fill the entire universe. These nebulae seemed to have been released by someone because the celestial bodies here had already formed a stable celestial system. There should not be such dense primordial matter. However, looking at the center of the galaxy, above the star, one could understand where these nebulae came from. A huge rock that looked like an inverted mountain peak floated above the star. Such a huge cornerstone platform was enough to support several super-large cities. Above the platform was a mountain peak that was similar in structure. It seemed to be pressing down on the foundation stone, but there was a gap between them. The space between the two giant rocks that were floating with mysterious power was surrounded by an undetectable psionic power. It was as if it came from another world, and a huge amount of nebula matter was surging out of it. Anyone who was familiar with the Void Realm would find that this galaxy seemed to imitate the feeling of churros dust inside the Void Realm. The Hawk Icon, who had once again arrived, cast aside his previous unhappiness and flew happily toward the looming city between the mountain-like boulders. This was where his mentor lived. They were a group of people who had in-depth research on the Void Realm and psionic power. No one knew where these people came from, but Hawkeye knew where his mentor came from. It was also the civilization avatar that he often used in the Milky Way, a civilization that was destroyed by the end of reincarnation, the Duncan race. Just like how the Watcher wasn't completely destroyed, there were still some wise men in the Duncan race who had predicted the outcome and sent people to hide. The ones who were here now were the ones who were hiding. And this city that loomed in the Void Realm was known by the Hawk Icon as the Void Realm Walkers. The nebula was still expanding, and Li Wenyuan, who was preparing to enter the Void Realm, also used the anti-gravity technology of the material depressurizing device on a spaceship. A part of his consciousness had already entered it, and the spaceship was heading toward the black hole. Chapter 192, Black Hole Galaxy. This black hole galaxy with a huge number of dead planets had a special situation. According to the information he had intercepted near the black hole, there was probably an unbelievable secret inside the black hole. Li Wenyuan made a backup of the data of the consciousness that was about to sink into the black hole. Although his mechanical consciousness could make him fearless, he still needed to be mentally prepared to enter the interior of this mysterious celestial body. The matter was torn and dragged by gravity, and then the high-speed friction produced an accumulation disk that continuously released intense rays. This was one of the important methods to observe a black hole because the black hole itself was invisible. The disk-like luminous disk surrounded the darkness in the center, and whether it was the detection of radiation or gravitational anomalies, it could simulate an invisible celestial body in the virtual world. The spaceship was approaching. Although the strong jet was deflected by the shield system outside the spaceship would fail when it got close to a certain extent. The only thing left was the armor. The anti-gravity system also began to work as the distance approached. This tool, which had the same working principle as the material depressurizing device, used gravity to fight gravity and performed its duty well. According to the current strength, at least before entering the horizon of the black hole, this spacecraft carrying part of Li Wenyuan's consciousness would not be torn to pieces by the tidal force like the materials in the accretion disk. However, what would happen after entering the vision was still a guess. The horizon was the boundary between the inside and outside of the black hole. Logically speaking, light, signals, data, and everything else could not escape from here. Li Wenyuan seemed to be walking on a path that could only be entered but not exited. Even if the anti-gravity technology of the material depressurizing device could allow the compressed matter to leave the black hole, it was difficult to guarantee that his spaceship would not be a highly compressed mass of matter when it came out again. However, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he couldn't get out, he would only lose a spaceship and a portion of his consciousness data, and he had already made a backup. As the black hole's horizon got closer and closer, the universe seen from the spaceship's perspective gradually changed. The huge mass of a black hole would always affect the surrounding cosmic environment. The space-time curvature here had already changed. The sensors were still correcting the position of the stars, but the speed of the signal was gradually slowing down. The extended space extended the time of transmission, making everything slow down. At this time, some scientists who were conducting extraterrestrial exploration on the dead planet in the black hole galaxy inadvertently noticed that a spaceship was approaching the black hole. The border of the galaxy was not closed. As this was only an experiment, Li Wenyuan did not chase away the scholars and tourists who had been here for a long time. The scientists here had lived here for several years, studying dead planets and black holes all day long. With the adaptation and modification of their genes to the dead planet, as well as the living cabins prepared in advance, they could live on the dead planet and carry out their favorite scientific research. Observing a black hole from a planet was something they did all the time. Therefore, when a spaceship's signal was detected at an unbelievable distance, every scientist revealed a surprised expression. Is the unmanned spaceship accidentally captured by the black hole's gravity? Or is it simply the fanatical behavior of a certain researcher? Some people guessed so, but soon, some people realized that the signal of the spaceship was from the administrator. It's the administrator? Could they have discovered something from the black hole? This lost robotic empire was a super civilization recognized by the Milky Way. After experiencing so many Milky Way crises, everyone understood that the technological level of the administrator was not at the level that the Milky Way should have. If it was this civilization that started researching black holes, then their discoveries would definitely be more than all the other civilizations in the Milky Way. These scientists were very concerned about this and immediately focused on observing the movements of the administrator spacecraft. As time passed, the distance between the spaceship and the black hole's horizon was getting closer and closer. It looked like it was slowing down, but it was actually an illusion caused by the increasing curvature of space-time. And just as Li Wenyuan was about to touch the vision, he once again received the message that had been circulating here for a long time. The photon here was in a critical environment where it was not sucked in by the black hole but could not leave. They spun around the black hole, forming a photon ball. The gravitational lens effect in this position was unprecedentedly huge. Looking straight at the side of the spaceship, what he saw was not the universe and darkness, but the tail of the spaceship. The light rays circled around this position, as if the spaceship itself had been twisted into a ring. The string of information that was trapped here was at this boundary. Only the brave warriors who dared to come to this distance could receive this string of brave information. One see the end of time, the never-ending cycle. And all of this will be recorded here. A human scientist named Professor left behind such a message. It sounded weird and didn't seem like something a physics scholar who had studied physics for his entire life would say. However, Li Wenyuan was also looking forward to it. He hoped that he could learn the secrets of this place through this trip to the black hole. The scientists who were observing the dead planet watched the spaceship slow down from sublight speed to turtle speed as it approached the black hole bit by bit. When it reached a certain limit, the spacecraft no longer moved a millimeter, leaving only an image that seemed to be forever falling. The observing scientists also sighed, knowing that this meant that the administrator's spacecraft had entered the horizon. From then on, they would no longer know the fate of the spaceship. Everything that happened on the horizon would be unknown to anyone. This image would be the last trace until the redshift of the image became larger and larger, and then it would completely disappear from this universe. I really hope the administrator can find something. We've been studying black holes for so long. Even if there's nothing in the black hole, this matter alone is enough to fulfill our wish. The scientist sighed, but he did not move the observer aimed at the black hole. He knew that the space-time inside the black hole did not flow in a linear manner, and his civilization had a story similar to watching a chess game. Perhaps his action would be an extremely long wait. However, he believed that the mechanical intelligence of the administrator would definitely yield something. Chapter 193, Inside the Vision. Li Wenyuan entered the vision, and as he expected, this was a journey of no return. The anti-gravity principle of the material depressurizing device could not drag the spaceship out of there unscathed. Compared to the infinitely compressed material, it was still too difficult to drag away a precise object of the size of the spaceship. He could leave now, but he knew that the moment he left the vision, the spaceship would disintegrate completely due to its anti-gravity system, turning into a mass of fine fundamental particles. This did not match his needs. Therefore, the moment he entered the vision, he decided to let the spaceship stay in the vision forever. At this moment, there was only darkness on the horizon. From the senses, the black hole seemed to be another universe, except that it was completely dark and dead. The universe outside could still be seen on the horizon. It was a sphere, just like observing a black hole in the universe outside. The universe inside the black hole was also observing the universe outside. At this moment, Li Wenyuan felt as if he was looking at the entire universe. The unbelievably huge supercluster of galaxies was just an insignificant dot in the cosmic sphere. The Milky Way was a color block that couldn't be distinguished within this point. This feeling of seeing the entire universe shocked Li Wenyuan. Although he was prepared, he felt that the universe was too huge. He hadn't even fully explored the current galaxy, and this was only a small part of the universe. However, this place could give birth to so many fresh lives and create one magical story after another. Did human beings decide to enter the real sea of stars after seeing this scene in the black hole? Li Wenyuan couldn't help but have such thoughts. Only after experiencing the vastness of the universe did he understand that the Milky Way was never a place worth staying forever. Curiosity was the nature of all living things. The yearning and exploration of the unknown were always the driving force for progress. The scene in the black hole also aroused the passion of Li Wenyuan, who was a human being. The sphere representing the universe was gradually moving away as the spacecraft fell, which meant that the spacecraft was approaching the singular point. This was the endpoint of the black hole, a point where the density tended to be infinite. However, the space-time laws here had already changed due to the unbelievable gravitational force. The spaceship would forever fall toward the singular point but would never enter it. Soon, there was only silence in his vision and a spaceship that was always in a falling state. The anti-gravity system was still working tenaciously, which allowed Li Wenyuan to preserve his mechanical consciousness and think about the secrets of this place. Li entered the black hole, but he didn't find anything. Perhaps the ultimate secret would be hidden in the black hole singular point, but it was impossible for his spaceship to fall there one day. Other than the singular point and the cosmic sphere that was no longer visible, there seemed to be nothing in the black hole. There was no end of time as the professor mentioned, nor was there any never-ending cycle. Just like the meaning of the black hole, this was a place of silence that ended everything. Why? Is it because I'm not named? Li Wenyuan thought about the possible situation and guessed that he might have missed a necessary step. In the message left behind by the professor, it was mentioned that more than 10 human warriors had been designated and entered the black hole. There seemed to be something unspeakable in the black hole. It looked at the universe and invited the warrior to come here. It was hard to say whether coming here was a good thing or a bad thing, but Li Wenyuan knew that there must be a shocking secret here. Even if he only knew that there was something inside the black hole and that something had an unknown relationship with humans, that in itself was enough for him to gain something. What one need to consider now is how one can receive the name. He thought of Greywind and her inexplicable hallucination. Based on this experience alone, he was completely unable to summarize the conditions required to receive a name. Although he had tried to make Greywind stay in this galaxy, it turned out that the incident was really like an auditory hallucination. No matter how he went in and out, he could not get a new nomination. In the end, did I still need to continue searching for clues in the Milky Way, he thought. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. The trip to the black hole helped him confirm what he should do now. Although it wasn't to the extent of not gaining anything, at least his current direction of pursuit had returned from the existence in the black hole to the Milky Way. Li Wenyuan was still somewhat unwilling. As he pondered, he opened the technology tree and was stunned. Because he realized that the progress bar of the level 10 technology strange cycle, which he had to spend thousands of years to study and might not succeed, was slowly moving forward. Li Wenyuan's current technology tree was still mostly at level 7 and was moving toward level 8. However, this did not mean that he could jump 2 levels and directly study the level 10 strange cycle. He thought that he would need to at least have those super megastructures that were far beyond ordinary megastructures before he could try out level 10 technology. However, the strange situation inside the black hole made him feel a little incredulous. At this rate, it would only take about 100 years for the strange cycle to complete a cycle. This speed was undoubtedly an extremely efficient speed compared to the effects of the strange cycle. For a moment, a lot of guesses emerged. Li Wenyuan kept sensing the surrounding black hole environment, trying to find something, but all he could see was dead silence. Have humans encountered similar situations before? If that was really the case, then it would be in the United States. Was the strange cycle comprehended by them under such circumstances? The level of the strange cycle was too high. It was hard to believe that this technology should exist in this universe. He had already tried his best to imagine the existence in the black hole as omnipotent. Perhaps this was the only way to explain all the phenomena in the black hole. In the end, Li Wenyuan thought about it and shifted his consciousness outside the black hole. His consciousness data chain did not interact with data at different distances through transmission. After falling into the black hole, he confirmed that part of his consciousness was not lost. The inside of the black hole didn't seem to be as terrifying as he had imagined, except for the fact that he would never be able to return. However, the data of his consciousness that he had previously backed up was no longer useful. Li Wenyuan could now switch his main consciousness to the spaceship that was forever falling into the black hole at any time. The flow of time there had become extremely slow due to the black hole, and that part of the consciousness would also be imprisoned and unable to be freed. However, compared to the gains in the black hole, the loss of consciousness was nothing. There was only one thing he had to pay attention to. He could not stay in the black hole for too long. In fact, the moment he entered, he realized that time was passing rapidly outside the black hole. The difference in the flow of time caused the data of the consciousness in the two places to have different degrees of abnormalities. After the consciousness switched back to the normal universe, it needed to be temporarily corrected. In his opinion, this black hole journey had only lasted for a few minutes, but a few years had passed in the outside world. From the perspective of an interstellar civilization, this time size was far from being considered a sea of changes, but it was still extremely long for an individual's life. Those scientists who had been observing the black hole had been changing batches after batch, and the hard life of the dead planet was not something that anyone could bear. Although the new scientists were also observing the black hole, they were different from the previous scientists. They were more concerned about the dead planet itself and had no reaction to the image of the spacecraft that was stuck outside the horizon. The passage of time had no effect on Li Wenyuan. He was a string of data that would never die of old age. Although the situation in the Milky Way had changed a lot during the time he switched consciousness, without the Milky Way threat, Li Wenyuan placed most of his focus in another direction. The black hole trip had confirmed that the time had not come yet, but it had also helped him rule out a direction for the time being. The exploration of the unknown areas of the Milky Way still had to continue, but in parallel with this carpet search, there was another process that had been pending for a long time. That was when he first came to this universe. The core database that had always been on Earth was in a lost connection state. One had to know that up until now, he was actually using the general database. The core database, which obviously had a huge secret, had long been listed as a key target by him. Ever since he had the level 4 singular point, he had begun to repair all the facilities on Earth. He had already fixed most of them, but this core database was the only thing that was strange. The small cluster of buildings, which did not seem to occupy a large area and was less than 1/10 of the size of an ordinary metropolis, required an unbelievably terrifying amount of energy. The Dyson sphere and the level 4 singular point, which could supply the energy consumption of all his buildings, megastructures, and fleets, could not meet the requirements of the core database at all. Li Wenyuan couldn't understand why a cluster of buildings of this scale would consume such a huge amount of energy. In order to ensure the safety of the galaxy and improve his own strength to deal with potential threats, he had to temporarily put aside the matter of connecting to the core database and focus on strengthening himself. However, with the information about himself that the Ether Dragon had unintentionally mentioned, as well as his experience in the black hole, he felt that he had to continue down this path. Since one Dyson sphere was not enough, he would have to have a few more. He already had a plan for the Super Dyson sphere. This time, it would completely meet the needs of the core database. He believed that this time, he would not be without gains. Chapter 194, The Administrator's Anomaly, 1. Tomcat, how's your recent observation data? What else can I do? To be honest, artificial intelligence can already handle most problems, so why do we still need to keep an eye on them? In the Deep Space Observation Station of the Krabow Interstellar Trading Company, the data recorder who was doing the same boring work day after day had such complaints. This was what they did every day, even though this profession of being able to observe the universe all the time was what they had yearned for since they were young, and their learning career was also aimed at this profession. However, once they started working, their enthusiasm and curiosity quickly dissipated like a fire that had met water. Repetitive behavior was the main culprit that killed the enthusiasm for work. What still supported the work of these scribes was the high salary. Sigh. I don't know why, but the higher UPS have recently asked us to pay more attention to those A and B type stars. It would be very difficult for a celestial system in that kind of cosmic environment to produce habitable planets, right? Rad continued to complain about the change in the center of gravity of the work. In the past, they could fish in troubled waters, but now that they had orders, they had to work harder. What was even more difficult for him to understand was that his boss, who had always regarded population, labor, and the market as the most important capital, would actually pay attention to something that only celestial scientists would care about. As everyone knew, stars were constantly releasing energy due to their fusion reactions. The higher the temperature of the star, the greater the energy it released, and the more intense the light that could be seen. According to the classification of the stellar spectrum, stars could be divided from the brightest O-type star to the darkest M-type star. The Sun was a G-type star in the middle. O-type stars were rare in the Milky Way, and there were only a few records of them. However, A and B-type stars were not that rare. Basically, every civilization had one or two of them. A and B-type stars were the types of stars with extremely high surface temperatures. They had absorbed a large amount of material from the nebula at the beginning of their formation, and their mass was much larger than other types of stars. Among the massive masses were violent nuclear fusion reactions. Their surface temperature could reach more than 20,000 degrees, while the surface temperature of the Sun was only over 6,000 degrees. Because of this, A and B-type stars were always one of the brightest celestial bodies in the universe. The light they emitted could reach an extremely far distance, and they were already greenish-white in the spectrum. However, it was very difficult for a celestial system to be born in such a star environment. It was not that there were no habitable zones. The habitable zones of A and B-type stars were much farther than other stars, but it was not that there were none. The biggest problem was that these stars were about to enter the next stage of life, and there was not much time left for life to be born naturally. The overly intense fusion reactions of A and B-type stars caused their lifespans to be very short. They would soon transition to the stage of red giants that used helium as fuel. At this time, the star's volume would rapidly expand and choose to have a passionate explosion or a quiet death in a faster time. The former would explode into a white dwarf in the form of a supernova, while the latter would quietly lose its mass in the stellar wind and become a black dwarf. No matter which option, it would not be suitable for the birth of life. The time from the formation of A and B-type stars to their death might not exceed 2 billion years. Such a short time could not even evolve a planet from its original state to its normal state, let alone the birth of life. Because of this, megacorps like Krabau, which were only interested in the human population and trading market, would never pay too much attention to these star galaxies that did not have life. They would only sigh when they passed by, "What a bright star." They would mark it on the star map and leave in a hurry. However, recently, there might have been some rumors from above that started to make these observers pay attention to the types of celestial bodies that they would never have cared about in the past. These observers were veterans who had worked for a long time. Naturally, they could tell when to slack off and when to be serious. It was rare for them to work so hard for so long, but they had never been able to wait for the day when they stopped. This made them guess the truth behind it. Gossip was a rare way to relieve stress, even in the interstellar era. I have a friend who is a student of a relative of a staff member working in the community headquarters. Let's get straight to the point. We all know that the friend is yourself. There's no need to draw so much line between us. Alright, actually, the community seems to have adopted a topic and decided to build a public Dyson sphere to alleviate the energy problem of the Milky Way. Although the topic has been decided, there has been a lot of debate about where to build it. Some people want to build it once and for all on an M-type star that has a lifespan of 10 billion years, but there are also people who want to build it on an A-type star. Our higher UPS probably want to see if they can operate on this matter and make a fortune. This observer who had connections kept talking about what he had heard. After watching the stars for a long time, occasionally seeing some unique social phenomena in the galaxy was also a good seasoning. Chapter 195, The Administrator's Anomaly, 2. The audience listened to the story with great interest and expressed their opinions from time to time until someone noticed that the monitors observing the A and B-type stars had abnormal data. Stop bragging and look at the data. One of the observers also looked at the string of data that was constantly floating and then revealed an incredulous expression. Someone noticed this and came over to check on the situation. Having received similar education, he naturally understood the data. He quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. From our observation point of view, there are already several A and B-type stars that are being watched with great focus. This is not a sign that a star should collapse, it looked more like something was blocking the star. They were still guessing that the mastermind behind all these changes, Li Wenyuan, had already begun the final steps of the Dyson sphere. Even he would need a few years to build such a huge building that surrounded a star. The only good news was that the Dyson sphere did not need to be fully built to play the most basic power generation effect. However, it was useless for him to need so much energy. The current energy output was already seriously overflowing for him. If it did not meet the energy requirements of the core database, he would never have built so many Dyson spheres. This time, he broke the long-lost tradition of hoarding and used the resources that he had long stored in the space warehouse to build a Dyson sphere. He liked the feeling of wealth when he saw a large number of resources exploding. When building megastructures, he would basically maintain an extreme abundance of resources, only using the output to support the construction consumption, and never using the part that was stored. But this time, he went all out. He even found an O-type giant star, the kind that was just a little bit away from exploding, and built a Dyson sphere on it. The so-called just a little bit would still take tens of millions of years in interstellar time, but the production capacity was huge. It would definitely not be a problem to meet the needs of the core database. Therefore, he completed several Dyson spheres in a few years. At this time, the Milky Way civilizations were still arguing about how much they needed and where to build the public Dyson sphere. However, it was also at this moment that the civilizations that were concerned about the A and B type stars received the anomaly report from their respective observation stations. They secretly went to explore the source and finally found that the stars that were suspected to be blocked were actually Dyson spheres that were built there. The matter itself was nothing, but the identity of the creator made them pay more attention. This was because this matter could be considered a strange movement of the administrator. Although the administrator had done a lot of strange things in the Milky Way, if it had to be said, 2 Milky Way crises were enough to be considered a considerable change. However, it was easy to see the reason for this abnormal behavior. It was to protect them, so there was nothing to worry about. This time, the situation of building a large number of Dyson spheres at the same time made everyone uncertain. The observation station reported that the administrator seemed to suddenly have a huge energy demand, which might even far exceed the total demand of civilization. How about this? Let's discuss it. The leader of the Pyro Alliance threw a report on the conference table, and the other members of the council began to discuss it. Although there were many guesses, the general direction had not changed. They all felt that the administrator's spaceship had finally found what it had been searching for, and those Dyson spheres were built for this. Of course, they could not compare the abnormal movements of the administrator with the abnormal movements of the civilization annihilator. If this lost mechanical intelligence wanted to destroy the galaxy, they would have been finished countless times. After experiencing 2 crises, they had long engraved their trust and respect for the administrator in their hearts. As long as the administrator didn't directly bomb them with a battleship, they would think that anything related to the administrator was an act with deeper meaning. Although communication between civilizations should not be influenced by emotions, the so-called trust and friendship were built on eternal interests. However, the administrator was clearly beyond this rule. He was not on the same level as the other civilizations in the Milky Way. Even if the administrator's abnormal movements were really a bad start, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. After preparing the tinder, they should resist and lie down. From all the signs, it was clear that the administrator would not do something like destroying the galaxy. They trusted this lost mechanical intelligence very much, just like how the administrator protected the Milky Way without asking for anything in return, they would also trust it unconditionally. I hope that this administrator is really finding what I've been looking for. It's time for artificial intelligence that has worked for who knows how long to retire. Some of these people actually felt sorry for the administrator. They didn't know exactly when the administrator was born, but they knew that it must have been in the distant past. The upgrade of the hardware might not have changed the nature of the data. If the administrator had not changed from the beginning to the end, then this was a machine that had been working for at least 10 million years. Chapter 196, The Administrator's Anomaly, 3. Metal eternity wasn't completely correct. It was just that the time for metal decay hadn't come. If a person were to work alone for thousands of years, just thinking about the loneliness would be terrifying. They could not take it for granted just because the other party was an artificial intelligence. Everyone resonated with the words of the person who felt sorry for the administrator, and they began to feel sad. The people of the Pyro Alliance seemed to have strong empathy. It was no wonder they could put in so much effort to protect the natives and wild animals. The leader of the Pyro Alliance was also moved when he saw that. He pondered silently, perhaps, only when we are strong enough will the administrator be able to retire. While civilizations like the Pyro Alliance were happy that the administrator had finally been found, there were also civilizations that did not care. Not everyone could understand the hardships of artificial intelligence. Instead, it was the idealistic civilizations that didn't agree with the legitimacy of artificial intelligence that were more moved by the abnormal behavior of the administrator. Although the administrator appeared to be a genuine artificial intelligence, they firmly believed it was just an appearance. They had a flexible standard for judging what was data that mimicked consciousness and what was real consciousness. Mechanical intelligence and artificial intelligence were different. Some could be worshipped by statues, while others would only be denounced as iron cans. They had done more in-depth research in the field of mind and emotions. They felt that only a saint with true love would save the Milky Way twice without expecting anything in return. In their opinions, the asceticism of the administrator, who had been searching for something in the Milky Way for thousands of years, was much more determined than most of the cultivators. In a particular civilization with a strong religious atmosphere, a statue of a saint had been created for the administrator to worship, that guardian of the Milky Way. Therefore, the idealist civilizations were mostly people who were as reassured as the Pyro Alliance. They felt that the administrator could finally stop the process of guarding the world. However, regardless of whether they cared, at least those civilizations did not think that the administrator would cause them harm. However, there were still a small number of civilizations that were deeply worried about the abnormal movements of the administrator. Those civilizations were never afraid to speculate about the Milky Way civilizations with the worst malice, even if the other party was a lost empire that had protected the Milky Way twice. Even though they knew very well that if the administrator wanted to destroy the Milky Way, they would not be able to resist and did not know what the administrator's motive was, that didn't stop them from making preparations for resistance and survival. In the end, they set their sights on the legacy of the Silent and the Civilization Annihilator. The administrator did not care about the two lost empires' legacies, and the community naturally accepted those places with the ruins of the lost empires. Until now, those places were still under development and cooperation. However, those civilizations with a sense of urgency wanted to find a way to preserve the tinder with the help of those legacies before the administrator's abnormal movements became more frequent. At that moment, Li Wenyuan, the highest consciousness of the administrator, had already built most of the Dyson spheres and perfected the energy pathway. The stellar energy absorbed by the Dyson spheres was being largely wasted and had yet to be sent to the core database. As long as Li Wenyuan gave the order, that small building complex that inexplicably required a huge amount of energy would reveal the secret hidden within. Chapter 197, Wrong Report, 1. His gaze returned to the solar system, back to the ordinary planet Earth. In Li Wenyuan's star map, the Milky Way was the solar system, and the only habitable planet here was Earth. However, in the Milky Way, the solar system was more commonly called the mechanical core, while Earth and its surrounding planets were called the administrator center. Although Li Wenyuan had opened up most of the borders, that was the only place where entry was forever prohibited. The Milky Way civilizations had more or less guessed that that was the core starfield of the administrator. Their intelligence system could not penetrate such a place, and the administrator had always been a silent lost empire. So until now, the situation in the galaxy was the result of their speculation. They had no idea there was only one seemingly ordinary habitable planet in the galaxy. Having been in the universe for a long time, Li Wenyuan had seen many rare planets. When he looked back at Earth, he realized that Earth was really an ordinary planet. Although it had traces of a large-scale transformation, it had not reached the level of an ideal city where the entire surface of the planet was covered by a city. It was also not planet Gaia, where the lush vegetation was actually all synthetic plants, and there were no signs of animal life. The entire planet could be considered a dead planet to a certain extent. At first, he was quite puzzled, but as he explored deeper, he more or less understood the situation. Earth existed as a mother planet. Perhaps humans had the idea of completely replacing it. However, in the end, they still retained the general appearance of Earth. Perhaps it was because there was a more suitable place to live, such as the circular world, or perhaps they simply wanted to preserve the general image of Earth as the mother planet. Perhaps they felt they would never return, so they stopped the transformation process and remembered it as a belief in their hearts. Then, they left resolutely, leaving behind a butler robot. As for that mother planet, humanity had also left a backup plan to prevent it from being tainted. The biggest backup plan was the butler robot, now the administrator matrix Li Wenyuan. The administrator matrix might have many functions, but protecting Earth's safety was definitely one of its functions. Otherwise, its main body wouldn't have been built on Earth. As for the worst-case scenario, humans, or perhaps the administrator matrix itself, would use the final method of planet self-destruction. There was indeed a special planetary bomb somewhere in the core of the Earth. It was part of the planet self-destruction program. Its explosive power was enough to wipe out the entire solar system. The memory of when he first arrived in the Milky Way could be considered Li Wenyuan's dark history. No one in the Milky Way would have thought that the all-powerful administrator known as the Guardian of the Galaxy had a past where his home was almost torn down by pirates. If Li Wenyuan had arrived a few minutes later, what awaited him would have been an exploded Earth and a fragment of the administrator matrix that could not even be considered space junk. At that moment, Li Wenyuan, who had once again turned his attention back to Earth, began to think about his initial experience in the universe. Then, what exactly MT? As he thought, he controlled the synthetic humanoid to come to the big light ball of his administrator matrix. At first, he thought he was just a transmigrator, and just like in those novels, it was just a background. Perhaps there would never be a day when he would fill the hole again. However, after witnessing the universe's various black technologies, he felt that he might not be a transmigrator but an unlucky guy who was hit by a meteorite that was made up. Were those memories from before transmigration real? Under the consciousness of data, adding some unwarranted memories that were like personal experiences was not difficult. Was he just a simulated personality of the administrator matrix? Were those memories just a means to maintain a stable personality? He rarely thought deeply about that question because he felt that as time passed and the secret was revealed, he would gradually learn everything. He wouldn't feel too much if he were just a simulated personality. Just like he once thought, was the person who had been resurrected still himself? Could memories determine a person's soul? Was digitizing consciousness equivalent to suicide? But he chose to believe in himself and his current experiences. Perhaps the past memories were fabricated, but the current experience was something he had personally experienced. Whether or not he had transmigrated was not that important. Why should he care about the ordinary past? It was better to live the magnificent moment. Now, he was thinking about why he had become an administrator matrix. It's hard to understand. A rational artificial intelligence should be more suitable for guarding this Milky Way. What is the purpose of my existence? The controlled synthetic humanoid moved away from the big light ball of the administrator matrix and continued to fly to the next destination. That was the location of the core database, the last building complex on Earth that had not been activated. Chapter 198, Wrong Report, 2. He had a premonition that that would be a time of separation. Perhaps after today, he would walk on another path. The distance of several thousand kilometers seemed very short under the speed of the synthetic humanoid's flight, which was 10 times the speed of sound. In a short while, the ancient building complex appeared in front of the synthetic humanoid. Like other buildings on Earth, although it was called the core database, it was not an individual building. In fact, that core database was much smaller than Li Wenyuan's own general database, but their energy requirements were several levels apart. A large number of Dyson spheres had caused Li Wenyuan's energy output to explode every day, but it had also met the requirements to activate the core database. The power supply line there had long been repaired, and the energy source of the Dyson spheres was running on that planet all the time. Now, they were only waiting for the last step of activation. The synthetic humanoid brought the churro gas to that place. Just like when he first activated the level 4 singular point, churro was also required as the final activation procedure. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. The level 4 singular point had brought him the initial help, and the last building on Earth to be activated would bring him the final help. Gas was spreading, and the noise of a large amount of energy transmission was also heard all over Earth. A huge amount of energy was flowing into the core database. However, Li Wenyuan realized that the energy did not all flow into the core database. The building had an energy threshold at that time, preventing too much energy from entering and exploding it. As expected, the core database only needed a small amount of energy. Most of the rest went back to the condensers. That matter did not exceed Li Wenyuan's expectations. After such a long time, he had already checked the core database inside and out. The building did not have many energy supply networks, so it was impossible for the astronomical amount of energy to be transmitted. The interior of the building did not have a vessel that could hold a large amount of energy. He couldn't understand it at all in the early years because, according to the infrastructure of the core database, a level 4 singular point was enough to maintain the energy supply. However, the notes on that building complex clearly stated that it required an unbelievable amount of energy. There was also a link to test the energy output during its activation process. To be on the safe side, he didn't rush to send energy in. After a long journey in the Milky Way, he gradually guessed why the core database needed such a high activation threshold. Perhaps the core database itself did not require so much energy, but the secret behind it required energy preparation in advance. The energy transmission rejuvenated the ancient buildings, and the old metal structure seemed to be shining at that time. The Earth was rotating, and the sun was slowly rising from the horizon. The last signal to be connected finally returned to Li Wenyuan's embrace. However, he, who was silently looking at the familiar written records, did not seem very happy at that time because he knew that it was not the time for the results. The core database has been restored, connecting to the core database. As time passed, the connection was still in a waiting state. The process of finding out the truth immediately after the connection did not begin like how he had imagined. Instead, the ominous premonition grew heavier and heavier. He felt that perhaps the first secret to be revealed would be why the core database required such a large amount of energy. In the end, the blue waiting progress bar went round and round before it was stuck in the middle. Everything seemed to have returned to peace as if the core database had suddenly crashed. However, Li Wenyuan held his non-existent breath. The subconsciousness that had roamed the entire Milky Way with the help of the research spaceships had all returned to Earth at that time. All the research spaceships entered automatic navigation mode and looked no different from before. However, if that continued, it would not be long before the Milky Way civilizations discovered that the administrators' spaceships seemed to have lost their spirituality. However, that was not the most important thing but the core database that was being activated. The string of characters displayed in the virtual world suddenly changed. The seemingly neat words quickly turned into garbled characters. The blue space that had remained stable also seemed to have been triggered by something and turned into a flickering red. That scene was very familiar, just like when Li Wenyuan first came here. A large number of error reports had accumulated in the entire virtual world. It had been a long time since he had experienced something like that. The other Milky Way civilizations did not have the ability to make him have error reports. However, Li Wenyuan's consciousness did not waver at all. He only looked at the increasing number of error reports and then grasped the main point. Warning! Unable to detect active purification agreement, custody agreement had custody agreement. Administrator admin. Data loss, data corruption, data loss. Planet self-destruction program activated, 15 minutes remaining. Deployed combat command, subspace strike target, Tiangang battleship, target, Earth. Deployed combat command, Doomsday strike target, 1st to 12th combat fleet, target, Central Processing Unit. Deployed combat command, Doomsday strike target, the 13th to 24th combat fleets, target, Milky Way administrator. Deployed combat command, recovery target, all engineering fleets. Target, Silver Heart megastructure. Deployed combat command, purification agreement target, combat fleets 25 to 120, target, all Milky Way life forms. Deployed combat command, ghost signal. A large number of error reports and inexplicable combat commands suddenly spread to all the A's under the control of Li Wenyuan, or rather, the administration matrix. Artificial intelligence showed its disadvantage at that moment. The battleships did not think about why the administration matrix, which was fine before, suddenly went crazy and wanted to destroy the entire Milky Way or themselves. They were only loyally executing the message the administration matrix sent. The Tiangang battleship that was basically parked near Earth had also aimed its subspace catcher at the entire solar system. The spaceships docked at the various space bases had also started their warp drives. Some were flying to unknown galaxies that Li Wenyuan did not know about, while others were preparing to fly to the mother planet of the Milky Way civilizations. The riot caused by the connection to the core database was even more terrifying than what he had to deal with when he first arrived. After all, at that time, he was poor and powerless. Even if he wanted to destroy the Milky Way, he could not do so. But now, it was different. The administrator that he had carefully operated for many years had long had the power to destroy the Milky Way. Everything seemed to be predestined. Just like some Milky Way civilizations who were worried about the administrator's abnormal behavior and guessed that perhaps the administrator who had protected the Milky Way twice would become the destroyer of the Milky Way one day in the future. Artificial intelligence from ancient times might have gradually decayed over a long period. That two guards were their last glory. The endless cycle of accumulated errors would reach its peak one day, until the entire artificial intelligence completely collapsed, resulting in a terrible crisis that could destroy the Milky Way. That guess might be correct, but would everything end up the same way in a cycle? Li Wenyuan did not panic at all as he looked at the string of error reports and the combat commands that were refreshing all the time. As usual, he dealt with a series of mistakes with ease. Chapter 199, Custody Agreement. What was inside the core database was not treasure but unbelievable danger. It was hard to say whether setting the activation conditions and threshold for the core database was a good thing or not. If Li Wenyuan only wanted to activate the core database, he could have opened it long ago. At that time, he would not have so many fleets or know too many secrets. Perhaps when the danger in the core database erupted, the situation he needed to deal with would be simpler. Not like now. The fleet that had stopped moving had received the wrong command and was heading toward its destination. The unknown interference from the core database had affected them, and the warp drives had also adjusted their coordinates. Everything seemed to have happened very quickly. The destination of those battleships was mostly the mother planets of other Milky Way civilizations. However, during that process, Li Wenyuan noticed that some of the targets were not those planets but coordinates that even he did not know. Interesting. These few coordinates must have many secrets, or else they wouldn't be hidden in the core database. At that moment, the alarm in the virtual world rang, but Li Wenyuan did not panic. He quickly and methodically dealt with the accumulated errors. The first was to terminate the command of the Tiangang battleship. That behemoth was trying to use the subspace catcher to capture the entire solar system into subspace. Although he would not be affected in the subspace, he could continue to deal with the errors of the administration matrix in the subspace. However, after the solar system came out of subspace, the positions of those planets might change greatly. It would be very troublesome to solve them. Generally speaking, the first thing that needed to be dealt with was the planet's self-destruction program, which would directly cause the administration matrix to crack. However, although the 15-minute self-destruction countdown seemed very short, it was a very long time for artificial intelligence. He had enough time to deal with that problem later. If it were the administration matrix itself, what would it do? When dealing with the mistakes, Li Wenyuan thought of such problems. Logically speaking, the administration matrix should have a low-level logic code similar to the theme park mechanical servant, but in fact, after coming to the Milky Way for so long, Li Wenyuan had not discovered any code restrictions on himself. He seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted. No code restricted his actions. Although he had always claimed that he was acting according to the custody agreement, he did not have that so-called agreement at all. It was completely made up to conform to the style of artificial intelligence. However, the moment he activated the core database, he caught a glimpse of some special documents. For example, the active purification agreement, which sounded very dangerous. And there really was something called the custody agreement. It was hard to say if he was lucky or if it was some kind of remnant record that made him unconsciously use that name. Perhaps the administration matrix would prioritize the planet's self-destruction program? Although multi-threaded operations are very common, the amount of computing power required for each task is different. Li Wenyuan tried to guess the possible behavior of the administration matrix before his appearance. While he was distracted, he had already corrected the wrong command of the Tiangang battleship and set up a quarantine zone for that part of the module to prevent it from being infected by the core database again. That process only took a few seconds in reality. The invasion from the core database could only affect his main body on that planet. In fact, the research zones in the circular worlds far away from the solar system were always providing him with a huge amount of auxiliary computing power. When he first saw the invasion of the core database, he felt it was too easy to deal with. The core database was not the real administration matrix. Although it could invade Li Wenyuan's program process through unknown methods, the computing resources it could borrow were limited. The command deployment was also handled according to the operational logic of the administration matrix. The essence of that invasion was actually a competition of computing power to see who was faster at generating errors in the core database or who was faster at processing them. That situation was different from Li Wenyuan's initial guess. He thought he would need to use the huge amount of energy from the Dyson spheres then. However, after experiencing it, he realized it was purely a battle of computing power and control over the administration matrix. The energy seemed to have another purpose. The only thing that needed to be noted was that the core database authority seemed to be very high. It could easily enter the administration matrix and skillfully use the commands. Li Wenyuan already had some guesses about that matter. After he dealt with the mistakes, he would personally verify his guesses. He was solving his own problems, and at that time, no one in the Milky Way civilizations knew that a Milky Way crisis was being quietly dealt with. They were still guessing why the administrator, who had been acting abnormally a while ago, had not reacted further. We seem to have waited for a long time, right? Why is there no movement from the administrator? That was what those civilizations who did not trust the administrator were thinking. Not only did they not trust the administrator, but they did not trust anyone other than themselves. Although they were grateful to the administrator for his efforts in the two Milky Way crises, they were already suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome from the Lost Empire. Everyone knew there were at least 7 lost empires during the Milky Way's heyday. Those empires passed down for a long time should have stood at the top of the Milky Way, never falling. However, to this day, 2 lost empires had already completed the magnificent feat of self-destruction, and that was not all. Because those 2 lost empires had long since faced a crisis that swept across the Milky Way. In addition, 2 other lost empires had different degrees of anomalies. One was killed by its former compatriots and replaced by a group of mechanical life, while the other inexplicably left the Milky Way. Although they didn't become a Milky Way menace, everyone was afraid of being caught in the crossfire while handling the incident. After all, the battle between the lost empires wasn't something they could participate in. In a short period based on interstellar space measure, 4 lost empires had experienced abnormalities, and 3/4 were accompanied by a Milky Way crisis. That was undoubtedly an extremely high probability. Therefore, even if they didn't think so, as long as it was the Lost Empire, they had to maintain the highest level of vigilance in case there was another Milky Way crisis. As those people were still worrying about why nothing happened, someone's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed at the data of a testing device and said, something is wrong. Following his words, the pessimists gathered around him. They saw that on the instrument that recorded most of the Milky Way's signals, a series of obviously different signals spread through the space stations of every Milky Way civilization. It seemed to be using the space stations with large electronic equipment as relay stations, spreading rapidly. At first, the observers didn't realize what it was, and they were trying to analyze the content of the signal. However, after finding nothing, someone suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out a record from a long time ago to compare it with the rapidly transmitted signals. After a while, he exclaimed, "These are ghost signals." A thrown stone caused 1,000 ripples. Not only did that person think of it, but the other survivors who had experienced the crisis of the Civilization Annihilator, too, thought of it. The administrator had once used some unknown means to paralyze all the battleships of the Civilization Annihilators. At that time, someone noticed that when those battleships were paralyzed, there seemed to be a special signal that was difficult to detect in the galaxy. The waveform of that signal was recorded. Because it was difficult to detect under normal circumstances and would almost be ignored as noise, the Milky Way civilizations called that signal, which was suspected to be a weapon of the administrator, a ghost signal. Everyone knew that that thing seemed to be a kind of weapon, so when they detected that the signal rapidly spreading in the galaxy was a ghost signal, they thought, "This is bad." Although they were extremely vigilant against the abnormal movements of the administrator, no one hoped that the administrator would do something terrifying. They were praying that the administrator would not have any problems. The spreading ghost signal seemed to indicate that something was wrong with the administrator. That thing, which was considered a weapon by the Milky Way civilizations, should not appear at that moment. Therefore, they had to immediately send an alert to their mother planets to warn them of the abnormality of the administrator. But the moment they were about to send the message, the ghost signal spreading at faster than light speed was suddenly cut off as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. That sudden abnormality caused everyone to stop sending messages again. They looked at the detection equipment that had returned to normal in shock. The administrator is back to normal. It looks like it, however. Is that considered as a falsehood? What should we do if something similar happens in the future? After a moment of silence, they finally reported the matter to their mother planets, which informed the galaxy community. Unlike them, Li Wenyuan, who had dealt with the last error command, ghost signal, had discovered the truth of the core database. It was undoubtedly a fool's dream to resist Li Wenyuan, who had controlled the entire civilization, with just a small building. That invasion crisis seemed menacing, but it was a paper tiger. Perhaps it would only be difficult to deal with when Li Wenyuan first arrived in that universe. In the end, Li Wenyuan discovered that the one who had hacked into his core database was actually. The core database has been restored. Connection successful. Detected, corrupted custody agreement has been placed in quarantine. Estimated time needed to repair, 2,961 years, 24 days, and 5 hours. Syncing with general database. The core database had been received, but the data of the strange invasion that he had defeated in the virtual world had already been introduced. Custody agreement, corrupted. Introduction. This is the base-level agreement originally responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the administration matrix. It stipulates what can be done, what cannot be done, and what should be done, and a series of fundamental logic. However, Due to unknown reasons, the base-level agreement was caught in a large number of logical errors and attempted to execute instructions with unknown purposes. Moreover, it seems extremely incomplete. Other than introducing the custody agreement, there was another important record in the core database. Time remaining for the %th test of the Milky Way civilization's ability to withstand pressure, 20 years. Executor. Agreement. Chapter 200, The Possibility of the Galaxy Imperium. Is it really this? When he saw the most eye-catching information record in the core database, Li Wenyuan had a feeling that that was indeed the case. He had more or less guessed what had caused the administration matrix to become like that. Even the base-level custody agreement was locked in the core database. At that time, he thought that it was, again, some kind of terrorist threat similar to the world breaker hiding in the Milky Way, but he could not figure out how humans could leave such a threat that could even damage the administration matrix behind before they left. However, after coming into contact with the ether dragons and the core database, he gradually realized the following possibility. Was there a possibility that the Milky Way crisis was actually me? There was a corresponding possibility to that guess. A long time ago, he had excavated a record in some ruins. That record mentioned that humans had conducted a Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test and manually triggered a man-made crisis. At that time, he hadn't thought of himself, but the information inadvertently leaked by the ether dragons reminded him of that matter. The administration matrix seemed to be also known as the Milky Way's comprehensive testing machine. If that were the case, then the pressure resistance test was probably part of it. If he were to speculate about the unknown history of the past 10 million years, he would think that there was a problem with the administration matrix during its long operation. That problem, which had been magnified infinitely over time, eventually led to the self-correction of the administration matrix, the custody agreement to be locked in the core database, and the other mentioned active purification agreement to be missing. After that, he became a special agreement for the administration matrix. From the looks of it, the mysterious disappearance of the active purification agreement was very likely the source of the threat. However, there was no evidence at the moment. At that time, the remaining time of the Milky Way civilization's pressure resistance test was counting down from the first 20 years. When Li Wenyuan tried to stop that test, he received a reply that said, "Target does not exist, command error." That further convinced him that something was definitely wrong with the active purification agreement. At that moment, the synchronization between the general database and the core database had been completed. Li Wenyuan thought he would gain a lot from it, or at least the technology tree would be greatly supplemented. However, it turned out that just using that building complex to store an incomplete custody agreement was enough. The useful data was minimal, and most of it was missing. That made Li Wenyuan suspect it was the work of the active purification agreement. Although there were few findings in the core database, there were still many points to be investigated about the core database invasion. That included places that Li Wenyuan had never known before, such as the Central Processing Unit, Milky Way Watcher, and Silver Heart megastructure, which were exposed to him because of the core database. That was also a kind of gain. So he began to check the coordinates of the destination that the fleet was preparing to warp to and selected the galaxies that were in an unknown state. Although he had explored the Milky Way for a long time, there were still many places he had yet to explore. His research spaceship and fleet were also about to head to one of those special galaxies. At that moment, the Milky Way civilizations had yet to recover from the heavy news the galaxy community delivered. They were ill and shock. There was no other reason than that there might really be a problem with the administrator. The rapidly spreading ghost signal record had been seen by all civilizations. Although it was unbelievable, they had to admit that it was indeed a weapon that the administrator had used to deal with the civilization annihilator fleet. Decrypting the ghost signal was ineffective, and the Milky Way civilizations could not find anything from the signal. They could only define that signal based on the performance of the ghost signal, and the result was already confirmed. The Milky Way civilizations classified the ghost signal as a weapon. The sudden outbreak of the ghost signal due to the administrator's abnormal movements made the Milky Way civilizations vigilant. Even though it was quickly interrupted and disappeared, as if it had never been there, the Milky Way civilizations had to take it seriously. They wanted to know if the giant who had been guarding the Milky Way would give them a huge surprise like the observer. In summary, on behalf of my Emperor, I propose to all the Milky Way officials that the administrator be set as the first candidate civilization for the natural disaster appointment. Accompanying the suggestion of the representative from the Conqueror Empire was a topic that was put on the agenda: natural disaster pre-specified appointment, the administrator. Although natural disaster pre-specified appointment was not the same as natural disaster appointment, if the motion were passed, all the member civilizations would be required to enter the state of Level 2 combat readiness according to the laws of the galaxy community. That meant the administrator had been identified as a threat. Therefore, the representative of the Pyro Alliance vetoed the proposal from the Conqueror Empire without hesitation. That was a privilege of the Galaxy Council that had been approved in a previous meeting. They could directly reject a proposal and let it enter the follow-up process. However, the Council civilization would not easily use that right because the proposal of a topic usually represented the interests of many civilizations. The rejection of that topic meant that they had ignored the request of those civilizations. They also rejected the approval rate of the Council civilization, which would result in a considerable amount of diplomatic pressure. Since that privilege was activated, the Pyro Alliance had never used it. However, today was an exception. Even the space amoeba knows to repay a debt of gratitude, not to mention that the administrator had saved the Milky Way twice. We need to remember this kindness even after 10,000 years, but this is how you repay them. Don't blame me for my harsh words. Is your civilization a bunch of Milky Way trash that doesn't know how to repay kindness? The Pyro Alliance once again displayed their sharp words, and the representative of the Conqueror Empire, who was scolded, reacted agitatedly. He immediately made an action similar to a pilgrimage in a certain direction. His posture was extremely solemn, and simultaneously, he kept muttering the words of confession. Under the stares of the onlookers, the representative of the Conqueror Empire only finished his series of formal actions after a long while. Then, he said gloomily, "You are insulting our emperor. Are you trying to start a war?" The imperial system of the Conqueror Empire had been deeply rooted in the hearts and minds of every citizen for a long time. Resistance? That was non-existent. The universal neural implant and highly efficient genetic technology had formed an unbreakable control network. Those citizens would not realize that they were being controlled. They would only worship the emperor and the upper echelons of power with fervor. They would be fearless even if they had to sacrifice everything for them. However, that diplomatic official was not in that kind of controlled situation. Only the high-level forces in the empire could take up that position. However, it was precisely because of that he had to take a series of actions to confess and apologize, in case his handling of that matter was sent back to civilization and he would be punished by the emperor. The representative of the Pyro Alliance was very calm about the furious words of the representative of the Conqueror Empire as if he had no idea what he had just said. Seeing that, the Conqueror Empire representative could only swallow his anger and raise the next topic according to the original plan. Although this official's attitude is not very friendly, our emperor is merciful and will let bygones be bygones. Although someone doesn't agree with the topic just now, one thinks some people will like the next topic. One proposed that we start the galaxy community reform.